Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Winner.
So, where to next?
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but master it you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
And here are your top 5 plays from PCS7 Last Chance Qualifier Day 1. Number 5.
Nice try, BBB, Future, the ADR, everyone's coming in.
Send it. Absolutely send it. W key. You can see everybody heading for safety in the circle. The Oz looking to land any type of drive-by. We're just going to see non-stop carnage right now as the kill feed is exploding from so many teams crashing right on top of one another.
Number 4.
Yo, backing away, or rather pushing towards the zone because the blue is pushing in on them, and as they know, Rumblers are likely going to be backfilling behind them. They just need to get to the zone. They can't be so focused on one team that they lose the greater picture, but that's fine because Punij has the 3x spray down. Makes it look easy.
Number 3.
The Future rotation as Frogman's caught out in the open. Lack of windows on this side of the compound could catch him off guard, but Gats and Sharpshot are waiting in tow on the north side of this circle. Future eliminated. 3 members of Adrenaline down. The res was being worked on toward Innate, but now as Dylan gets caught on fire from a Molotov that's going to push them back away from this great nade by Roth. And the dinner bell is being rung as Bing Bang Boom look to close this one out and see if they can spot the remaining members of Adrenaline. And Nate was res, but was going to quickly fall to the Molotov. And there you go, in a rain of fire, 14 kills.
Number 2.
Anybody would ever be successful in a drive-by. Sharpshot is one to look at, but as I say that, the caster curse is real. Batlex gets knocked there. Gats tries to stop into hand, gets not 1 but 2 members, but Karam with the nade out, trying to see if he can get out Roth, who just perfectly timed that first aid to survive any damage there. But spotted once again by Karam, switches back to the M4, connects a little bit of the damage, doesn't quite find the knock. Instead, turning the trade onto Gats, tries to find one more, but it was not meant to be.
And your top play of the day is...
Well, here we go. Now we've got the picture-in-picture with the big overview down to the south. We want to look at that point of view for both of these teams as they continue to push in. Blue zone closing as phase 8 about to come to an end. So much open terrain between them. Sharpshot continuing to close in the distance. Has the dossier for coverage. Picks up yet another kill. And a light show taken out. Smoke walls up and ahead. He's trying to see if he can find that additional angle, and members of Rumblers starting to be lined up. The smoke is obstructing everything. 1 member still up and standing. Sharpshot's got the angle, and there you have it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Bing, bang, boom with an impressive 17 kills. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is day 2 of the PUBG PCS7 Last Chance Qualifier, and it is a close race between all of the teams involved. But before we get any further, I would like to introduce to you guys Godspeed, who will be joining me not only on the desk today, but along with casting. Godspeed, you saw yesterday's games. How are you feeling about today?
Yesterday was really insane. Some of the circle endings were incredibly rough. I'm specifically thinking about the Picado one, but overall the games are great. LCQ is always a banger of a set of games that I'm excited to be here. Should be good.
Absolutely. Well, guys, before we get to the games, I do want to go ahead and break down the format, let you guys know how we got here and where we are going to end up. We have finished the open qualifiers. The regional playoffs have concluded, and the teams that didn't quite make it to the grand finals are here competing in the Last Chance Qualifier. 16 teams duking it out on the field for 4 final opportunities at the grand final. We played 6 matches yesterday, and we've got 6 more to go. And as you can see, the teams have really been putting in that work. Latin America and North America, 8 teams from each. But they are playing for more than just the opportunity at the grand finals. We do have a prize pool here for the Last Chance Qualifier. First place will get $2,250 for their squad, with prizes awarded all the way down to 16th place. We've also got special bonus pricing for teams that have the most kills, assists, highest damage, and the team with the most chicken dinners. But Godspeed, that is not the only thing on the line now, is it?
No, not at all. It's pretty cool to have LCQ have a prize pool, but yeah, it's all about the road to PGC. Obviously, this is the last event, the last major before PGC itself, and so this is the last chance for many teams, including some of the teams that are currently in the LCQ, to make it to PGC this year.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at this list. Yahoo, Bing Bang Boom, teams that we are currently watching in the LCQ on the leaderboard currently in terms of points. And that's the way that they have played previously at the event for ESL 1 and 2, as well as PCS6. So not going to PCS7 could spell absolute disaster if they hope to get to go to PGC at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's absolutely the last thing Yahoo or Bing Bang Boom, honestly, any of these teams want to have to experience, right, is the fact that they don't qualify for PCS7. But, I mean, looking at the games yesterday, it does look like the teams that we kind of expected to do well are doing well, and we'll see if that continues today. But hey, there's still 6 games, and realistically, it's LCQ, right? So anything can happen.
Well, let's take a look at the teams that are competing today. Again, guys, there are 8 teams from North America and 8 teams from Latin America, as you can see breakdown in front of you. And I mean, I want to go ahead and take an opportunity real quick to talk about Bing Bang Boom, because they are doing phenomenal right now. They're currently in the lead with 80 points. They're 34 points ahead of everybody else. And Roth, Keenan, Sharpshot right now, they're top 3 in terms of kills, damage, assists, just about everything that you can measure right now in terms of the game, with Gats not too far behind them in the top 5. And that is, for me at least, really exciting to see, because this is a team that has kind of reformed, bringing on Gats after ESL 2. And I think a lot of eyes were on to see how they were going to do well. And obviously in the group stage, there was a couple of moments where things didn't quite mesh out. And that's why they're down here in the Last Chance Qualifier. But that said, I feel like the way that they're finally coming together as a team, we heard from Roth yesterday, it said that Keenan has really taken over IGL responsibilities, and that's helped Roth also be able to kind of focus his attention elsewhere on the team, and it seems to be working. This nade, we're going to talk about it a couple times, but it was just a beautiful, beautiful moment. Keenan getting 4 kills, and you can see his tweet, quad nade, holy, and reset. If you guys go check out this tweet, you can see the video from his perspective out on Twitter at Keenan PUBG.
And the comms as well. I mean,
Comms is the best part.
Getting a quad nade like that, especially on a very strong team in a very strong position. I mean, because they took over that position after they wiped BBB, right? So that was huge. It's a wonderful play. For me, as far as teams to watch, it was Rumblers. I mean, they came up and they showed a lot of consistency, which is something that they've kind of struggled with over the last couple of years. I'd say they're always a team that is very dangerous and very possible to qualify any event. But they're also a team that have found themselves in the LCQ. Valiant has said them themselves, they have experience in LCQ. They generally qualify off LCQ. It's actually rare that they don't. And they showed a lot of consistency. Their worst game was a 10th place yesterday, which is, I mean, 10th place, it's not great, but the fact that that's the only game they also placed in the double digits was really solid for them. Obviously, we saw some great plays coming off the back of Valiant, off the back of Los. Specifically, I'm thinking about that game. Los had a pretty good clutch. I believe it was on Yasnaya towards that ending. Obviously, Valiant, I think this was the last game of the day as well yesterday. So, I mean, A lot of really great plays from the Rumblers. I would like to see, again, more consistency from them going forward. Obviously, right now, I can't really ask for much more because they've been so consistent. Obviously, bringing Show has helped with some interesting plays as well. But Show has a lot of experience. I mean, he's been playing this game pretty much as long as anyone else. And so I'm hoping that going forward, if they qualify, which so far they're on the path to do so, they continue this consistency going forward into the actual PCS7 Grand Finals.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the overall leaderboard right now to see who not only Rumblers and Bing Bang Boom are doing, but the rest of the teams out here and competing. And you can see right there on our left side, those are the teams that are currently in fourth place. The end of today, the top 4 teams will advance to the finals. So keep an eye on that left-hand side. Bing Bang Boom with the big 34-point lead. But Dustin, Yahoo, Peak, Rumblers, High Stress, all the way down pretty much most of the way. That's one game difference of playing catch-up because it is just that close between everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at 9th place and up, right, 28, 29 points, I mean, they're realistically one good game behind the top 4. And I also want to talk about just High Stress and Peak in general. I feel like those two teams played really, really strong PUBG yesterday coming out of LATAM, and I'm really going to be paying attention to those teams as well, especially the rotations coming into today. Specifically with High Stress, I feel like that team's been really, really good in their team fights.
Absolutely. And I mean, that's the thing that I think has made this probably one of the most exciting LCQ events, is to see how close that it has been. But, you know, as we talk about going into today, we will be starting on Miramar. So here we go. 3 Miramar games and then finish on 3 Erangels, the reverse of what we had yesterday. And we've had a couple of teams that did do really well on one map versus the other. So coming into today, for instance, I'm really looking for Peak to improve their Miramar. I think that they did pretty decent on Erangel. But now that we're starting Miramar strong, this is hopefully an opportunity for them to make amends for yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Peak, they got first place. Obviously, they won the first game, and then they followed it up by a 12th, but then also a 5th place with 14 kills, right? So Peak definitely performed very well on a wrangle. Miramar, definitely not bad, but yeah, not as much capitalization on the points, especially in the kill department. Overall, though, Peak looked very good yesterday.
Yeah. Well, another team that looked good, we've already brought it up, was Bing Bang Boom. We got the opportunity to sit down with Keenan just a little bit ago to talk about how yesterday went and how they're anticipating playing through today. All right, hi, everybody. I am here with Bing Bang Boom's Keenan. Keenan, you guys had a phenomenal day 1 yesterday. Right now, leading the pack with 34 points ahead of the second place team for a total of 80 points. How are you guys feeling going into day 2?
We're feeling really good. Honestly, it's kind of a sigh of relief because you never really want to be an LCQ to begin with. You want to be one of those top 6 teams to already qualify. But yeah, in best of 12, the pressure is definitely on because, you know, a couple bad games, you could see yourself on out of the top 4. So it's very relieving to be, you know, pretty secure as of right now.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned bad games, but you guys also had a fair share of really good games. You all had 3 games with 10 plus points apiece. I believe 17 was the most in one. 2 of those ended in a chicken dinner. How are you guys feeling going in today? Are y'all going to try to up the kill count on the games that maybe didn't do quite as well, or are you planning to just keep things the same?
I think a lot of the games where it was kind of open terrain and it was just stuff that we could work with and just take fight after fight, we kind of thrived in those when we had a lot of those big kill games. There was a couple steady endings yesterday, which kind of put a damper on things. But yeah, I guess going into today, we'll just try to, you know, keep getting the kills and just frag our way through the lobby.
All right, well, we've got to talk about that nade kill yesterday. 1 nade, full squad wipe. We got to see the video that you posted on Twitter. What was that moment like for you?
It was honestly really surprising. We knew that Yahoo was leaving the compound to the north, which we call Sharky compound, and we were setting up for them to come to that hay bale because it was pretty much their only play. Roth had a really good call that he was going to nade it, and then we decided to go double nade it and you know, just let it rain and got a good bounce and 4 kills in the feed. It's really cool to see.
That's awesome. Well, is there any final thoughts or shout outs that you want to say to your fans today?
Yeah, thank you everybody at home watching, all the friends and family, all the fans in the Twitch chat. It's really appreciated. It's the biggest reason why we can play PUBG and compete the way we do. So it means the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I really appreciate you taking the time to sit and talk with us today. Good luck at the games today, and hopefully you guys will come out on top with that opportunity to play in PCS7 Grand Finals.
Thanks for having me.
It was so good to hear from Keenan. I mean, as you guys heard, there's just so much obviously on the line for them today. But going forward, I really feel like this is the bing, bang, boom that we really do want to see. This is a good chemistry from them. And, you know, there's another thing, though, that I do want to talk about, which is two teams that are vying behind them outside of the first place spot. And that is Yahoo and Peak.
I think the craziest thing about this, Clover, is that not only are it's not uncommon for a team to be tied on total points, right? But the fact that they're tied in total points and placements and kills is kind of, it's pretty wild. I mean, if you look at this comparison, it's exact same average kills, total kills. I mean, the damage is just slightly in the favor of Peak, but only by like 20, you know what I mean? And their average placement is basically the same. And so, yeah, Peak has been performing incredibly well, especially when we put them up against a team like Yahoo.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have it on the screen right now, but they're tied in total points, which is 46, as well as placement points, it's 14. And here we go. We can look at it here on the board now. You can see, I mean, the numbers are absolutely so close. And the only thing, though, of note for me for Yahoo is that they do actually have 2 0-point games. And so it's the consistency that Peaks had through their first 6 matches that I think is going to make them even scarier today. Now, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and it is that a LATAM team has never qualified during the Last Chance Qualifier. Typically, it's for North American teams. There is a high probability of Peak qualifying, high stress, potentially moving in. If Young Kings pop in, we could see that happen as well. So something to keep an eye on today for you guys following along for your favorite teams.
I was even going to say for Young Kings as well, that was kind of a team that I was obviously definitely looking at coming into this event. And they have some pretty good consistency across the board. I mean, they got a 3rd, an 8th, and then a 2nd and a 3rd back-to-back, right? The biggest issue with Young Kings is that their last 2 games of yesterday were straight donuts. They got no points at all. They went out early with a 15th and a 16th. So, I mean, granted, that's not the end of the world, right? They've already put themselves in the top 8 right now. As long as they can just finish out today with some decent games, salvage the points where they couldn't yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Young Kings or even a high stress or even a Peak qualify. It'd be nice to see a LATAM team qualify from the LCQ just because, as you stated, it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, and I mean, too, you brought up a good point about the fact that it was their final 2 games that were not great for Young Kings. And again, we finished out the day on Miramar yesterday. So to start on Miramar today does give them the opportunity to not only start fresh, but hopefully improve the mistakes that they made and then finish on Erangel, where they had much better games, better, stronger consistency, and I think will make them feel a little more comfortable. And that seemed to be the story for a couple of teams yesterday. There was a lot of Miramar struggles. Now, we did have a couple of awkward city games yesterday. We had a lot of games with water into play, circles that I wouldn't necessarily say are toxic circles, but they're circles that force engagement earlier on. And for some of the teams that maybe weren't quite set up for engagement or really had to play defensive on some of their buildings early on, that's where the struggles kind of came out. Now, you see real quick, Snow Patrol does have a sub today. Mitchy Boy is out, and Samas, their captain, is standing in for them as their 5th player. So we will be seeing if maybe they can stop being Troll Patrol today without Mitchy Boy looking for those phase 1 fights.
To the chagrin of Yahoo yesterday, Mitchy Boy is not there, and I'm pretty sure. I mean, he was basically targeting. I was talking to Masternick, one of our observers, and he's basically targeting Yahoo the entire time. What it seemed like, but now that he won't be here, I'm very curious to see if that becomes a factor. I doubt it. I mean, Snow Patrol, looking at them, man, they're in 8th place, right? So it's very possible. It's very possible for them to actually qualify in this. And so I would like to see some plays towards that. And then also just real quick to talk about the troubles that some of these teams are having, Clover. I mean, that's just the symptoms of an LCQ, right? It's a lot of different teams jumbled in together. LCQs are toxic to play in. I've played in them. They're really stressful. So it does not surprise me at all that some of these teams are having these woes.
Yeah, and especially too because it is always the first time that we get Latin America and North America together. Every event, the meta always changes or adjusts just a little bit based on what teams tend to have big control in their regional lobbies. And I'm talking about struggling. This is one of my more favorite circles, but a bit of a struggle depending on how that one's going to play out. But no, I mean, back to the Latin America, right? We've heard from a couple teams that they always have to anticipate the aggression, the early pushing, the early fighting from LATAM that sometimes North American teams are used to being able to avoid.
And this has been something that's been going on in PUBG esports, I mean, pretty much since the inception, right? LATAM has always been scrappy, and they have always been incredibly aggressive compared to not only North America, but Europe in general. LATAM teams are just, they like to just get in there and mix it up. You know what I mean? They are unabashedly aggressive, and that's why a lot of the LATAM teams, I mean, that's why we fell in love with teams like Trog Adidas, obviously Fiumba, like, right? Like a lot of those players, I mean, they're powerhouses. And Balefrost is actually going to find it on Samo, and that's going to be unfortunate because that is his first game subbing in for Michi, and
you know, they're not taking any chances anymore, right? If you spot somebody, your expectation is this bitchy boy nearby. In fact, I'm not sure if they realize that he's sitting out today, so they might still be on high alert for a while.
Yeah, I don't blame them. But that's going to be a nice little kill, again, to start off for Yoho. And they're obviously a team that really need to qualify to secure their spot in that top 6, right, in PGC points, because they're already up there. But if they miss out on PCS7, that would be devastating.
There we go. We can see the leaderboard out on the left-hand side. Guys, keep a watch on that today. That red line just below 4th place is the cutoff for the teams that get that opportunity to go to the grand finals for PCS7 Americas.
I mean, even looking at, like, this has been a really, really tight race. I mean, is he about to run into 7B? I think so. Oh, that's Prince.
You don't even have your gun out. Come on, bud. There we go. Looks like he is going to pull the barrel out. He's got both weapons. And it's not going to be enough there. 7B spotted him early. Gets that headshot with the Scar L. And it's going to be an easy flush, unfortunately, for Patuco. A little bit further away from the rest of the team. Is still hanging out in Minas.
No, I appreciate your pronunciations, adding a little flair on there. I would have just said Patuco, but, you know.
You know, I want to give credit real quick to PUBG Kira. You know, he gave a great pronunciation guide for us in the LATAM teams. The problem is sometimes I keep his accents in my pronunciations. So.
Oh, I mean, I don't think that's a problem at all. Back to the, back to the leaderboard, though. I mean, even going down all the way to 16th place, it's so incredibly tight, right? Like, I don't feel like one team is just getting completely washed out.
And there's also a real quick reminder for all of you guys watching on Twitch that we do have the squad stream available. You can click the squad stream button right next to the follow button or go to twitch.tv/PUBG/squad so you guys can watch both the esports map and our lovely feed at the same time.
Yeah, definitely highly recommend checking out the esports map specifically as well. If you're just trying to follow a team that maybe isn't immediately on stream, you can do that. Follow your favorite team or just kind of learn some rotations. I always advocate that.
When talking about learning too, I did actually, we got a chance to talk to Veronica earlier and asked him about Never Surrender, the way that they played yesterday. Remember, they did have that win in Game 6. So let's hear what he had to say.
Well, yesterday each of us made like some personal mistakes and we got punished for that. And like the team was like, I think all the games was like playing as a 3-man or 2-man, you know. So that was kind of rough because we should have had better games yesterday for sure. And like going on today's games, we're just gonna try to make sure that we don't do like basic mistakes, trying to stay up for all of us, and we will see what will happen. We have, I think everyone has chances still to qualify, but you know, we're going for it for sure.
It's always really exciting. I mean, again, Never Surrender, that game was probably their best performance yesterday. They left their compound twice, came back to it, and every single time were able to just not only regain control, but pull out 11 kills from that match. So looking for them to feel that level of confidence and decision-making for them today going forward, because they are another team that really struggled. In fact, struggled worse on Erangel. So to start on Miramar should be a bit better for them today.
Yeah, and I think the biggest issue is what Veronica said himself, right, is the fact that they were just making personal mistakes and they were playing most of those games as a duo or as a trio or just losing players where they don't need to. And that, I mean, that's going to happen in an LCQ because you also have, I mean, the biggest issue with LCQ is you have a lot of teams who are rotating or taking space where you're usually not used to a team doing that, and that's because of the unfamiliarity. All these teams don't really get to scrim that much together, right? They don't really get to get used to each other, and especially over the course of only 12 games, I mean, there's a lot of chaos, a lot of invited chaos in these games, and that's exactly what we saw. But even to No Surrender's credit, right, they were still able to salvage some points in some of their games that they placed, you know, 12th, 13th, 14th, get a couple kills here and there, and that's why they're actually sitting in 6th place right now, just on the leaderboards. And here we go, shots coming out from Peak. HVZ, is he going to find some? Doesn't look like it.
Looks like Arma was able to connect on some damage, but ultimately no knocks here. Lee and the rest of AKM are going to try to rotate on this one a little bit north, try to stay out of firing range. We can see Selfish still has that line of sight on the roof. Meanwhile, Dean Zera, who's further down. Let's have vantage point on Fisher and Martinson. So a little bit of a risky rotation for AKM, who are trying to get as center as possible for the zone. Now, keeping in mind that much of the prison island is still into play, as well as the river. No teams yet opting to take that south in the hopes that it is going to continue back to the north. We've seen this end on the coast many times, and that's the way that these teams are reading it. But AKM right now trying to punish Dean Zera for this position, and he just doesn't quite have that support. As we can see off of the distance, his peak, though, it looks like a member, Arma, is actually coming to his aid.
Yeah, and I kind of like this little setup from Peak, right? Initially, they have this entire southern coast, which is a very, very popular spot for rotations to come from both the east and west. They had a nice little split there, but I also like the fact that AKM has realized that, right? They're getting shot from different points on the coast, and they realize that, hey, this is either a solo or a duo. Let's try to take this space and get a few frags, and here they go, Clover.
And I can see Arma really set up with his spot. Fisher shots in, does find one knock, doesn't waste time on the knock, or excuse me, on the trade. Actually, it's going to throw a flashbang, but it's not going to be enough. Arma falls here, but just as that happens, here comes HVZ and the rest of Peak to try to lend assistance. As Dean Zera is knocked, AKM leaving him alive just a little bit longer to see if they can bait out the last two members of Peak. As the push comes, Molotov's in through the window, and Selfish can't quite find an angle to do damage. Out in the distance, though, still more remaining members of AKM.
Oh, very close. Selfish, just be careful. And this kind of fell apart for Peak a little bit, as well as AKM, though. This is a fight that's all over the place. This
it missed.
Kind of bar building is pretty decent to hold, all things considered, but not with all the smoke going on. And this is just some LATAM on LATAM violence, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, Damo and Martinson do have a line of sight just a little bit further down. You can see on the minimap Martinson's across the street, but Selfish with 8 HP tried to get a lead, but it was actually going to be this sawed-off shotgun. It gets the knock here just as Martinson comes in the door. HVZ gets him down, and as a solo, trying to keep everything going and alive, but gets caught out by a Lee.
He actually went for the flush, but what a beautiful angle there. And just like that, Peak is out.
I mean, how often do we get to say that we see the sawed-off in this? Abstract Zolmar.
That threw me off, honestly. But it was the perfect gun for that situation, right? You can't hate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, like, I know that people have their own thoughts on shotguns, but when you're in close range, when you've got a fight that's around corners in a building like that with a lot of people, you want any opportunity to try to control that spread. So we're just about at the point where we'll get that circle shift. Now, if it is a hard shift south with any point in the island, I'm anticipating we might see some teams go that direction. And
oh my goodness. Okay.
I feel like we're getting a prison finish.
I mean, it's very possible at this point. I think it's about split. I'd say almost 50-50 as far as landmass, maybe leaning a little more towards the prison side, but I am not surprised at all that a team like Guri is trying to go straight south to Higos and just sit on that island. Valdemar might be a really contentious spot as well, especially with that main bridge. A lot of teams potentially opting to play around that, but it's just the rotations. Yeah, the rotations, especially from the North, Clover, expect that to get pretty claustrophobic, especially on the north, and then obviously on the east where we see rumblers coming in as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Yahoo taking the boat to wrap all the way down to the south as Guri were able to drive across the bridge first. AKM opting to swim, and it's about not wasting time and also not taking that opportunity to go as far on either side, right? If AKM were to go to either bridge, they would be wasting a lot of time and running the risk of running into other teams. Yahoo, same thing. They wanted to avoid that bridge and try to give themselves as much distance to any teams that might be taking that rotation, which this current time is Guri. Now, Snow Patrol pinched in between Future, who came into this as a 2-2 split. You can see Shap's already set up for it, shots out. Oh, the nade was a little too short, but he is going to connect some of that damage. Not quite enough to knock any member of Snow Patrol. With the rest of the team backing up, looks like they might be able to take this fight.
I don't blame any of the teams at all right now for trying to basically go to Prison Island, but if this shifts north, I'm gonna laugh because it is gonna be miserable for some of these teams to cross back. I actually really like Adrenaline and Rumbler's kind of approach here. I don't like how close they are to each other, especially if they need to swim across, but they're just kind of banking towards the middle, right? Hold that line as long as they can. and then basically cross if they absolutely have to.
Yeah, they've got that position that we saw AKM fighting Peak at earlier, and just as you said, trying to wait until the final moment to get across the water just in case it does bank back to the north. So it's only phase 2. If we have a hard shift back to the north on phase 3, then like you said, that will signal that the end game will more than likely be just to the east of Valle de Mar. But with everybody else just about making it across now, it looks like the call might have even just been to send Val into the water. Oh, I think they were getting shot by AKM.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about Val here, potentially, especially if they know he's in the water, which I think they might. The rest of the Rumblers just has to absolutely make sure that they're just pelting AKM with shots. Otherwise, Val is quite literally a fish in a barrel right now for them. Oh, headshots coming in. Fisher, though, is not letting up. That's a completely different team entirely. And Val, oh no!
Swim under the water.
Survive.
This is always the one where I will go under the water and watch my lung capacity for as long as I can and just hope that they give up after a while. They just get bored. They're like, okay, well, she's not tipping her head up. But, yeah. If anything, the best thing that might be helping them right now is the fact that Adrenaline is so close to Rumblers. We did see Fisher take shots at Dylan earlier in the window, and so every time AKM peaks, they have 2 different teams shooting at them. So Valiant just about outside of that line of sight. Meanwhile, High Stress trying to take the northern position on the mainland in the circle. They have spotted Bing Bang Boom, but so has Bing Bang Boom as Sharp Shot knocks both Carrick and BRKZ. It's 2 players down for High Stress. Glee trying to land a hand right now, but you can see them and Army are not in the area to assist. Now, FaZe did shift, and it looks like it is going to be Island.
Yep, so this is good. I mean, that's kind of a cool circle, I'm not gonna lie. First match for me casting it. It's a prison circle. I don't think I've ever actually cast or played a prison circle.
I actually have. It has been a couple of years, but the amount of high ground around Minas, it is intense. And so for teams that really don't get the opportunity to set up in Minas del Sur, really need to start doing so. It's very similar to Minas Generalis in terms of the buildings that are in that little crater.
Well, it's also, it's like, as you said, it's a crater, right? At the top of that hill, it's a crater, it's a bowl. Minas del Sol, there's good loot there, but these teams aren't really looking for loot. They're just looking for position, and you are right. If there's a team that could get on top of the rocks, it would be an absolutely devastating position for the rest of the teams on the field. And, I mean, just looking at these rotations, Valiant actually makes it across, but now it's no surrender, also right behind Rumblers who are trying to come in. And Rafa, what is the play here?
Yeah,
I mean, ideally, I would say ideally they would just rip apart Rumblers as they try to cross here and then, basically take that same path. Is he going to see them, though?
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and see what the Never Surrender comms are sounding like right now and see what they are doing in terms of this Rumbler situation.
Yeah. I think they saw us. One is at my mark. We need to kill this guy.
I'm getting shot from right side. We need to take our cars. Kill this team and take our cars.
I'm not going.
One more there, same spot. I got knocked. I need smoke on me.
Go res him fast.
Is that on you?
A guy at the rocks on the blue it was. That's all.
That smoke good or no?
Yeah, you smoked good. You can come to me.
Take the car, Ino. Take the car. Let's go.
Yeah.
Guy behind me.
Oh.
He's 1 HP, Rafa.
I knocked him.
You need to rest it.
One got knocked to play zone.
We need to take the cars and crash yellows.
Just rest Tetra first. He's restable.
Can we?
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to do it right now.
My fucking car is stuck. There's a lot of cars. No?
Wait for us with the car. Come grab us with the car here.
He's rezzing across the water.
You just need to first aid together.
Yeah, everyone. First aid.
Good.
Three of us, first aid.
Yeah.
You can make it, no worry.
All right, teamwork makes the dream work. As you can see, Never Surrender working on that res on Tetra. They unfortunately lost Veronica in this fight. And you can see Rumblers managed to recover across the water. However, Never Surrender getting that kill onto Los. Godspeed, I love listening to comms. Was this what it was for you when you were playing? Because, I swear, my comms are never this clean.
I mean, yeah, it's about something around the same, right? Everyone basically just putting in their input, calling what they can. It was pretty calm comms, all things considered, what they were dealing with, right? So, yeah, I mean, it just depends on the situation. Sometimes you get a team on a good side when they have good comms like that. Sometimes you get some just really crazy comms, man. It just depends on the game. But yeah, I am a big fan of the listen-ins.
Absolutely. Now, one thing that we did kind of talk about prior to that listen-in was just how chaotic this circle was going to be. A lot of teams pushing into Minas, and point that you picked up, this is not an area that most people have experience playing. And so I think teams right now just really trying to take this one slow. We've got quite a lot that are up on the edge because they don't want to get into situations like being stuck in the bowl inside Minas or caught out in the open terrain where they can be caught off guard by multiple teams. So with circle closing in, Yahoo right now finding themselves situation pinched between Guri and Abstract. I can see Balefrost actually is going to pull back, using that high ground to help his teammates out against that Abstract push. Meanwhile, Snow Patrol also looks like they're going a little fishing. Ooh, all right. I see you, Sneezy.
Sneezy with a nice little knock there. There is still Cater underneath him. But Spartacus is going to be donezo. This could be a nice little point. And this is actually a nice little bit of control that Snow Patrol has on this northwest edge, and they can just wrap in if they absolutely need to. They just have to worry about the other two members of Train to Go. But overall, I like this positioning. Again, like, it's really interesting to find teams who have already found like really good spots to play in the circle, just because of how uncommon it is. It's neat.
Yeah, I mean, again, we saw Guri, Yahoo taking those early rotations, AKM swimming across pretty quickly as well. And those are teams that have a nice spot inside the circle. As we can see, high stress, one of the last to try and get to the zone, having no other choice but to really take a chance jumping into the water after getting a lot of punishment. Oh,
look at him. He's actually
first.
Yeah, he's across first, and he's in prime position to punish these swimmers. The only thing is, I'm not sure if he's aware of the Train to Go members that are just to his west. Either way, I mean, he could definitely snag a killer. Never mind, Glee's already gone down. Slowly sinking, like Jack.
It looks like the play was to try and get that boat to give him a better vantage point. But as you called out, Sky did get that hit onto Glee. Army is going to go ahead and get himself taken down. And as looks like Magno with the kills there onto Future. So this is the problem, coming in a little bit late, especially when you have to cross that water.
Yeah, like I said, especially in the north, right, with that bridge, I suspected that the north would be pretty awful to cross, and as it was, Valiant, the last member of Rumblers, they're going to get eliminated in 11th, and I'm not sure how many kills they got. I think they at least had a couple, so at the very least, they'll be all right. They got one kill. Could have been worse.
This is the amount of grayed out names right now. It's just insane. And that is unfortunately a symptom of crazy circles like this. The team's just not really in a great situation to rotate out of this. And you can see, with the exception of Camberghini and Sparking, most everybody is trying to still hang around the outside edge. The circle is going to pull away from Minas, which does kind of help resolve the Crater Bowl situation. But that is a lot of rocky terrain in the southern part of the circle.
Yeah, and Young Kings actually getting on top of this is going to be pretty huge for them. Even though they are only a duo, there's still a massive amount of damage that can be done, as we now see AKM holding off on the east side. Now remember, they came in pretty early and they've been trying to hold some of these teams off. They're going to potentially find Innate, and they do. That's going to be a flush as well. Maybe not. Zray could potentially get the res. And really, this is really on ADR. Adrenaline need to hold this compound and need to hold the AKM out.
Yeah, you can see Lee did get knocked in the middle of the road, but for some reason, I'm not sure if he's just not in the line of sight of somebody or if they're just not paying attention to him right now. He is alive, and that could potentially make him resible, depending on how AKM can handle this situation. You see Martinson, who has a damaged helmet, making an opportunity to boost just a bit before additional peak. So he's found Zraven, but, I mean, these nades are falling just too short.
I'm not completely certain if... Oh, that nade was really nice. I'm not completely certain if AKM goes for this, specifically because they don't have to, right? Like, Adrenaline needs to hold that east side, but more importantly, I'm pretty sure AKM can just walk up the hill. I don't think they actually need to commit to this fight. And so that's why I'm not sure if... And yeah, they're not going to get a leave anyways. Bold play, middle of the road. I think he went for a really wide flank. Didn't work out for him, but they still keep up 3 and they have high ground. So they just now have to deal with Abstract, who also has high ground right behind them.
Yeah, and if anything, I mean, losing Ali now did give them that ability to break away from this fight and start to turn their attention. We saw they did look towards Abstract, and the engagement is beginning as Zolmax with a broken vest, only a level 1 helmet. That's not great in terms of armor here. It's trying to keep information and a little pressure with that Car 98 onto AKM. Now shots were taken out in this area, and he had to take a step back, but you can see Abstract are really just taking this one calm. They're not overexerting themselves in the fight versus AKM. Sparking leftover from Yahoo that we saw Abstract push earlier is in the area, and I think that that's something that they're keeping in mind.
And I like the way Abstract is playing this, honestly. They're just taking their time. They have the circle, and they have their back basically cleared at this point. You really just have to watch the west side and make sure that AKM doesn't make any moves. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. They don't need to make any, crazy plays. They don't need to rush anything. Just take their time on the edge. Adrenaline, though, is going to be in a world of trouble, especially after the circle closes. Although there is something for them to play, it's really not much, especially based off the shift. I imagine they're not going to have anything to play at all.
I see.
Down to her. Oh, God, that shift does not help them at all.
No, the shift pulled far away, and that smokes across the street. It's going to be the best hope for Greta. She's not really in a situation to get that res either. She does need to start worrying about getting into the zone, with Future being another threat in this. With AKM Gaming, the biggest thing for them now is whether or not they want to continue trying to chase this kill onto Greta, or turning their attention to get a zone. We can see there on the map that Abstract are starting to creep in and could cut them off from getting into zone.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the positioning actually from Snow Patrol. It's very strong. Future, though, needs to start moving in, and that's exactly what they're doing. They kind of don't need to waste their time so much shooting at AKM rather than getting in the circle, clearing it out, and then trying to dictate that control, right? But they have to get rid of Snow Patrol first.
Let's see, and we could take another look as well on the opposite side. Looks like Young Kings are fighting Guri, but there we go. Big picture right now is Greta making it across the street, and the Abstract AKM could be the thing that saves her here if they both have their attention taken elsewhere. Greta might be able to sneak just narrowly between them as well as Future, but again, Sparking still a factor. We can see him off in the distance holding the barrel. I'm just waiting for somebody to get close to him, and no doubt does hear Zolmax below.
Yep, Sparking just at this point playing for placement, getting whatever points he can. But AKM is a duo here. I mean, they can make something happen, specifically if Sparking decides to take some shots. And Greta as well, don't forget about her. I mean, she could absolutely take a few points away from some of these teams. It's just such a rough circle to play. I mean, that shift basically made center unplayable, and then everything else around is just ridges. Sparking is not holding. Be a hell of a play if he could get at least 3 here.
Oh, man, I just want to see, Yahoo were victim to that nade yesterday, but it's actually going to be a nade by Zolmax to take Yahoo out as they go down in 7th. Fisher, well, the only one up, still up for AKM, but you can see he's got nowhere to go as Abstract have him pinned down. He's still not in the zone, and circle is closing as we enter the end of phase 6. Stone Storm getting that kill, and they should be able to get the res, so Abstract a potential to recover and stay up as a 4-man squad to the end of the game. Future, the only other team still up as 4 players, but we could see the big threat, obviously, Godspeed is going to be this high ground, the rocks that are still into play through so much of this circle.
And I'm actually curious, can Young Kings actually get to the peak of that? I think they can. That would be absolutely disgusting, especially looking at this circle and how it could end. Actually, no, maybe not. I think this is about where their peak ends. That would be gross if they get up higher, though. This is still really good, though. Psycho can see all the way down to the 2 members there of Snow Patrol. And I really like Future's wrap. That's exactly what I wanted them to do. Wrap to the north, clear that side out, and start taking control.
Yeah, we can see 47 is starting to peek out. He spotted members of Abstract. Good shooting. Connects on a couple. Doesn't find the knock just yet, but... Oh, Frogman? Looks like Frogman actually had gone the opposite direction and was seen by Young Kings. So they still have line of sight with the high ground on the opposite side of the circle. Well, the circle shifted and it's staying on the rocks. So everybody just has to be careful at this point. It's the high ground versus the low ground.
Yeah, and Future has 8 kills to their name so far. That's another knock coming the way of 47. Let's see if they can get the res up. That might be a flush as well. That's 2 beautiful knocks coming out from 47, holding this ridgeline solo, keeping the team of Abstract at bay. Beautiful stuff. He's got to be careful, though, not to get too over-aggressive, not to overheat. There's the knock. Zumok's going to trade.
You see, it does have assistance right now with the teammate, but Magno not really able to do much outside of that. Smoke's going to pull back, but that could be an opportunity for Abstract to get a res again and continue to maintain position in this part of the circle as Stone Storm was able to get in. We can see Magno is going to pick up 47. 8 kills right now for Future. And look at the mini-map on the far side, which we're now starting to see Sky creeping in from Snow Patrol, trying to see if he can get Frogman down a second time.
That's going to be very important because, remember, Snow Patrol is a duo, right? So if they can strike when the iron is hot, so to speak, and actually get a couple knocks here, their position is really strong. I'm also a little worried about Young Kings. I don't know if can they actually get down from there, because it looks like they're looking for pass. It does not look good.
No, I mean, the best way to get down was actually the way that they had come in. So
Right,
from this
right.
high of a ground, I think the best opportunity is actually to come a little bit closer to Abstract, and then they can jump down where they will take some damage, but it's not great. You don't want to jump down right on top of an enemy.
Definitely not. And Frogman is going to find a nice little knock here. Future, again, pushing the pace here. I really like this. The way that this team has kind of played here from the north has been beautiful. I think they crossed early as well. It's just been really good decisions overall from the team.
Yeah, we can see, though, starting to run out of utility, down to just a handful of nades. I'm trying to keep it all up for the late game. The best thing that's happening right now is that nobody's on this big rock in front of them. So we'll see where that phase 8 takes us. It's a ring around the rosy in terms of this giant boulder. And Sky, Camborghini, just keeping it a little bit slow, waiting to see where that circle takes before they overcommit to fighting one of these squads. And as I say, there's no way to get on top. I think Zolmak's starting to prove us wrong, and he has found a way onto the high ground.
That's so huge. This is...
The whole circle is this rock.
This is ridiculously strong positioning, right? Their biggest threat is Young Kings, which I'm not quite sure they're aware of, to be honest. Because, I mean, if I was in the circle, I wouldn't be like, hey, look at the mountain behind this that's not in.
I mean, we can see, too, they've got meds. So being in the center of a circle here, if they let the rest of the teams fight it out, they could try and heal and outlast the zone and stay up until the very end. The question is going to be, as you said, are they going to realize Young Kings are still up behind them, or are they going to overpeak and look for additional kills onto members of Future and Snow Patrol?
Young Kings could potentially just ruin this game for Abstract. I mean, their position is just devastatingly strong. It's just Young Kings, do they actually find the knocks? Can they get down in time without being seen?
I can see Psycho. I think he had gone down looking for a way and then realized his mistakes.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, yeah, I think they can get down. Yeah, RDS got down. They should be fine. That's kind of sucks, though. I mean, it's good that they got down, but they pretty much have given up all control of the circle to Abstract in doing that, and that's not their fault. Circle just shifted away. And there's just so much control. Abstract just really need to make sure that no team can get up behind them. That's their biggest threat right now.
Yeah, and
they can
actually
just hold that mount. They don't even need to peek over, Clover, honestly. They can just watch the climb up and then just win from center dot.
And we can see Future is afraid to peek right now because every time they've been punished by the members of Abstract. Young Kings, I mean, they're looked at the map. They know where the circle is going to end, and it looks like the play might be to try and challenge a position on the rocks. Stone Storm and Zolmax are on the opposite side of this, so that could give them an opportunity to get there. Depending on how much noise they make, it looks like Abstract may have heard them, though, as they're stood up and starting to walk back to that area. Phase 9 beginning. The circle's going to move in just a moment, and this is when we talked about a heal off. The center position, the top of this rock, is the end game.
Yeah, there's no heal off. If no other team can get into Abstract's position, they're just dead. I mean, that's just really what it is. The teams around will definitely try to heal, yes, if they don't play aggressive, but it looks like Young Kings has actually made it up. This is the one thing that Abstract had to take care of, is make sure that no one can climb up this rock. And now Young Kings has actually managed to get right behind them. This is huge for this duo. I mean, they have been fighting through the southwest side of the circle pretty much the entire game as a duo. So if RDS and Psycho could make this happen, that would be wonderful for Young Kings.
I would see the reposition for Future as well. They're trying to get as close to the center dot as possible without getting up the rocks, and they're being very cautious not to get spotted out by Snow Patrol. They're aware to still have a member up in the area, and that is lovely Sky now. Shap has heard him, took a couple of shots, does connect, finds the knock. And now that gives Future full control on the ground. And it looks like Shap's going to continue to rotate and see if he can find a way up top of the rocks. And that's going to take them very close to Young Kings as the smokes are out. And Young Kings trying to give themselves a little additional cover here with the smoke wall. Zolmox and Stone Storm, though, are still focusing on Future down below as RDS tries to connect, almost gets Zolda.
Nice shot.
Zolmox down, excuse me, RDS. Now playing this one as a solo with Psycho knocked.
And to give Abstract a little credit as well, there could have been multiple points to come up, but I mean, this is all but over. If RDS can't make something happen and Zulmox or Stone Storm get this kill, that's it. That's game, baby. It's gonna be a nice little game from Abstract. He's gonna find one knock, doesn't find the second. And that's it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Zolmox is in the center of the zone.
Yeah,
He's
they're
found
dead.
it here. You can see 47 and the rest of Future are trying to get as close into the rock inside of the blue as they can, starting to pop those first aid kits. But Magno has already fallen. Shap not able to pop his off in time. Frogman able to get one, but there we go. The heal off that we attempted to see is Frogman. He knows what's going on, and that is a winner chicken dinner. Our king of the hills here in match number 1, Abstract, who take the victory with 8 kills.
And I mean, that was a hell of a play to try to get up there. They had managed to make it up. Young Kings almost came behind and spoiled that game for them. But it was a win nonetheless for Abstract. And realistically for me, though, the team that I think I was most impressed with that game was probably, honestly, Future, right? Like, they came in, they swept a few teams off that north side. They had a beautiful wrap to go towards Snow Patrol. They did a buttload of damage. And they came out of that game pretty happy, all things considered, with a second place in 11.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, a shift like that, we went to Chicken Wing pretty early on, most teams opting to stay on the mainland. But when we saw that next phase pop and everybody realized we were going to the island, so many teams took that fight in different ways. And so big credit to Future and Abstract as we saw up to the late game, finding many scoring opportunities and obviously the way to keep that high ground into play. But I mean, Dustin, we've got 5 more matches to go today. So many more opportunities for teams to score. And I'm expecting big jumps on the leaderboard because, again, a lot of those teams that were in lead fell early this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, Abstract was in, they had 23 points coming into that. And so with that win, especially with Future coming up as well, with 22 points, I mean, that is going to catapult them towards that top 4, which makes things very dangerous for the teams on the cusp.
Absolutely. Well, guys, before we go, I want to let you know that Craft and Change for Good is teaming up with Extra Life to raise money for Children's Miracle Network. The Destin Charity Showdown will be streaming next week right here on September 2nd at 4 p.m. Pacific. Tune in to check out your favorite PUBG partners duking it out on Destin, with all prize money going to support Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Mustache Dave and myself will be hosting the event, and we hope to see you all there. We've got some really fun game modes that your favorite partners will be playing. So, but that said, Dustin, you and I are going to take a very short break. When we get back, we'll return with match number 2 here of the PCS7 Last Chance Qualifiers.
You ain't never
After a chaotic first match where we went to a King of the Hill ending, Abstract make it clear that they are here to win. Hi everybody, welcome back to PCS7 Last Chance Qualifiers. I'm Clover and I'm joined by Godspeed, and we're here to break down what we just saw in our match number 7, our first game of the day.
Yep, it was, and a game it was. A game it was. It was a very awkward ending. I don't think I've ever seen it end there, especially on the top of that hill in Prison Island. But I mean, it was very well, taken advantage of by Abstract. Got to give it to him. 8 kills as well off that.
Yeah, they had that really good sneak in from the south that they were able to take advantage of and then hold control of the eastern side through the late game until they finally snuck in that high ground. As we can see, they're using 13 smokes, pulling off 14. Almost 1,500 damage and getting 8 kills for himself. That is a big jump that they needed on the leaderboard because, Dustin, before we started today, we talked about how absolutely close it was going to be for so many of those teams. But let's take a look now at the match leaderboard. Excuse me, we'll get to that in a second. But we're actually going to go to the highlights first, let you guys see what happened that game, and then we'll break down all the stats for you.
Let's check it out. Highlights indeed. Yeah, the future for me as well, even though they didn't win this game, I mean, they had an absolutely great wrap up towards the north. They were able to clear out most of those teams, and they ended with, I think they were the team that got second place with 11 kills. So, I mean, definitely a strong game coming out from Future. And, talking about the leaderboard, as you said, before this game, Clover, 16th place had 20 points. 8th place had 29 points. It's only a 9-point difference from 16 to 8th, which is crazy. And then especially after this game, looking at Future and Abstract, who were at 22 and 23 respectively, I mean, they absolutely skyrocketed in this leaderboard.
Yeah, and again, I mean, the teams that were at the top did not get any points this match in terms of holding that. So that was a good opportunity for the teams, like we talked about. The closeness going into today, having that ability to catch up. Now, total points for that match, Abstract are picking up an additional 18 to throw, as Future picked up 17. And then we can see Young Kings, Snow Patrol, even AKM Gaming picking up an additional and much-needed 7. But one really thing that points out to me is Yahoo, Bing Bang Boom, the Rumblers. High Stress, Peak, either not really anything in terms of helping them on the leaderboard. This is the opposite.
Yeah, literally all the top teams in our leaderboard. And I mean, aside from Bing Bang Boom, fortunately for them, they can afford to have like a couple bad games just because of how well they did yesterday overall. But the other teams definitely not so much. I mean, looking at Young Kings, Abstract, and Future now, they are knocking at the door of the Rumblers there by just 4 to 5 points. So I mean, this makes things very stressful for the teams involved. Again, LCQs are brutal to play in. I would never recommend anyone to play in LCQ. If they can avoid it, qualify the normal way.
Yeah, and I mean, too, you talked about those 3 teams. They were actually able to push out both High Stress and Peak from that 5th and 6th place position. And that's just how close that's going to be going into today. Yes, Bing Bang Boom still maintaining their strong lead. But if we keep having matches like this and other teams continue to take advantage, it could be anyone's game up until the end. But we've got 2 more Miramar matches to go. I have to put this one in the pocket of really awkward, doesn't quite count games because that's an area we never play. That's an area where teams have probably never even had to think about rotations, let alone how to play that one defensively against other teams. We saw quite a lot of players that got caught out in the water, unable to get back up from the high ground if they're unfamiliar with that area and how to traverse that terrain.
Yeah, and for a lot of those teams, I mean, that's a simple GG, go next, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, you just happen to get a really funky circle, you weren't really in a great position to capitalize on it, so you just kind of like, you just throw that game away, as you said, and then you just move on to the next mental reset. Looking at the 2 teams here, Abstract and Future, though, the teams that got 1st and 2nd, I mean, it is, again, incredibly close, Clover.
Yeah, and I love seeing the comparisons are for these 2 teams because the average damage, the average placement, it could be a bit better. But what we're really seeing right now is I think that teams are finding all of those opportunities. As you said, GG next, look for some points and move on. These 2 teams absolutely dominated the kind of situation that was thrown to them.
Yeah. And that's exactly why they jumped up the leaderboard, right? They were able to capitalize, whether it was through really smart rotations, lucky positioning, or what have you. They were able to get the points that the other teams were not able to get. And in doing so, again, that's really closed the gap. And yeah, sometimes I can specifically remember an MPL circle where it went on the islands, and I'm pretty sure, I think STK won that game at the time. for some reason it's because Kurt was ready for that circle, which is kind of crazy to me. But when we saw that circle, we basically said GG, go next, right? Like we just try to get some kills. We couldn't really get a lot, and that's exactly what that game was. Now, as you said, moving into the next 2 games of Miramar, at the very least, for these teams who are able to do well on Miramar, they need to capitalize as many points as possible. Specifically, if we don't get a weird circle, which I imagine we probably wouldn't get 2 in a row, but you never know.
Yeah, and all right, we're going to take another overview at the overall standings. Again, Bing Bang Boom came into today with 80 points. They're only able to pick up 3 for the first match today. Yahoo, Peak, Rumblers, not really too much movement in terms of their performances from this first match, but it's the opposite side of the leaderboard that you guys really need to keep a look on, because 41, 40, 39, 38, 36, 29, 28.
That's so close.
That is not even like one game. That's, can you make it to the mid game and get quite a lot of kills? You don't necessarily even need to find the win to take a jump up from that. I mean, even Nice Try and Train to Go, if they can get a double-digit chicken dinner, they could be in a good place for contention. So that's just how close it is now. As we go on through the day, obviously those opportunities are going to come less and less, but it is very much now or never for all of the teams on the right-hand side.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. Well, that's a very good point. As these games go on and we see how close these leaderboards are, this is when you start to see some of those desperation plays come out of some of the teams, especially towards the bottom. And that's when things get really, really messy, especially again in LCQ, where a lot of these teams are already somewhat unfamiliar with how the others play. And so kind of being thrust in that situation with games running out. I mean, I would not be surprised if we saw some absolutely bonkers plays in like games 4, 5, and 6. Of today, of course.
Taking a quick look at the top 5 kills thus far during the tournament. Sharpshot, Keenan, and Roth leading away with 16, 15, and 14 kills apiece. Sharpshot actually jumping over Keenan this last game, and Punich and Sparking not too far behind with 13 apiece between split between them. Now, actually, no, Gats, I believe, is at 11 kills, so he's not too far out of the Bing Bang Boom lineup in terms of those top kills.
Yeah, he'll get there for sure. And the other thing to notice as well is Bing Bang. I mean, we talk about Bing Bang Boom and how well they're doing, but it is expected for them to do well here, right? They would tell you that. Their fans would tell you that Bing Bang Boom isn't even really a team that a lot of people felt should be here. I tend to kind of agree with that sentiment, but the fact of the matter is they're here. Most importantly, they're making the most of it, right? So I would be very hard pressed, even if Bing Bang Boom had like another bad game or 2 here, that they wouldn't qualify. They just need to make sure that they're on their toes and just kind of use this LCQ as somewhat of a practice run, if you will, for PCS7 Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, again, Gats coming to join this team during PCS7. Previously, Gats had been with Dodge, so
really good play.
Really big expectations for him coming in. Gats only turned 18 this last year, and so we've only had a handful of opportunities to see him at this level of play. Didn't quite work out for him on Dodge, which is why we're seeing him now on the Bing Bang Boom roster, but I think that this is a good team for him. I think this is a good opportunity for him to really kind of flesh out not only as a fragger, but I think just in his ability to kind of mature as a player. You've got a lot of experience on this team. I think that Roth is a really fantastic communicator as well as Keenan, so I want to see how this team just continues to grow.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gats has been a really good addition to this roster overall. I mean, he was being pretty hyped up over the course of, his being underage and not 18 yet, but now that he's able to compete, especially in PCS and so forth, I'm really looking forward to seeing him kind of, as you said, meld into this roster and really find his role within it, especially now that Keenan has taken over the calling for the most part, the rest of the team giving really good input. I feel like BBB, I want this team to find consistency, because we know that they're capable of delivering massive games. We know they're able, to definitely deliver when it counts, but sometimes that consistency isn't there for them. So I'm hoping that this translates over as we head into the grand finals, if they qualify, which I'm pretty sure they will.
Yeah. And we've also been watching Yahoo land down. This is another team that we've kind of talked about having a lot on the line. They do have quite a number of PGC points, and if they don't qualify, there is a big opportunity, or a big chance that another team at the PCS7 Grand Finals could knock them out on participation at the end of the year. In fact, that's what we saw happen to Dodge last year during the 2021 season. Dodge didn't make it to the final PCS of the year and were just narrowly knocked out. In fact, on the last day by the performance from some of the other teams.
I can't remember how many points they didn't qualify for.
I feel like it was like 60. It wasn't
a lot though. It was not much at all. Yeah, that one really hurts. And Yahoo potentially, I mean, again, is another team that I believe shouldn't be here. They should not have been sent down to LCQ. Obviously, it happens. I'm not faulting them for that, but the expectations on this team are just as high as BBB, right? And so they have not necessarily haven't had a bad LCQ so far, but not as dominant as BBB. And so they have to make sure that in these games that they aren't able to get many points, or if the circle shifts or something weird or awkward, they need to get as many kills, salvage points as possible before they move on to the next game.
The circle is just about centered up here in Future's position in El Pozo. And a big reason that you and I kind of exclaimed a bit when we saw the pop was the fact that we have so much of that western mountain wall into play. And,
yep.
Oh, okay. I've never really looked at some of these billboards. When was the last time you went to the dentist?
Beautiful mouth. Actually, a couple months ago.
Nice.
Routine cleaning. Yep. Appreciate that.
Let's see. El Pozo used to be one of my favorite places to drop on Miramar. I feel like in the last year or so I've kind of changed it up. But to be able to not only loot this, but obviously take a couple of different strong positions earlier on when the circle's centered up here, that gives them a couple of splits. They can do high ground, low ground. And we've seen a lot of 2-2 splits earlier on for teams. High Stress, another team that we've been seeing being very, very proactive early in the game. And you can see right now scouting out that position that AKM has close by.
I will say this, even though not a lot of the time, there's some times where High Stress's positions and aggression doesn't really work out for them. That being said, I really like the ideas and the traps they try to employ to get aggressive on a lot of these teams early game. I like that initiative from them. So I hope they continue to do that, maybe hone that to where some of those attempts are a little more successful. But Frogman, meanwhile, off in the distance, going to take on Back Monster. And that's going to be a flush. Meanwhile, Show is stocking an 8 from Adrenaline.
You know what? Again, this is part of the issue with this circle, right? A lot of teams trying to get into an interesting position. Now, Rumblers are just leaving Chumacera, so Nate kind of came out scout position, got himself a little bit too close, and Show taking good shots, but just not connecting. So the rest of Adrenaline should have that information. Go, you know what? Maybe avoid Chumacera. Rumblers are still kind of here, but yeah, look at this. Future, Abstract, really vying for that central position. Peak is also very close in the areas we could see on the minimap.
I wouldn't be surprised if Monte kind of became a point of contention, especially after the first circle closes, if some of those teams try to rotate in there from the southeast. And I mean, even just looking at Center Clover, that's going to be a mess come next circle. Granted, Pozo is large enough to house basically almost a full lobby, honestly. I mean, that city is absolutely massive, but that doesn't mean that you want to play in Pozo, especially if you have so many teams around you because of how claustrophobic and how difficult it can be to get out overall.
Yeah, and there's a couple of high ground points that we oftentimes will see teams take on the outside of Pozo. You've got the mountain ranges just to the right, as well as the church and the high ground to the north of Pozo. Most teams, though, opting away from those positions to start. They're looking for stronger long-term plays that they can rotate away from, not get themselves trapped. And let's go kind of take a look real quick at the map and see that a lot of area to move around right now, where we see AKM and High Stress, Future, Peak, Abstract, all sitting around. That's an area where you can drive away if the circle shifts hard away, give yourself enough breathing room around some of these other teams. But like you said, the moment we get into Pozo is the moment it becomes difficult to leave.
And speaking of the church up to the north, I mean, I would like to see at least one team maybe even do like a little split there, because the amount of information that you can get from that high ground is pretty disgusting, all things considered. I will also concede that driving up there and around there isn't great, but I mean, I think it's well worth the risk, especially if a team can get, again, just a massive amount of information.
It's time to play what's in the crates.
Juicy crate. Nice little Mark 14. I love that damn gun. So good. I cursed. I apologize.
Well, I was like, if you're running up to a crate, what's the gun that you hope to see?
Honestly, either a Mark 14, a Groza, or, I like an AUM every now and again.
Yeah. See, I'm definitely Team Groza. If somebody leaves an AUG and it's there, I'll sometimes take it depending on what I have. But
that's fair. I mean,
it's the Groza, you got. I usually like to split my ammo between two weapons. Like, I don't like to run double 7.6.
I mean, that's fair. To each their own. Personally, for me, my favorite crate gun of all time was the M249 before they took it out and nerfed it a bit. That thing was just I missed the crate M249. Yeah. That thing was
chef's kiss.
Was disgusting. It was easily my favorite gun in the game.
Do you know what I don't miss though? Is the crate Tommy gun.
The Tommy gun? You'd get like a K9 too sometimes in those crates. Just like, like really? Or M24 actually was crate exclusive, I think, for a while as well.
Yeah.
It was just a better K9.
I can't wait to see like what new crate guns we'll get in the future with PUBG. But yeah, back to the game at hand. Young Kings also trying to get as center as possible, and they found themselves at a little bit of a standstill here. High stress and AKM not allowing them to get much further than the San Juan FPS. Tried to get a bit further north than Monte Nuevo. The rest of his team is just to the south of him. It looks like this might be the play, but I'm not actually sure if his vehicle's in a safe position to vacate this spot just yet. So, and one probably hold on to this a little bit longer, try to maintain as much information, especially if the circle shifts. This could be a good way for the team to try and play for them. So I think the call might be if it's a hard shift south, stay on Monte, otherwise come back to the spot.
Yeah, and as you said, N1 has a pretty decent position to rotate out of, the brick building, but he has to be careful. As a solo, that thing is crashable, especially from the road to the east where we see Nice Try starting to head in. So overall good position, just has to be a little bit careful of that, a little bit cautious of teams coming in. And as far as the rest of the teams coming in, Clover, I mean, I don't see any of these teams struggling to get in this first circle. That's not going to be the issue. I think for the teams, especially on the outside who aren't already centered up, your teams like BBB, your Yahoos, your Guris, Nice Try, even No Surrender down in the south. I mean, they'll be able to get in the circle just fine. The problem is the shift and potentially centering up in the next circle. That's going to be the issue for them.
Well, I think, too, the way that some of those teams have begun to play Miramar is to hold on to edge a little bit early if the opportunity arises, right? You're a little bit late on the rotation. Circle just did you no favors. We've seen them hang back and try to play the edge until they can garner enough information to feel confident in taking a push onto another team's compound. So if you're Bing Bang Boom, if you're Yahoo, Nice Try. It's potential in terms of just kind of that mid-game push for these teams. But like you said, I mean, we could see any number of hard shifts in the second phase that could dictate the way these teams are going to have to play.
Yeah, I'm really just looking in at BBB, Yahoo, and then even No Surrender down in the south to see how they kind of rotate in. I actually kind of like the fact that No Surrender is currently just hugging that wall, right? That unplayable area. It's a nice little spot for them to play, and then they can actually just wait here and then potentially just rotate in after this shift. I don't think they need to do too much. And that's kind of the story of the circle for the teams that are in. They don't really need to do too much. They don't want to overextend because one shift could potentially make their position pretty useless, right? With the circle being as scuffed as it is. And that's actually going to be probably the best possible shift.
Yeah.
For the majority of the teams involved. So that's a really lucky shift for everyone.
Really only 5 teams that are caught out in the open from this shift not being in the circle. Crater Field's still available. The church above Pozo's available. We'll probably see a handful of teams maybe finally make the push into Pozo. Nice Try potentially being one. Climbing up north from that road that they're in can be a bit tricky. They're really vulnerable in a slow climb with the cars. So looks like their play might be to stay in. But now, if you're looking at teams like TTG, are going to potentially run into the roadblock, of Never Surrender, as well as now Snow Patrol in a position to maybe even gatekeep Bing Bang Boom. This could be where our mid-game fights start to happen.
This is actually such a troll circle overall. I mean, there's so much of it was unplayable, and then it centers up just around Pozo, where there's obviously room for teams to get in, but once they're in, I mean, they're stuck. This is not my favorite circle. I really hated playing city endings. Would have much rather played ridges or something else. It becomes such a mess.
Yeah.
Especially in LCQ, it's like, come on.
I will say, if I was a player, I would still rather be in Pozo than Los Leones, just because there was a little bit more open terrain to move around and more high ground, more verticality to play from in terms of finding that control. But now that you've got 6 teams inside the city, that playability and control starts to become pretty limited. As Psycho does get a member of Nice Try down. Raji Wow looking for a high ground is actually, no, excuse me, it's low ground, but does have the shotgun to sawed off again.
Sawed off demons in this lobby. I would not want to be in there. But back to your point about Los Leones, I mean, Leones has a lot of high ground as well. There's a lot of different elevations. And I think the only difference with Leones is the fact that the Pozo is more in a bowl than Leones is, right? And so I think that's where a lot of the complications potentially come for this city, especially the teams that are on the south side. They can easily be seen from the hills. But either way, I'm just gonna say I don't like either ending. I don't like playing in Pozo. I don't like playing in Los Leones.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I know we've heard players say as well, it's just not only hard to keep track of everybody else, but performance tends to drop and you have a lot of teams close by.
Sure.
Talking about performance though, Keenan getting a headshot onto Balefrost, down to 15 HP, stopping to heal, but still lending a hand to the rest of the teammates as Bing Bang Boom take the fight directly to Yahoo, knowing who this is. I mean, if you're Bing Bang Boom, you want to prevent them from going on to the finals.
Absolutely. Oh, 100%. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're friends or what have you. I mean, Yahoo is a strong team. That is a damn strong team. And it is in everybody's benefit who's in the grand finals to not see Yahoo go through, because that would be another strong team that you have to contend with. And so, yes, I agree with you 100%. If I'm Bing Bang Boom and I see Yahoo there on the edge, I'm hunting Yahoo.
I can see off in the distance that tiny little bird icon. That is Poonage, who's wrapping in the blue, trying to find some safety in the zone. And Bing Bang Boom. I mean, they're in the chase, right? They know that they got most of Yahoo. They've read just about how the circle is and have an idea of just about where Poonage could be. So we could see the continued chase, depending on where Poonage decides to put down. Now, the circle's closing in. Do we stay Pozo or do we pull away?
I'm not exactly sure, but I'm not necessarily. I don't think BBB is going to full chase. I just think they just want to get to the other side of the road because they have more ridges to play on this side, especially because they don't have to deal with that compound that we see from the Ashes kind of sitting in. Mm-hmm. But this shift didn't do them any favors really at all.
No, in fact, you can see more teams starting to opt to push into El Pozo. AKM leaving their rocky high ground and going in for the city, as well as Adrenaline and Abstract rotating in from the west to try and find a position to keep their full squads up and healthy. But this is where the issue of having compounds starts to come in a problem, is because there is not much that is free in terms of full squads being able to put down in the city.
No, and Pozo is going to be an absolute mess here in a moment, as all the rest of the teams that aren't currently in are going to find their way in, and BBB is still just looking for Poonage. They are hunting him down.
Oh, and Adrenaline, a crash onto TTG. This nade from Cater could be good, as we saw. It looked like the car had rolled over. Spartacus does get Greta, and a trade starting to come out. As we can see, the kill feed is lighting up, and that's from so many teams crashing at once.
Yeah, if you guys are watching the map stream right now, by the way, make sure you're checking out the squad stream. I mean, there are tracers going in every which direction. This is absolute madness. But even for some of the teams, I really still like where Guri has ended up going. That church we were talking about on the north side, so much control and really just knowledge that they're gaming from that, right? So much information that they can gather, especially just sitting on the top side with Beal sitting on the bottom in that pocket on the road. So like their position a lot from the Ashes. Again, they don't have to move. They got a nice position, especially because they're so far away from the majority of the teams contending with each other right now. It's actually beautiful. But here comes Poonage just trying to find this way in. Another 0-point game would be pretty detrimental to them overall, considering how close these points are getting. I mean, Peak 46, Clover, Rum 45, AB 42.
Yeah, and obviously with only one kill on the board, down to one player, you know that Poonage is looking for all scoring opportunities, sending it into the city in the hopes of making it up to the late game. This could be big, but I think he's just really realizing how close he is to danger right now. AKM, Adrenaline, TTG, all right in his neighborhood.
Yep, Poonage, this is his home now. For the rest of the game, unless he's pushed out, this is his home.
I love this. He's still looking for an opportunity to steal some kills in this as well. This is again why you don't want Yahoo in the grand finals, because they are just absolutely terrifying in terms of a team. But for whatever reason, I mean, in part just because of our circles, in part because of the way that the lobbies were in the group stage, they weren't able to shine to their full potential.
Yep, and now they're here and they're in a position. That is it. Glee is gonna find Poonage, and that is unfortunately for them another game where they will really not grab many points.
And there you go. The circle's just about ready to close. Pozo in a majority of it, but we still have an opportunity for a hard shift up to the west, northwest that could pull much of the city play out of it, which would also spell chaos for a lot of teams looking to leave. But no, we're holding on to El Pozo, but that's good news for Guri. They do still have some part of the zone, but if they can connect with Beal, maybe even push down into a compound, they could take a safer position more centered up.
As long as they have like a vehicle and potentially could smoke their way down, because I mean that position is obviously visible to pretty much all of the north side of Pozo, right? So they do need to be careful coming down off of that hill, but they still, I mean, have a pretty solid position, all things considered, and that split is great for them.
Well, we're going to take a quick listen into the Highest Stress Comms. It's another one of our Portuguese teams as they hold on to their position here in El Pozo.
Eu vou fazer a nade, vou matar dois, espera. Errei a nade, velho. Estão dois embaixo aqui, BRK.
Eu tirei o pique daqui, velho. Tá muito ruim.
Será que é a KM ali? Não, né?
Eles estão querendo me forçar aqui, Valor.
Eles não passam, BRK, só se passar no meio da smoke. Do ringue,
Tô meio do ringue,
Do ringue ou do motel, velho. Vou tirar a mira aí, BRK, tá fazendo mírico.
Esse time que tu gasta uma nade é a KM, né?
Não, tem o...
Pode ser.
A KM é do ringue, se pá.
Não,
tomei capa, tirei.
A KM é o time do ringue, se pá, velho, que eu matei um aqui.
Mano, eu só vou jogar no som, cara. O time que tá no Bombeiros me dá cover e o time da Arena também me dá cover, mano. Só calma. Só o Glick não pode tomar não, que o Glick tá na...
Perdi meu Capes.
Fica de olho nesse feed.
Tem capa 2 aqui.
Olho no feed, velho. Muito importante agora. Capa 2 com a da, viado. Eu vou pegar depois.
Aqui no primeiro, pode descer, pegar. Eu tenho uma DBS aqui.
Vê se smoke. Foi passagem? Vem.
Não consigo mais ver, velho. Tirei o pique de onde eu tava. Eles estão lá no mesmo lugar, mano.
Que sim, velho. Parece que eles querem
passar. Nossa, dei capa peito no cara.
Passou?
Não,
fiz uma molotov na smoke. Não passou ainda.
Jogar a mole lá dentro.
Eles podem querer passar, velho. BK, é melhor você ficar marotado no primeiro andar, que tu pega eles dando vault, velho. Que eles smocaram a passagem.
And that was high stress as they try to really read the teams around them. I mean, it's got to be scary to hear so many players around you, but still not be able to get a full line of sight. But you know, while that was going on, we did also watch a couple of teams try to make it into the circle. Future, Bing Bang Boom, and Never Surrender, looking for an opportunity to find some kind of footing in the circle. As Future struggling to do just that. The circle is going to give them a little bit of a favor here as it's going to hold on to the west.
Really good stuff. They were actually just rotating around and waiting for that circle shift before they committed to anything, and now they can commit straight to the center, and that was actually a really good play and a really good send. They saw that, at the very least, where they wanted to go didn't have too many people, but it is Peak that is just kind of hiding, playing somewhat not passive, but just kind of biding their time, waiting for the first team to come through, and they do strike and they find a frag.
Ooh, and this is just really great control onto that area. As you see, they're able, with the help of From the Ashes and Abstract, to take care of Future. I think an unfortunate loss of control. So we saw 47 go down first, and from there it was like dominoes. But you can see that also gave Abstract an opportunity to continue to flesh out here in the shanties. Just beyond, though, this rotation, NS took a little bit late into Guri's high grounds. It's kind of been giving Guri some trouble, but they're able to clean up just a little bit out of NS from this position, as now they're trying to rotate past Beal, find themselves a spot in the zone. But even beyond this, it's nice try. There's not a lot of opportunities for them to put down safely. Oh, that's going to be good.
Oh, that nade!
Oh, Rafa, Tetra are going to fall here, and Guri closing in the gap to make sure he's able to secure those flushes and maintain credits for that kill, as he should be able to spot out Reno. Shots into the smoke. We're going to turn off the X-ray.
Nice.
And there you go.
Done.
Finds the last player. Never Surrender taken down, and that is 5 kills for Guri. As Beal instantly spotting another mirror of NT out. This is great positioning from them.
That was a beautiful play from Beal. That nade, instead of shooting, holding it, and then as the other car came in, it was absolute perfection in the flush. Wonderful stuff from Beal. And again, just to go back to Future's play, I really like that. But as you said, that car kind of flipping pretty much ruined all of the momentum Future had coming in. And then, yeah, Peak, again, not playing passive, just with really great control, waiting for the right moment to strike. They do, and they find that. So, I mean, this is an opposal circle, Clover. This is about what to expect, right?
Yeah, I mean, the kill feed has just been nonstop, and we can't even catch all the fighting, because what's happening is that so many teams are waiting for an opportunity to move. They see one team fight, they go, this is now the distraction I needed to creep in a little bit closer, try to get some footing, and that is just the chaos that's ensuing this map.
Rumblers, meanwhile, have found themselves in absolutely prime position here, basically in the center of the circle there with Valiant as well as Peak. I still really like the split from Peak, honestly. They have a high ground, low ground situation going on here, and they've been dictating a lot of control in the circle.
Normally, I'd be a little nervous seeing a team have splits like this late in the game as Phase 5 comes to a close. But like you said, they've got good control and the ability to condense onto this. They've got that open terrain.
Yep.
We can't quite see it, but it's that area just beyond Bing Bang Boom. So depending on where the circle goes, that gives them options.
Yep, really good. Again, the one thing I've noticed about Peak overall is they have really good positioning overall. They may not capitalize in kills every single time, but they generally have really good macro.
Oh,
and that's
there you go. That's great for them.
Money for them. All they have to do is now consolidate HVZ, and is that Dean Zero with them? Yeah, I think it is, and that's going to be a free center circle for them.
Yeah, and you can see they waste no time to condense, and that's good because you've got Bing Bang Boom, High Stress, TTG, Adrenaline, all teams that could wrap this direction. In fact, it's actually From the Ashes. It tries to make a very similar play. HVZ cuts them off, and actually gets, it looks like Hyagin knocked down by Zolmax. So Tires shot out to try to give them, you know what? The Bolties are coming back, man. I love it.
On Peak, absolutely do not want to wait and give them that position. They're trying to assault, especially if they can get a knock from this nade. Not quite, but I really like this from Peak. Get rid of the team on your your northwest, and know that side is completely clear.
Look at this. They've blown away both cars. There is no coverage except for inside the bus, which is where From the Ashes have had to go. They might be able to sit on that a little bit longer, but they are still in throwable range for both of those teams. You can see Ragnar getting spotted out. So meanwhile, Rumblers, you called out that position that they had in a good spot. They do have to migrate a little bit. And it's a good spot that Valley 8 has right now. As you can see, the rest of the Rumblers holding on eyes for High Stress.
They should be able to consolidate here. The one thing I'm most worried about for Rumblers is them having to make that cross to the shantytown from that building that Val is in, just because that cross isn't necessarily safe, but I'm sure they can smoke it through. Meanwhile, Adrenaline just down to Nathan's Rays. Ray very hurt. And Nate trying to find him, but no, Cater's actually going to find him. Was that a turnaround? Did he shot at him?
You know what? I think it was a shotgun. I think it was a 5.86 or maybe potentially a Mosin. Yep, there we go.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, there's no way that was an M24.
It's shotguns in Miramar. What can you say? But there you go. Valley 8 and the rest of Rumblers condensing down together. Train to Go eliminated as High Stress, just finding themselves a corner barely into zone. And Guri, who I've been worried about because they had been caught out in the open, able to come down from the high grounds. And they're starting to run out of utilities. You can see them trapped right now on pressure for both Nice Try and Abstract.
And what's most important, though, is that they're in. They've gotten 5 kills, and they don't have to move just yet. It's the onus really is on the teams that are just on the edge, right? Your High Stress, your AKMs, BBB as well. They can cross into some kind of like I think there's like some trash piles, or excuse me, some of the dumpsters that they can play from, but those are not great.
Yeah, and too, I mean, you talk about crossing. Bing Bang Boom has a road in front of them. That's so much open area where teams could really just turn around from their cover and take advantage.
And
see Valley 8's doing that. Yeah, I mean that's the open space they have to work with, and all it takes is another team like Peak and High Stress turning your attention to Bing Bang Boom as well, and that could spell trouble for them.
At the very least, they're in this circle, right? So they have a little bit of time before this next shift starts, but BBB definitely has to make their move in, and it's really going to be on the other teams to kind of let them in, rather. Waldo is watching the backside, though, so it does look like they are set up to basically kind of hold this. Bing Bang Boom making their play right now. This is basically their best shot.
Yeah, I mean, this is a potential for mutually assured destruction for these teams as well, because they know that they're not going to be able to get in safely until they can clear out some of this corner. Bing Bang Boom taking the fight directly to High Stress, with Rumblers, AKM still holding in the area. Utility is out. Bing Bang Boom trying to clear out, finding an opening knock, but it's just not meant to be. Bolting in through the windows, looking for another angle into the circle, but this is going to take them right at the footsteps of Rumblers.
Yeah, I think this is the better play, though, potentially going towards Rumblers instead of High Stress, simply because, I mean, High Stress still has to move anyways, right? Holding at a team that also has to come in, not necessarily the best option, but at the very least as well, you also have to think of it if Big Bang Boom just wants some points. So like, you know what, this position kind of sucks. I don't know if we can get in. Let's just try to push one of the teams. And in that case, if that's what they decided to do against High Stress, I mean, that's not a bad play at all.
You can see Sharp Shot really holding to these windows and looking for a knock onto AKM, but just wasn't quite working out as the rest of Bing Bang Boom falls to High Stress. Gat's getting taken down now, and as Sharp Shot comes down the stairs, spotted it. It's going to be Axmeyer that finishes out the clear, and High Stress can turn their attention back to Rumblers again, who have just been quietly waiting for all of this to clear out.
Yep, and this is that cross that I was talking about. I think Los just got knocked trying to make it, and now they're going to have to get him back up. Valiant, meanwhile, did find a foothold just ahead of them in the shanty towns. Or shanty shacks, I should say, but Amira is not going to get that one off, and AKM now also struggling. Theros to steal the last one there from AKM.
And with as close as this leaderboard is, we saw a member of High Stress not going to give that kill away to anyone as he bled out to the zone. So many teams right now tied up with 47 points. Peak still looking for kills. They've been active in damage in this, but the way that the train has been, a lot of that has been stolen. A lot of that has been revived. They haven't really been able to secure any of their flushes, and so that's why we're seeing them just now with only 2 kills to show for their name, given the work that they've put forward. But the other thing that's surprising to me is the fact that Guri has been able to survive through all of this.
Yeah, Guri actually came down off the top. We saw them on the church, right? And they actually did have quite a few things to play in front of them, whether it was like like one of those annex boxes or excuse me, Connex boxes, or whether it's a dumpster, broken down vehicles, or what have you. So they've actually been able to kind of make their foothold known in the circle. They still actually have somewhere to play, which is really great. Peak as well. I agree with you 100%, Clover. They don't have a lot of kills, but I mean, they have been playing aggressive on their edge. They had that split. They have been doing. I'm very curious what their damage is overall this game.
Talking about damage, it looks like Peak did have a member flushed out as well as another one knocked as they're working on that res. Rumblers have been, I mean, they've been very quiet, but they have also been creeping into the zone, and now they've got the circle away from Peak, so playing defensively, not allowing them to cross over. You can see every time a member peaks, they're punished, as well as the utility that Rumblers have been holding on to, waiting to go into use. They're down to just a couple of Molotovs and smokes, but that's going to be enough at this range to do big damage in terms of Peak, because they've got nowhere else to go except the direction of the Rumblers.
Yeah, I mean, they literally have to go straight in, and this is perfect, obviously, for the Rumblers to hold this out, right? Like, you have members like Los and Waldo not in yet, but they're just making sure that these guys cannot make that cross. Now, they do have a vehicle, and they do have a play. If they can go out on the outside and get away from Rumblers, they can actually play these trucks here in the back, and I think they're going to actually do it. They're going to survive. That was a crazy little rotation, but they made it work. They got to be careful, though. They are not out of it. They are in throwable range still.
Yeah, and Beal's nade getting stuck under the Murado. It's actually going to tank most of the damage. Now that car is still an opportunity, or rather a risk, to explode and do more damage onto them. And you can see, yeah, I think the play right now for them is to try and just get into a safe position. They're popping tires to make sure that they're not vulnerable underneath the car, but they need to get inside that one truck and res their teammate Arma. Have been knocked down.
Beal just tossing them. No real cook, but I mean, if they do damage, they do damage. Team Zero, meanwhile, is going to be able to get Maddox up, and they are just going to survive at this point. That's all they need to do. HPZ now using that burned out vehicle upside down, that Rado to just sit behind and prone, and this circle has now centered up, and again, it's Abstract that have the best position.
It's wild, 2 games in a row, right? We saw them win the King of the Hill on the game previously. Now they've got the center of the circle and their position here in the shanty town. Right now, 3 players up, 4 kills to their name, and you can see they're just waiting for the circle to push everybody into them. But the problem, obviously, being is that there were 5 teams up in total, and that is 4 teams that they're going to have to split their attention between. So it could still go sour for them.
Yep, it absolutely could. I mean, this is this is a rough circle to play, especially with how many full teams there basically are. Every team either has 3 or 4 members for the most part, right? So this is just making the circle so much harder to navigate. Obviously, that's more members per team, means there's more angles to watch, means that there's less opportunity to actually move in towards the center.
So a lot of opportunity to get and steal kills right now. We're seeing the kill feed lighting up in every direction. A steal from Abstract, another knock from Abstract, this time onto Beal, which would be huge for Peak. They've had a lot of struggle trying to stay alive from Beal's throwables, but now Peak send Arma up just a little bit closer, trying to stay ahead of the blue. As Guri find themselves eliminated. Now our top 4 teams. Los and the rest of Rumblers still 4 strong. Their numbers in an advantage for right now, but for how long can they maintain that?
How long can AB actually hold this? My goodness, with the help from Rumblers, they are still living in the center of this circle, but it's also going to be Peak trying to make their play. It's going to be a double knock. Rogi actually.
Rogi getting them down to just Stone Storm. You can see very careful to peek the windows. Caught up by a member of Rumblers, though. That's a 3-man. They've got a knock. And they're going to leave Valley behind to the zone. So as 2-man up, Light Show through the window, trying to take peeks at the smoke to see if you can find that final member of Nice Try. It is a 2v1, but look at this. It's the sawed-off, Dustin. We have seen this come in clutch. He connects on one shot, finds a second. Waldo goes down. It is now a 1v1, 36 HP for Raji. Is it going to be enough? He pulls the sawed-off back out, but hadn't reloaded.
No way.
Here we go, 2 bullets back in the chamber. Is it going to be enough? As Nice Try look for that final kill, the potential chicken dinner. As he takes shots out, but down to 5 HP. I think he got it. Nice Try, take the victory. 12 kills in match number 8.
Wait, he got that kill through that window?
It's insane.
That's ridiculous. I really did not think that was going to be the play, but it's sawed-off shotgun. How many times did we see it?
So many. I feel like we saw it from a couple of different teams too. Yeah, as you said, 2,900 damage from Nice Try, 12 kills. They looked so great. I mean, you talk about team finish, or town finishes, rather, I should say. Nice Try, full advantage. Here we go. Get a replay on that final.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay, so that first shot initially that he did at the door, I thought that actually got absorbed mostly by the door, but he actually got him very close to low, and that second shot through the window, I mean, that's fair play. There's really not a lot I think Val could have done in that situation. It's a shotgun, dude. Man, what a play by Raji, though. What a game.
Great.
That's absolutely a crazy ending.
I don't know if it is me that it's cursed or if it's just the LCQ that's cursed, but we've just had these wild circles for teams to have to try and play around.
Yeah, I mean, again, there was definitely enough time for teams to all get in Pozo. We talked about that initially, but then the problem is when it centers up, right? There's so many teams on those edges that they have to get out. They have to try to close their way in. We saw what happened with Peak. We saw what happened with Rumblers when they were starting to come in and they had a few knocks. We obviously saw what happened with BBB. So that's why city endings, especially a city like Pozo or Leonis, who we're talking about with those skyscrapers, are so detrimental.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm going to talk about PCS7 for a second because we heard that you want merch and the merch shop is now open. We've got shirts, mugs, hoodies, and more. So head over to merch.pubg.com to get your gear before it's gone. I know I can't wait to rock that PCS7 shirt there on the left. I think it's pretty cute. It's kind of fits my wardrobe. I'm all about wearing black, you know? Like, I'm not goth, but I'm like that like gamer punk rock kind of kid.
Okay, you know, slay queen, you know, I'm not gonna judge you. You do your thing. I personally like the shirt on the right, but I mean, I think all the merch is dope.
Sorry, it's that way we're not matching, right? But all right, guys, we will head to a break. When we get back, we'll return with our third Miramar match of the evening and continue on the hunt to see who advances to our PCS7 Grand Finals here in the LCQ.
Welcome to Destin, the heart of the South and the city of the future. Here, your destiny awaits. Soak up the sun in your own beach villa. Feel the rhythm of Destin at the all-new concert hall. Become an outlaw and paint the town red. Or gain your wings and soar through the downtown district. Discover Destin. Discover the new you.
All right, after another hectic game, Nice Try takes the win with a crazy 1v3 play, and we square it up in the outskirts of El Pozo. Dustin, you and I have had two crazy games, but let's kind of take a chance to get to break this one down before we go to our third and final Miramar match of the day, because I got to tell you, once again, I feel like we saw a lot here.
We definitely saw a lot here. Again, we saw a multitude of players from different teams using that sawed-off shotgun to actually not even varying degrees of success. I'm pretty sure every time that was used, it got a knock and a kill. So sawed-off coming in big in the LCQ, I guess. I mean, we see shotguns in close quarters, especially city endings, quite often. But the sawed-off was kind of new to me. I feel like we don't really see that as much, especially because it's technically a sidearm. So
yeah, is this the new meta? Like the return of sidearms? I think we saw it early on and late in the game because people just didn't have the ammo of it to kind of pull out of those fights. But we talk about ammo. Look at this, 2,900 damage for Nice Try. They managed to pick up 12 kills, 20 smokes, which, all right, we expect with a city game because there is just so much where there's a lot of neighbors in really close proximity versus a normal game.
Well, also, we saw what happened when some of those teams tried to cross. I think Rumblers were trying to cross initially and then peek. Even just crossing the street or crossing from one building to the next, it is incredibly difficult with all those teams packed into that very tight space. And so smokes are probably smokes and nades specifically as well because of how close quarters everyone is. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of smokes usage. Obviously, we saw it from a lot of teams, so not surprising to see 20 smokes coming out of Nice Try. But realistically, this play from Beal was really impressive to me. The fact that he held his trigger and then got that double knock to clean it up. And then just the overall fact that the game was won by Clutch, you know, with it was Froggy as a solo, and he just got, you know, Valiant just couldn't really do much.
Yeah.
When you have a shotgun close range, I mean, there's not a lot of guns that's going to beat that.
Yeah, when you talk about shotguns, we're going to see probably a few of them in this moment, or rather this highlight reel, because it's that close range, right? You've got the windows, you've got the doors, you're really looking to get as much damage as possible and try to even one-shot a player. That's the best weapon to do so in these circumstances. So, but again, I mean, the way that the teams were able to traverse that circle, it did eventually pull away from the city itself into the shantytown. And that's where we saw teams kind of get creative with it. Rumblers were putting a lot of defensive plays in, but they came into this in-fight without too many kills, especially in comparison to what we saw with Nice Try. But I mean, there's that sawed-off that you talked about, Dustin, that first shot onto the door.
Oh, Show.
I believe it's the second one that did it.
Sorry, I thought it was Valiant. Regardless of whether it was Show or Valiant, I mean, it's going to be a really hard duel to win against the shotgun. But regardless, the most important thing as far as the takeaway from this game for me and the Rumblers is concerned is the fact that they're staying consistent. Yeah, that last game wasn't really great for them. I mean, I think they got a couple points at the very least. But again, we said that was a wash, right? And so the fact that they still continuing to gain points, this is kind of the most consistent we've seen the Rumblers in a little bit, and it's a nice change. I like to see it.
I also do want to shout out, I mean, Abstract and Peak also had a late game presence that match, and that is going to do enough to hold them into the top 4. Abstract 1 point separated from Yahoo, who's now in 5th place, and that's the threat that we talked about with teams that have been going on the chase. Yesterday it was Snow Patrol that was punishing Yahoo a lot. Today it just seems like things aren't quite working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, Snow Patrol stuff aside, yesterday, I mean, today it's really just been some rough circles, honestly, and they just haven't been able to get a decent foothold in. Obviously, that last game, BBB was able to meet them up on the north side, and then once they smell blood in the water, you know, they basically hunted Poom down until he had to send it in center, and then he just died because he was a full team on top of him and around him. So Yahoo need to pretty much start turning things around, I'd say, this game. I mean, granted, sure, you could say they could afford maybe one more 0-point game, but I really doubt that's what they want.
There you go. Let's also going to take a quick look at the flight path right now. So just about every team is outside of the plane. Okay, we've had the western circle. We've had the chicken wing down to the south. I can't believe I'm saying this, but can we just have like a center graveyard normal Miramar game for this last one? Maybe give these teams an actual chance. There we go.
Well, are you calling Prison Island a chicken wing? Is that what you're doing there?
You know what? Matt called it chicken wing once, and I
looks
couldn't
like a
unsee
drumstick, like a fat little drumstick,
like a legs. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love all that. I'm a dark meat. You know, like I want.
I mean, I'm not taking sides. I'm not going to do that, especially on stream. I'm smarter than that. But it looks way more like a drumstick to me than a chicken wing. So I don't know.
Okay, I got my wish though. We got a nice center circle. It's actually going to be a bit further south than Graveyard, Bendita, Picado, even Los Leones inside this zone. But I think everybody right now probably doesn't want it. I mean, back-to-back city. We had 2 cities yesterday. We got to give these guys a break.
I mean, yeah, circles like this are definitely nice to, again, give, especially after the 2 we've had. I think I was calling for that the last time I was casting as well with Matt. It's just some really rough circles and rotations back one after another. Overall, though, this one's pretty vanilla. Obviously, the majority of the teams are already in this one. Rotations are going to be somewhat normal for a lot of these guys, and they can actually start to kind of, play their game rather than worry about what the shift is going to do and if it's even going to be able to be playable for them.
And this is the first 100% playable circle that we've had so far today. We had a lot of water in the first zone. We also had the western wall in the second zone. So this is going to make a lot more room for rotations and probably a bit of more prevention from some of that early fighting from teams. One thing to note, though, is that Yahoo are out here near Chumasera. We've kind of seen them in a couple different places on the map. They've been north of Minas, but the way that the flight path did, it looks like they decided to take the drop in between Chuma and Picado.
And all things considered, this isn't a bad drop. They have a decent spread. Obviously, they have to be a little careful because they are kind of quite spread out. But, I mean, it's not incredibly risky. I'm sure they saw most teams that were landing around them. And so they also should all be able to get some decent loot off of this. And, I mean, the best thing about it is the fact that they're in the circle, Clover, so they don't have to make some, like, really wide wrap or do something too crazy to, at the very least, just kind of be centered up towards Circle 1. Obviously, Circle 2 could completely shift off them. But at the very least, Yahoo kind of gets a little bit of breathing room here. And look at this.
Yeah. I mean, this is talking about not having breathing room, and that is what Veronica and KF9 are up to. Now, this is, for all intents and purposes, this is Veronica's compound. This is the compound that Veronica sat on the top of all of game number 6 yesterday, where Never Surrender got their victory. KF9 kind of creeping up on this. The rest of his teammates further up to the north. The rest of Veronica's teammates are down to the south, just leaving Los Leones. So if KF9 isn't careful and Never Surrender condensed down to here, he could find himself in a world of hurt.
I'm also curious. I'm fairly certain. No Surrender's probably just going to do the same thing they did in Game 6, right? It's obviously such a strong position. It's basically center right now. And so even if this shift isn't great for them, they still have, I'm sure, a rotation coming. Oh, here we go. This is the fight. And this is from the Ashes realizing how good this is.
Well, the problem is both teams are able to pull up to the compound at exactly the same time. I think KF9 had called out that it was a solo here. Unfortunately for him, the rest of Never Surrender is here to assist. Tetra finding a knock onto KF9 as he again drives just south. And it's going to sandwich Never Surrender and potentially giving them another angle to this fight as Patuco starting to take it close one-on-one here to Reno. Reno spotting him, but not having an angle to take shots just yet.
I'm pretty sure at this point, there's really no... Oh, wait, never mind. I was going to say there's no rush, but there it is. I'm going to take out... Reno actually going down to Ragnaldinho. Veronica has the angle. That's so disgusting.
I mean, this is what made Veronica terrifying yesterday, had this angle when it was Guri that had actually pushed this compound. You can see now the rest of From the Ashes starting to pull back away from this and trying to refocus what they can do for the log game. Ragnar will bleed out. Never Surrender do have about 2 kills now to show for this. As we see, actually, Patuco's going to bounce. So they'll have all 3 at this point. Now, we talked about teams that are looking to center it up and maybe coming a little bit late. We're having a similar situation between Batlux and Damo for AKM. 2 solos trying to fight for 1 compound. And now both teams condensing onto the same compound at the same time and loss of control of a car Batlux. So with pressure from a nade, is going to have to pull back inside. But you can see if that second one might have landed. It's going to go just short.
And I'm not surprised at all to see these teams trying to center up, right? A lot of the teams that we're seeing currently fight right now were teams that potentially had edge plays. They had to kind of rough it out going from shift to shift. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that some of these teams are like, look, let's just try to get as center as possible in circle 1 and then work from there. The problem is that there's obviously a lot of other teams that have the same idea. And what a nade. Battleaxe is struggling and he's going to get knocked to the molly.
I mean, this is a world class right now, and how to push the unpushable buildings as AKM really maintain control on various angles. You can see Caterer's already flushed out. They should get the flush for Batlux here in just a moment, as you can see Martinson now coming in to join. So this is a win for them, but slowly creeping on. Look at the edge of Bendita. That is Gats from Bing Bang Boom, joined with Keenan. I'm trying to see what information they can gather here, but that might just be exactly that. Information gathering, maybe a potential to pick off a knock out in the distance from a team member that might not be in the compound, but I don't think we're going to see Bing Bang Boom give up this Bendita position just yet.
Yeah, there's no rush at all for Bing Bang Boom. I mean, they're pretty bing chillin', as the kids say. I'm sorry, I'm disgusting.
You know, I mean, I'm not a kid. I don't know. Is this what they say?
I don't know. I'm old, so I'm just trying to act hip. You know, just give me a break. Gat's going to take some shots, find some damage. But yeah, Bing Bang Boom does not need to move at all. They have a really strong position here, just around the crater, and they can obviously push pretty much any direction they want to. So really strong setup for them. AKA will be chilling as well, just sitting in their compound, and yeah, everyone is getting pretty comfortable. It's just the shift that we're basically waiting for at this point, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, we take a look at the map. Everybody's inside the circle. The last 2 members of Adrenaline, Dylan and Nate, are rotating in right now. And so with that much room to maneuver around, it's going to be that phase 2 shift that typically does dictate where those early mid-game fights are going to start taking place. As we can get a lot of cutoff, and teams are going to have to, unfortunately, get real cozy with one another early on. But it's that information gathering that we're starting to see, too. Right now, as you can see, members of Peak trying to see what they can scout out from Nice Tries, their neighbors just off to the west. That was the little pink that we saw them staring at. And on the opposite side of them is Train to Go. And uh-oh, Dean Zera. I saw that. There you go. Maintain control. We've all flipped our cars.
I've never flipped my car, ever. Once.
Never?
The history of PUBG.
If I start going back through old VODs.
Please don't. Definitely flipped a car, too, in my career. Not Not proud of it. I mean, especially a Murado on Miramar is.
Oh yeah.
So driving through the hills is like some of the worst things you can do in that vehicle, especially because you just lose traction through there. And surprisingly enough as well, I actually hated the Bronco for a while because that thing just, I felt like you're driving on ice every time you got in that car. I think they fixed it though since then. It's not as bad.
I know what you mean. I always felt like it was going to slide out from under me. I feel like whenever I'm on Miramar, I just want a buggy. Like, give me a good buggy, maybe a bike.
Bike is always my 2-seater is my go-to in every map. It's not as used. It's definitely not used as much today, especially with just how much better people are at tracing like vehicles as they fly by, right? Like we actually see a lot of people on bikes get shredded up. But I mean, yeah, generally, especially if you're a solo, that's just like the quickest and probably one of your best vehicles to use if you're trying to get out. But yeah, vehicles on Miramar are interesting to say the least.
I will say I want to give a quick shout out to my favorite of all the vehicles and probably one of the most underrated, and that's the Tuk Shy. Got to give the Tuk some love on Sanhok. I know we don't play Sanhok on Esports anymore, but you know what? Some of the more fun vehicles to drive was on Sanhok.
It's a real powerhouse. You know, a lot of horsepower behind that bad boy.
All right, we're just killing time. We got about 25 seconds until the zone closes. We can see a couple of teams have really creeped up onto one another. 47 from Future, spread out from the rest of the team. He still has the high ground around Power Grid. It has him right at the heels of Snow Patrol as Adrenaline are also starting to investigate and scout in this area. We can see on the opposite side peak as well.
Clover, sorry to interrupt, but it's really interesting to look at Guri's split here, right? Like they are so comfortable that there's no one on Leonis that they have this massive split. And this is just going to center up. And this is fine for a lot of the teams. Give them a break. And I say give them a break, but unfortunately what the circle is also going to do is just force everyone closer and closer. As you said, unruly neighbors, teams that don't really want that many other teams around them are going to have to start getting very comfortable with that idea.
And I'm having flashbacks to yesterday's match 6 as well, because so many teams, when this shift happened, started to make a run for Never Surrender's compound, who had not once but twice sent 2 players out of the compound to try and look for opportunities to get a couple of kills, because at that time they were floundering a little bit further down the leaderboard. Now that they're sitting firmly in 8th place, I feel like we might see them hold this position a little bit longer, as we could see Peak trying to vie for a more central position, though taking fire from Nice Try. Connections not quite there in terms of damage. You can see that's not going to stop Franks from trying to see if he can get a knock.
Yeah, I mean, these are fine if they get a knock. If not, that's fine as well. Nice Try is in a really strong spot up to the north. As long as they consolidate at some point from Graveyard, I mean, they can just pretty much walk up this hill and take the fight to Peak from behind. So that's kind of the benefit of being one of the teams on the edge, especially like the northern edge like this, where you have a lot of terrain to work with on foot, which is what Miramar is obviously very known for. It's the reason it's my favorite map. And so, yeah, Nice Try have a really good position for themselves.
Just a few seconds till the blue zone starts closing, and everybody has just about found their spot in the zone. The only team that still needs to find a home is Adrenaline. They're opting to give up their full west position and try to rotate back down south. Abstract could be a potential problem for them depending on where they go. If they continue swinging wide, I mean, we know just from our overhead view that Los Leones is available and free, and that could give them quite a lot of buildings to work through, play some of that high ground on the southern part of the circle, and then gain that information on teams that they don't quite have information from. And it breaks them away from that open terrain that we've got in Picado. So continuing this rotation now, just Chumacera, there's still plenty of open road ahead of them so they can get in the circle. And uh-oh, Zraven. He had the menu open.
Yeah, I imagine they would... I imagine they would just stop here and get some information. Los Leones is definitely not the worst area for them to go, but it's also such a wide wrap to the east. And with absolutely, as you said, no information over there, I'm not sure if they would commit to it, but I mean, it wouldn't really surprise me, I guess. I mean, Innate's already kind of making it that way, so you might be right.
Miraculously as well, Snow Patrol Future. They had themselves completely shuffled and mixed further west of Picado. Snow Patrol was actually able to rotate around, I can't remember if it was Frogman or who it was just outside their compound, get safely into the center of Picado. Future was up to the north from Power Grid, actually wrapped around to the southern side of Picado. So 3 teams in the city, Yahoo for the other side of the street with Motel. That's going to make it harder for some of these other teams. Now, when we had a circle that ended out in this area, that was great news for High Stress. They were able to play the ridgeline just to the east of town, but I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to repeat that again.
Well, at the very least with High Stress, I mean, yeah, Nice Try is going to be kind of their biggest problem, especially if they have to rotate in past that road. But overall, I mean, they have some ridges and stuff to play there, so I imagine they should be okay for the most part, even if the shift isn't great. That being said, there are definitely some teams I'm a little worried about, and I think one of those is Adrenaline, that team that you talked about down in the Southwest, and that shift is absolutely brutal for them.
Oof. There we go. So we are going to pull away from Picado. That means that once again, centering ourselves up on NS's compound. And from the ashes, remember, tried to push, never surrender. Lost 3 players. Hyagin, the last one to stay up and alive, found himself a small little hut to hang out in. But depending on how teams center themselves up, that could be something he's going to have to defend pretty quickly, as we see Yahoo now repositioning as they are the first to leave Picado.
Again, as I said, High Stress's position really isn't bad here, especially because they can play that entire road ridge and basically be safe from every angle except from their south. So I kind of like this from High Stress, actually. Again, they just have to worry about potentially getting cut off by Nice Try and then now Snow Patrol to the south. But again, they can play this ridge, wait out the circle, and then just push up on foot. So they should be all right. Meanwhile, Yahoo, with a nice position, center circle, and some decent ridge lines. All things considered, not that bad either.
Yeah, I mean, and able to get all 4 up as well. Now, there's a crate on the way to the circle. It's an curious to see if Rumblers take this, but with Adrenaline in the area, I mean, you brought up the concern of Adrenaline being a little bit late coming in from the south.
Well, I mean, let's just get a listen in with the Rumblers then, shall we, Cliver, and see how they want to deal with this.
Yeah, let's listen in.
Okay, we can maybe get
driving up the road.
This team left.
Okay, Picado team just drove up the road, but there's still people yellow. 2 guys drove up the road.
Might have ran over.
I have a guy south of me still driving.
Getting on the roof of brick.
Yeah, look for yellow waypoint fight, but Picado team's doing that. We can also look for this east. Yeah, I need someone to look east right now.
There's people on green.
There's a solo guy, my mark.
They're fighting. They're fighting. They're fighting at the building. We might be able to third party this if the fight goes our way. But let's look for east. You said there's people green?
One guy on blue.
Yeah, one guy in orange.
One guy driving on blue.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna look for yellow because this might give us more time and we can make this play. North play. These guys just left Picado.
The people who drove up the road, I think they full sent into this compound.
Okay. Listen, comms. I need you guys to scout motel for me. I need you to scout motel for me because I think we can make this play.
I'm gonna try right now.
It gives us more time because right now we're gonna get third party if we take a fight. It's okay. There's circle 3 right now. Can you look for motel?
Okay, motel. I don't see cars.
I'm pulling up to motel.
I don't see any cars.
Can I pull up under them on blue then?
I think motel's good.
Can you pick me up? Can you pick me up whenever?
No, they're shooting at me.
Oh.
Does gas station look good? I'm going to gas station. It looks good. We can come to me. We can stall here. Just make sure you guys need to park your cars in the front of gas station so you don't get popped in the back.
Yep.
We can stall here and wrap north. You guys can take the bulls too if you want early.
Yo, I don't see anyone playing that. Is there anyone on blue?
Look, yellow.
Yeah, there's people. There's people blue.
This guy's on the long building.
Yeah, I see the blue guy. There's 2 at least staring at us.
Yeah, we're gonna have to fight somebody. We can even play up to the bull. Like, bro, these guys aren't even in the bull. We could probably even take the bull from them. Yeah, you can probably do that.
Run up.
I'm getting naked.
Oh, you got naded.
This is rough, bro.
There's 2 there.
But they're getting shot in the back, I think. Or is that the guy pushing?
Two guys running there.
19 seconds. We have to try to make a play towards this up top bull or something like yellow. We have to make a play towards like yellow, or else we're gonna get third partied.
There's a guy in the bull on green.
They're peeking us, yeah.
Fuck. What do you think? What's the play
do we just get our points, like kill these guys on orange?
We can try.
All right, and that was the Rumblers comms as we heard Valiate and the rest of the crew send it back inside Picado to try and reposition. They had their eyes on Young Kings, but caught off guard by Snow Patrol.
Man, I actually really like that call from Val to go back to the gas station and then just buy themselves some time, right? It's very unfortunate that they didn't realize that Snow Patrol was actually just a full 4-man in that bowl. If someone else was there with Los, I mean, they could have really devastated them with nades. But yeah, overall, I mean, I like that call. I also just really wish that we could see the marks. And oh my goodness, while I'm saying this fight is going on, Valiant is going to find one. Trades back and forth, Adrenaline, Clover. It's crazy.
Oh, and that's it for the Rumblers. Unfortunately, not able. I mean, you called it. You called Adrenaline being one of the biggest threats. They just full sent it onto the backside of this, as well as Young Kings, who had come repositioned back down after they had sent Valiant from the Rumblers early on. Snow Patrol still a factor into this, but High Stress are also coming down from their position to the north. All teams trying to vie for this high ground, take shots into the bowl further east, and you can see the trades continuing out right now between Adrenaline and Young Kings. Psycho.
But look at High Stress. Look at High Stress, Clover. They're actually coming in. They're pushing on the backside of Snow Patrol here, and this western edge is a mess.
Ooh, Zraven left all on his own, but has spotted Psycho. A couple of bullets are going to connect to quite find the knock onto this, but RDS is completely distracted with what's happening to the north and not offering assistance to his teammate Psycho down to the south. As you can see, still finding some knocks. Camberghini getting taken down this time, but I mean, the kill feed's popping up because we've got so many teams that tried to reposition after the circle shifted.
RDS just literally sat here until his entire team got picked apart by one member. That is...
It feels bad.
A little unfortunate. I mean, Psycho was fighting by himself before Psycho was someone else, and so maybe he was just trusting that his team could handle the solo, but I mean, that was not the case.
Let me see as well the picture-in-picture here. Bing Bang Boom and Abstract have been fighting on the eastern side, just outside of La Bendita. Not inside the zone, both trying to win out before they can move from this position. The issue, obviously, as well, you can see that purple off in the distance. That is Never Surrender, leaving that compound as circles continue to shift out to the west. So it is a fighting for the east, a fighting for the west, and as well, fighting for the south. AKM, Guri, and Future also in a very similar position that they're trying to share. And that is just crazy to think that there's 13 teams, 39 players alive left in this type of zone.
There's a lot of teams, and you're right. It's basically fighting everywhere but the north. The north is the only place that's pretty much somewhat secured, right? You have Yahoo there, and then Nice Try. And so, I mean, Train to Go is actually sending it in right now. They might even find themselves a nice little spot here on the east side, but it's still coming down to this fight. High Stress holding up on the northwest side of the circle, trying to get rid of the last...
All right.
Excuse me, trying to get rid of a member of Nice Try, but actually, that's Young Kings out, right? Yeah. Out of there.
Yeah, Young Kings out. RDS, who we kind of compliment, or rather, I'd say criticized, right, for leaving his teammates behind, was the last player still up for his team. Walked right into a trap, but High Stress right now luring Nice Try into one as well, as they tried to give them that false idea that they might have been hurting, but it looks like they're still holding to that high ground.
Yep.
Ridge lines, good coverage. Should have that vantage point on to Nice Try. Meanwhile, Gwynny spotted out for Train to Go. So Bing Bang Boom will finally get themselves into the circle comfortably. But you can see the problem right now is down to the south. AKM struggling. And great nade. That's going to be it for Never Surrender.
And Peak is, again, just... I really like this team. The fact that they are very proactive on their edges. They push these out. And they're confident in their team fighting ability. I like the way they've executed, honestly, all weekend so far.
A little bit
good
selfish.
Utility usage as well. Really solid stuff from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, right, as you call that, good utility usage, selfish, very familiar with the way that a lot of these players have played. I mean, this is not only AKM, but Peak. This is some of the longest playing LATAM competitive players that we've seen in multiple leagues, and that familiarity that they have with each other's style. As you can see, he's giving Peak that confidence to try and reapproach this fight against AKM as the league gets knocked down. Just trying to find that last player. Damo spotted out by HVZ, and that is good shooting for Peak, who now have good control to the south.
It's about as clean as you like. Meanwhile, High Stress there on the west side now, trying to take it to the last couple members here of Nice Try.
Oh, Karak.
Karak is not going to fight it. What a turn, friends.
I thought that was his to have, but you can see Axmeyer coming in to try and keep Franks from pushing. Does spot him out, but Glee coming around the other angle, has eyes on him. There's just one player still up. Excuse me, two players. As Glee switching back to the Mini 14. Might need to take a break for Rez as the blue getting ready to close down. You can see the barrel still out in force, trying to see if he can spot the Roz, but being very careful on his peaks. He's got no helmet.
He's got no helmet, and he's got... I mean, he's got a vest, right? And he's got two teammates behind him. All things considered, he should be all right. But yeah, no helmet kind of sucks, if I'm being honest. But look at this. Wagon, no way he gets both.
This man is insane.
That's like the third team he's wiped by himself.
You know what? I feel like the play, right? When you have I guess a failed crash and you try to reposition and you look for opportunity for more points, that is the best thing that for the Ashes could have hoped for after losing 3 early on. But right now, a full recovery on high stress. They're back to fort standing and slowly working their way to zone as Carrick trying to see if they can find a spot to put in, but they're not giving up on the Raz. They know that turning their back could really spell trouble for them now. So we could see just beyond that position, Yahoo starting to do much of the same. And all right, he again's been taken down.
And I mean, for nice try is actually, there it is, going to get eliminated. So high stress is going to find that last kill. Great on them. Again, their fighting ability, especially on the edge, has been really impressive so far. But it's going to be Gats fighting Shinboy. That's going to be a flush. And he is finding some decent damage there. Be a member down, but at the very least, Yahoo finally finding themselves in an endgame circle situation here with at least 3 members up. They just had 4. This is their opportunity here to get as many points as they can, especially after the last couple games.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're coming into this fight with only 1 kill. Sparking is the one to show for it. You can see now as multiple teams starting to find knocks onto them. Balefrost goes down. Carrick finds the flush very quickly, and now Yahoo to fight out this late game as a 2-man. Bing Bang Boom on the recoveries. They got their player picked up, and now that has 3 full stacked squads with Yahoo stuck in the low ground.
And the amount of damage right now that Bing Bang Boom has done is pretty absurd. I think Keenan's at 442, Sharp's at 316, Roth is at 331, and Gats is at 270. None of them have less than 250 damage this game, which is ridiculous.
It's absolutely wild. And two, I mean, something to note is just how much work that they've really been putting in this game. And we're seeing very similar damage from high stress this match as well. Everybody looking to be good. I mean, Dean Zera just about to break the 500 club this game. And now, obviously, the issue is going to be armor and utility. We can see that Glee's got a Molotov, not much else. We've got a couple of smokes. And that's kind of where you got to wonder. With so much open terrain out the circle. We're only in phase 6. So much of this game right now is being fought with SLRs.
Yep, SLRs, any other DMRs available. But I really, really like... I think... Of all the teams, I mean, obviously, Yahoo and BBB are super impressive on Edge and the way they come in and stuff, but High Stress and Peak, the way that they've been able to play these kind of edge zones and take control, as well as just team fighting, for me, has been the most impressive this LCQ so far.
It looks like Sparking has been spotted out by both the High Stress and Bing Bang Boom. The circle shift did not do him any favors, unfortunately. It's going to be very difficult to leave that position. Arma finds a knock and flush onto Glee real quickly, and that might actually turn the attention from High Stress away from this, so Sparking only needs to focus on Bing Bang Boom for the time being, but throwing out his last piece of utility. Well, it's going to be a struggle from here on out as you see finally starting to vacate that shack. Keenan working on the res towards Roth. Meanwhile, we can take a quick overview look to see what's happening there between High Stress and Peak. Both teams starting to creep in the zone, but selfish Dean Zera, they do have a footing inside the circle.
And Sparking has also gotten a re-knock there with that molly. I just don't think there's a lot that he can... Yeah, he just can't capitalize on it. It was a very nice try. At the very least, Yahoo finally get some placement points there, making it into the top 4. As you said, they didn't really have any kills, all but 1. And now it's down to BBB, High Stress, and Peak. And again, I just love the way Peak is playing this, and as well as High Stress, but Peak specifically has such a good read on these circles in the end game.
Yeah, they haven't overextended. They did try to take a little bit of the fight to High Stress, but I think after realizing what was going on and where the remaining teams are, decided instead to have a stronger foothold and kind of push these teams together, as that's exactly what Bing Bang Boom is doing. They're taking the fight to High Stress's footsteps. As you can see, BRKZ does get flushed out, and now High Stress down to just 2 players. Bing Bang Boom, 8 kills to their name. And see all the smoke starting to come out from Keenan. As he looks to build and rather push out the last 2 members of High Stress so that Sharpshot and Roth can get eyes on them.
Yep, and both teams, unfortunately, for High Stress are actually just pinching that down, knowing that there's probably just one fractured team left, especially if there's big attention to the kill feed. And they're going to find... Oh, that's Dean Zera actually getting knocked. That's one member of Peak going down, and there's still one... Who is that for High Stress?
I think it's Karak.
It's correct. It's correct, yep.
He's the last player still up and alive, and he does try to get shots into Bing Bang Boom. Doesn't quite connect, and now res potential here for Roth. It looks like Sharp Shot's working on that as Keenan repositions to try to wait and see if Peak came to push, but the circle still in Peak's favor. That might be a little bit of time for recovery here onto Bing Bang Boom. You can see some looting out of some dead bodies. 11 kills so far for them this game. This is another double-digit late-game presence for them, but Peak still have a good potential to win this one.
Yeah, Peak absolutely do have a really good potential actually to win this one. But again, the control for me is really the fact that Bing Bang Boom still has 4 and they can wrap this north side actually really easily.
Yeah, I mean, the Phase 9 circle, it's in the dead center of this, and that is a more open top terrain. So, like you said, the wrap is going to be really key here because that's probably going to be the best way that either one of these teams has the ability to take shots without being overly vulnerable and exposed. You can see just how vulnerable that terrain in front of them is. HVZ looking straight towards Bing Bang Boom. That's the center of the circle.
Again, I still would give this advantage to BBB, but one knock, especially 2 for Peak, could, I mean, completely change this. Especially, I'm not sure how much utility they still have. Definitely a good amount of smokes for both teams. I don't see a lot of lethal utility, though. No frags, no mollies. So this is going to be kind of a slow burn, waiting for the circle to close and waiting for that center dot to appear.
I think my big fear right now is that Bing Bang Boom have kind of gotten them trapped in this little ditch. Beyond that is a lot of open terrain. Now Roth trying to make a rush for that shack. We saw Sparking in earlier. Does catch that angle, so if he can hold this position, not get knocked, Armatax does have the out. We can see shots. Roth first to fall down here is going to be HVZ that gets that one. Sharp Shot trying to send it a little bit closer, looking for eyes on any member of Peak that he can spot out. But again, that still a lethal part into play for Peak.
Yeah,
now it's going to be Gas that holds back.
It's about as even as it's going to get as far as terrain goes, too. I don't really feel like this super favors one team or the other. They both have a little bit of a defilade, a little bit of a hillside to play on. The center is right in between both, and no one really has it, right? So this is just a straight-up fight for control here, and Bing Bang Boom just has one extra member, but Peak still showing a lot of, honestly, a lot of heart in this, and they're making a lot of good plays and a lot of smart peeks.
I mean, we've got 2 minutes left in the circle, so...
Yeah, this is good. This is good from Peak, honestly. If you're playing a man down in the 3v4, especially against a team like BBB, I mean, they're showing a good amount of control and restraint here.
And as well, Bing Bang Boom have gotten themselves about as close to the center as they can and have pushed Peak up against the blue zone. So as the circle continues to close, that could spell detriment for Peak without any place to go. The smokes are out, though, and that's going to give them some protection here as Bing Bang Boom try once again to flush teams out. Selfish does get a knock onto Sharp Shot, but look at Gatz's reposition. Tries to see if he can catch members of Peak off guard. The Blues closing in faster and faster, and teams needing to start to stay aware from it. We're down to a 1.5 mark.
It's a big knock.
Ooh, Keenan getting selfish done. That's huge. This is now a 4v2.
I would almost say they should blow up that vehicle in front of them and try to play behind it. The thing is still smoking. I'm actually not sure if that's completely destroyed or not, but either way, there's basically nothing but smokes to play in the center of the circle here. Keenan is now going to wrap back around and just hold. Oh, but look at this. Peak is actually on the backside of that vehicle.
Let's go. Arma does find another knock. This time it's Sharp Shot that goes down. Remember, Selfish is still down and has crawled out to call out information to his teammates. HVC with another Peak. And I think a res is actually being worked on right now from Bing Bang Boom, but Arma gets robbed. The trade comes out. Bing Bang Boom finds the final member of Peak, and they take yet another win with 14 kills.
Yep, I think it's definitely safe to say at this point Bing Bang Boom has qualified. So congratulations to them. 14 kills plus that's another 24 points on top of the 30 points they were already in the lead. So beautiful stuff from them. And yeah, this has been so far this LCQ has been all Bing Bang Boom as far as control, team fighting ability, and I think that's great because this team absolutely needs that confidence going in to the grand finals simply because of the fact that they're here in the first place.
Absolutely, and to credit to Peak, who also had a double-digit kill game that match. Peak have been holding on to the top 4 throughout the day and have been finding scoring chances every single game. So we talk about leads and getting them this match. Peak will definitely be looking to be comfortable through the rest of today, but they want to make sure to hold on to that because, again, we have never seen a LATAM team come out of the Last Chance qualifiers, and there's an opportunity for not only Peak, but potential for another team to do so depending on how the day plays out because it's so close.
Yeah, I mean, if High Stress and Peak continue to play like this, it really wouldn't surprise me at all that they would both make it into the top 4, quite honestly. And so it's really going to be a race, essentially, for that 4th place spot, if that's the case. But again, Bing Bang Boom playing this LCQ like it is literally their last chance, which it basically is, and they are just crushing it. I mean, they are running through a lot of these teams. Granted, Peak definitely gave them a little bit of fight there at the end, but overall, BBB has been looking wonderful. And again, I hope they can repeat the success going into the grand finals.
Absolutely. Well, guys, I want to let you guys know about the latest and greatest new IP from Krafton and developer Unknown Worlds. Moonbreaker stands on its own in a new game genre, tabletop tactical. If you have no idea what that means, check out the trailer, sign up for the preview playtest on Steam, and get ready for early access coming September 29th. If you like painting minis, you are going to love this game. Again, check out Moonbreaker on Steam today. Now, Godspeed, you and I get to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to leave the sandy hills of Miramar and switch it up into Erangel with our free and final matches of the LCQ. I can't wait.
I'm looking forward to it. I love Erangel. Not as much as I love Miramar, but I think it's actually going to be a good switch, especially from the teams that are struggling. So I'm ready to get into it.
Awesome. Well, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party.
With you till the end.
Needles up.
Stay alive.
This will be over real quick.
Oh, me.
Get over here.
Ready? Okay.
Grenades, anyone?
They'll never see this coming. I taste their panic.
Good game. Stop this treachery!
Come on, it's fun. The crowd goes wild.
Let there be fire!
Well, it's been a blast. Or it will be.
All right, we are 3/4 of the way through the Last Chance Qualifier as we finished out our last Miramar match of the event. BBB continues to dominate with their 3rd LCQ win, but Peak and High Stress managed to hold on to the late game, and that is going to keep things spicy in the long run. I'm Clover, and I'm joined with Godspeed. Dustin, we've got so much to talk about that match.
We really do. Obviously, BBB was kind of the main topic of conversation there, right? They absolutely dominated that game, as they have been pretty much the majority of the qualifiers, right? At this point, they're basically punching their ticket to the grand finals. That being said, Peak, man, that team continues to impress me with their not only their macro, but also their zone control, the way that they kind of split these edges and play for trades while also taking up a lot of space. I mean, they are just very, very impressive.
Absolutely. Now we're going to take a quick overview at what Bing Bang Boom managed to accomplish that match. 14 kills, 21 damage, and some change. But look at that, 27 smokes. And we saw them do this a couple of times, and we'll see it when we get to the highlights here in just a second. But they were really able to use that to smoke out players, push them into a range to shoot. And that's kind of one of the reasons we saw not only double-digit kills, but obviously the win at the end of that game.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good point. We see teams use smokes more offensively rather than defensively, right? Whether it's like to smoke out a window to push a building, or in this case, yeah, using smokes to basically kind of snuff out players in the angles that they don't really want to be in. And BBB has done that, at least so far, pretty immaculately, right? And then on top of that, just picking off team after team and really taking the fight to Yahoo as well. Every time BBB has ran into Yahoo, they have made sure to do a majority of the damage to that team.
Yeah, and again, because we've talked about this a couple times, and I'm going to continue to bring this up because it's a huge talking point not only for the LCQ and PCS7, but as NA Esports as a whole. Both Bing Bang Boom and Yahoo, who are here in the LCQ, are in the chase for PGC points. They are at the potential of being knocked out if they don't make a presence at the PCS7 finals. So if you're Bing Bang Boom and you're playing as phenomenal as you have been this event, and you know you have the opportunity to keep Yahoo out of the top 4 and not have that PCS7 showing, then you could get yourself that opportunity to go to PGC and maybe prevent another team like Yahoo from doing so. As we can see right now, an overall view at the match leaderboard, 24 points for Bing Bang Boom, well into the triple-digit club. Peak, High Stress, also picking up some much-needed double-digit points. And from the Ashes, I mean, we didn't really get to talk about this much, but Hyagin hanging out in that shack cleared out so many pushes.
That was actually really impressive. He cleared out, I think, a total of, I think all 4 of those kills might have even just been his, but he killed multiple teams. He wiped multiple teams to get his team more placement points and just more points in general. So he, again, was very instrumental in that for that team. But overall, I mean, again, Bing Bang Boom, I think it's probably safe to say they're going to qualify for the top 4, especially with 3 games still left. I imagine they're going to get points. Peak as well, playing very well. But High Stress and Rumblers, I mean, that spot, 3rd and 4th is so close, especially when you look all the way down to 5th and 6th. Abstract and Yahoo at 56 and 52 apiece, respectively. Even nice try, Young Kings, man. I mean, this is definitely not over, especially with 3 games left to go.
Yeah, I mean, Abstract have been able to find the late game a couple of times, having the circle fall right on top of them twice so far today. And we've seen a couple of other teams that have really been pulling in after a rough start yesterday. Obviously, the issue, again, is just Yahoo. They have not been able to play catch-up after their good start yesterday. They've been putting down quite a few 0-point kills, but we're going to take a quick overhead view, a mappy view at Peak, so we can take a look at their kills. So, guys, if you can see this right here, Peak right now landing in San Martin, wrapped back around, and got the rest of their kills just north of Los Leones. Part of that was that push that we saw with Adrenaline. Some of the other teams kind of took that late rotation and then slowly working their way through the edge of zone, picking up more and more kills until we saw them there at the final part of the last game. So great way to pull up those double-digit kills for Peak.
Yeah, and another thing that's really impressive about Peak as well is the fact that they, I mean, just looking at that graph as well as some of the others, it's not like they've been gifting circle, right? They're not just getting every single circle. They're not just sitting there in zone. I mean, they've had to make some pretty good rotations. As I said, their macro has been looking really solid, and honestly, their team fighting and their edge play has been really, really impressive overall. So Peak is definitely a team that I'm looking at this point to qualify, especially with 3 games left. If they can just continue some of this success, not even all of it, just some of the success, they should be able to break at least 80, 90 points and probably punch their ticket to the grand finals, which again would be awesome, Clover, because as we've stated over the broadcast, there has never been a LATAM team that has qualified for a PCS Grand Finals through LCQ.
Yeah, and I mean, the LATAM representation's already there at the Grand Finals. We've talked about Fiumba. There's going to be a lot of big names. And now, obviously, the issue if you're a team like Peak and you're coming in without much PGC points, you've got to get first, second place, maybe even third if you can push out teams like Yahoo and try and just narrowly take that last spot, even if you can't get in from the LATAM, because they do need to make sure that their performance is better, stronger rather than some of the teams that already have the points. Another one of those, which is Young Kings, who has kind of been struggling this LCQ event. So if you're a LATAM team coming into this with the hopes of going to PCS7, you're looking at who you can knock out for that LCQ, or for that rather PGC spot.
Yeah, and Young Kings honestly is a really solid team. I definitely expected them to kind of push towards the top as far as points. They currently find themselves like around the middle of the leaderboard, but it's like I said, LCQs are incredibly rough to play in. They are not fun, honestly. There's just a lot of stress going into it, on top of the fact that knowing it's your last chance, you're also dealing with a lot of other teams that, again, you may not be familiar with, or who are just doing things that are a little wild or unorthodox because it is the LCQ. And so it's not a pleasant environment to play in. I'm just gonna, that's just how I feel. That's how a lot of other players feel. It's rough. It is rough.
You know, I want to steal this real quick too. We talk about not a pleasant environment. This flight path was straight vertical, very far west on the map, that put a lot of players in alternative drop spots. Yahoo having to land very close to AKM. We've seen them kind of scour the skies to make sure that they don't have anybody directly on top of them. Fisher might be the closest player in terms of their vicinity. And with the circle popping and this much water into play, I mean, we're already starting with the 70% circle, which is now yet another rough circle for these teams to have to deal with.
True. However, my counterpoint would be that at least, Clover, this is probably going to go to the North Island, right? So the majority of it is on the north. On top of the fact, like for a team like Yahoo, who have happened to land in Quarry here, they're actually, all things considered, this is a pretty good position for them. They should be able to get an okay amount of loot. I say okay because Quarry, although it's good, it's not necessarily the best for 4 players, but they also have a decent position to start from. They don't have to deal with any of those early rotations, which again, they have been struggling.
Yeah. Now, everywhere else, though, we can see a couple of teams opted that this might have gone military. So watch that western bridge. Young Kings, Guri right now on either side of that with the high stress and nice try. Actually, it looks like Nice Try might just be reading this as instantly, hey, we need to wrap the East Bridge, take that outside. If you guys are enjoying watching the map, though, and you want to watch both the map and the game at the same time for the rest of the day, you can hit that squad stream button right next to the follow button, and that gives you the opportunity to see both on top of each other. That's a squad stream. Also, you can go to twitch.tv/PUBG_battleground/squad.
Yep, highly recommend. Again, just whether you want to watch the map, follow your favorite team, or just watch some rotations, learn about some things. I mean, map is definitely a very, very solid tool. It's used by both coaches and players. So highly recommend. And us. We use it sometimes.
Yeah.
We
have our map stream up. Yeah, all the time. All the time. You guys are probably like, how do they know this? We're watching the map. And then if we're not watching the map, then when we go back and we do our VOD reviews and we're looking at analysis, we'll watch and see how the teams rotate. There's so much information that you can really get from only looking at the map, and really encourage you guys to go in there. And there's also a really friendly community in that Twitch chat.
Yeah. Really friendly. I actually don't think I generally don't think I've chatted too much in the map stream, but I'm sure the people in there are wonderful.
I can see like all 4 of them just waving to us right now on stream. But now, this circle though, all right, here's the thing. It is going to be a little bit slow. We've got a couple teams that are inside the zone. What we're really waiting for is probably to about the 5-6 minute mark when we're going to start seeing the teams that are outside of the zone rotate in, and the teams that are currently on the edge start to push a little bit closer as they scout out that information to see what might be available to them. Talking about what's available. Look, one of your favorite weapons, Godspeed.
Mark 14 and the best item in the game, that ghillie suit. Yeah. It's better than the 3 helmet, better than the 3 bag.
Do you have a favorite shade of ghillie suit?
And Fisher didn't take it. Honestly, it's going to sound really troll, but I love getting the opposite ghillie for whatever map I'm on. So if I'm on Miramar, I like the green one just because it's troll. And then if I'm on, Erangel, you can get either one and find a pretty decent spot to play. But yeah, I like them both. Ghillie suit's dope. It's my favorite item in the game.
I dig it. I like
no
that
reason,
Vikendi
really.
still has the white one. Could you imagine if you had like a white ghillie suit
yeah.
on not Vikendi though?
That would be pretty awful. I can imagine. That would be really bad.
Oh, all right. AKM, another LATAM team that did have PGC points already on the board. We were kind of curious to see if they were able to come out through this event and maybe secure something. It hasn't been looking great for them thus far. They've been getting in some kind of hard scraps where they find themselves some scoring chances, but that late game presence just has been eluding them thus far this event. Whereas Future, it kind of started that way, and now we're starting to see them figure out this lobby.
Yeah, Future's honestly starting to put up some pretty decent games, even in some of their bad games, right? They're still finding some kills here or there. And so I really like the adjustments that so far Future has made, especially that first game, right? Where we saw them get second place in that super scuffed prison circle. I mean, they managed to fight their way all the way through the north. And so I'm definitely impressed with Future so far in these LCQs. It's unfortunate that we see them in the LCQ rather than, another event. But the fact is that they're leveling up as they play, and it's really a treat to watch.
Oh, Damo's stuck out in the open, lying prone, hoping not to get spotted by members of Peak. HVZ and Selfish deciding to take a little wizard tower here along the road. And now, if you're Damo, do you make any noise, or you just hope that they move on and you can leave the spot?
I mean, as a solo, especially if you see like 2, potentially 3, right? He doesn't have all the information, probably not. I mean, this position is incredibly strong. That wizard tower is always generally occupied simply because of how much information you can get moving forward. It's a good foothold. You can hold pushes from your north, and so it's a strong position. I don't think Damo is going to make a crazy play here unless he's given essentially a free knock, but I would say he kind of holds and waits for the rest of his team before he makes any plays, but they're just kind of sitting at God Compound right anyways, so I doubt anything is really going to come of this other than just information gathering, unless, again, he just gets a free knock given to him, which is possible.
Yeah, I don't think that they realize he's there at all. And obviously, at the rest of Martinson, Fisher, and the rest of AKM, they can't really do anything. In fact, this rotation from Snow Patrol could be the distraction that Damo needs to pull out of this, as Samos and Sneezy do pull up a little bit close. And I think right now trying to make the decision on whether or not they want to fight, as Camberghini and Sky gave out that information. It's actually going to be Peak that leave this. Drive-bys out between both teams. HVZ being chased right now from Samos, who tries to maintain control with that M4, finds the knock. Can he get the run over? Yes. I love it.
And Samos and the amount of control. Wait a second, Monstro. No, not like this, dude. Oh, that's tragic.
You got to give him credit for trying that. Demostro hoping to catch the rest of Snow Patrol off guard, but unfortunately just wasn't meant to be, as now this position that we talked about being pretty clutch play available for Snow Patrol, but you could see just that little bit of red on the mini-map. That was Martinson trying to come in to lend a hand. You could see the Mosin out, looking to see if he can maybe get a bolty shot here onto Sneezy. Snow Patrol have spotted him, but aren't yet giving this position up.
Man, just that's so unfortunate. If Demostro was able to get that knock, that would have been really huge, but he just got turned on, man. Impressive stuff from Snow Patrol, and they're actually just going to leave it. Or they're at least going to leave 1 or 2 members there and I think split this, which is not a bad idea either. But Martin's, he's just going to have to back off, Clover.
You know what? This is the issue for AKM, right? Is knowing when to back off and when to regroup, how to find the availability to fight right now. That need for the aggression, the want, but the realization that this is the time. So we still have a minute until the circle closes, and we'll get an idea of how this is going to play out. If we're going to continue holding on to the Gatka area, if it's going to hard shift back down towards Primorsk or Quarry, maybe even potentially go up into some of the fields and swamp. But right now, everybody except for Nice Try inside the zone, and it looks like the bridge didn't quite pop off in the way we thought. So I feel like it's going to be quiet from here on out.
Yeah, Nice Try is going to get across. They had a really smart idea, as you called earlier. They're just going to take that east bridge, right? The plane wasn't necessarily great for it, so they should be able to get a free rotation. They scat it out, and boom, they're going in. And yeah, it's really just the only team that's really not like set in the circle, I would say, honestly, besides Nice Try, is really just High Stress, right? And that's just because they're waiting for the circle to shift as they sit on Military Base Island, and everyone else is very comfortable. We see splits coming out from Peak in the 2-2 between Tempo Reds and what looks like the South Gatka, and then you have BBB actually, who have a pretty wide split overall through Gatka proper, as well as the east part of that near Chopsticks, and so everybody is comfortable right now, Clover. Everybody. But let's look and see what this little bad boy's got for us. And honestly, it's not like terribly unexpected, you know, especially with how much water was in. Yeah, pretty standard circle.
Yeah, I mean, we still are going to have some of the open fields, not only around Gatka, but you can see where Young Kings are rotating. Obviously, though, for Yahoo, that does keep them center for the zone for right now. And with that, hopefully some good scoring chances. Don't want to fall into the compound curse, but given how Corey is going to play out and the potential for neighbors early on, I feel like they've got some opportunities here. And talking of opportunities, Peak looking to reposition very quickly. You can hear bullets in multiple directions. His armor down to 27 HP. He's also going to lose a tire, rejoining teammates for some extra assistance. And unfortunately, that's going to push them outside of the center and back into the edge near Chopsticks.
At the very least, though, they have 3 alive, and most importantly, Armatics has actually made it here, right? So they didn't lose 2 in that split. Meanwhile, From the Ashes now driving dangerously close to the Rumblers. He's going to take some damage, but now this is when a lot of those teams, Clover, that we talked about that aren't quite in playing edge are trying to rotate in and find something else. Sparking now with Shinboy finds Dre, and Adrenaline is just getting picked apart. But wait a second, Greta is going to find Sparking.
Greta took that angle above the warehouse and was able to get a knock onto Sparking. And see, he has Shinboy pinned down to 49 HP. His helmet did take a bit of damage from that, so he's got to be a little careful on the peaks. Is now Balefrost and Poonage repositioning to offer backup. Poonage giving that cover fire onto Greta, but she's able to make it back down inside of the warehouse. And it looks like Adrenaline trying to work on recovering this.
Oh, Shin needs to get this knock. That flash is going to be dead. Oh, no.
Oh,
it went
I think
through
he flashed
the
himself.
box, though? That shouldn't have flashed him.
Oh, I think it bounced on top, and Dylan takes advantage of that as Shinboy goes down.
I really wish we had to listen into Yahoo right now.
Oh, absolutely. I would love to hear what they're saying right now.
I mean, this is got to be a very stressful. Oh, Poon, though, is going to find 2. Just 2. I almost said 3. Almost got very excited. Still, 2 is good.
Let's see. Greta now, unfortunately, is going to have to take this fight. It's looking like she's just trying to get a grenade out the window, trying to secure that flush onto Shinboy. As Poonage looking to close the gap in and maybe take Greta back down and hold that position, but also keeping an eye on this. TTG have pushed in from the other side of Corey to try and investigate what's been happening onto this fight. Balefrost does spot Greta, and that is it for Adrenaline, but now we'll have another threat to deal with.
Nice recovery, though. I mean, that could have been a hell of a lot worse for Yahoo. The fact that they managed to get that basically full wipe with, I think one of the members of Adrenaline got knocked coming in, but the fact that they got that with only losing 1 member is big for them.
Rumblers. This
nice
is
little northern rotation.
To go for the wide rotation right into Bing Bing Boom. Oh, okay. I don't know if Keenan did that on purpose, but he just lost not 1 but 2 hay bales for cover. And now he's caught out open in the field. As you can see, a little concern on where he can get in safely. Does find Gatz's car, and now Sharp Shot right into being rest of being maybe. They're going to let them have this. But look, Los HD is right in front of them. They're not free yet.
No, not quite. Los is actually. Oh, are they coming to Los's compound? They are. They're coming around at the very least, rotating around. I don't think Los shoots here. The last thing he wants to do is get caught up in the blue.
Oh yeah,
problem,
especially
though,
that
is that they're stopping right near Chopsticks, which is a good spot for them to stop. They can start to get a little bit of information here, potentially go in from there, but the vehicle's still in play. I doubt they're just going to make this play. Yeah, they're just going to go past. They're just going to roll past.
Once again, that the circle is going to hold on to Corey. Great news for Yahoo, trained to go from the Ashes, and even Young Kings who've been able to slowly push in from the side. But Snow Patrol Camperghini has been on a mission.
That was a headshot knock and finish, not just a finish. So he actually got a headshot out of that car. What is that? At least 150 meters out. That is an impressive shot.
Some masterclass in Car 98 right now from Lamborghini this weekend. Snow Patrol, 3 kills thus far for them today. But meanwhile, I mean, we talked about the circle hard shifting down, Bing Bang Boom leaving Chopsticks, looking for an entry point, but they're not going to find it right away. Both Young Kings and Future have the high ground just to the west of their position. Continuing on that rotation, Guri be another potential threat.
And Guri actually has a nice split here on the south, right? As we watch BBB coming in, I mean, they could run right into Guri, who's set up in this forest. And they might just be ready to receive this, but they also have to be careful. Fakes in potentially could get knocked out of position. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. As long as they play their cards correctly here, I mean, this could be devastating for BBB.
And Guri heard the rotation coming in. He saw fakes in along with Baki repositioning and looking for an opportunity to pick off a player from Bing Bang Boom or even stop this rotation altogether as they are just barely staying ahead of the blue zone in that wrap. That looks like they are going to give Guri a little bit of breathing room. Meanwhile, back to the north, it is the Rumblers who, remember, did have Los have to rejoin them after that Bing Bang Boom rotation earlier on, creeping on the backside of Snow Patrol. And Lamborghini's still got that Car 98 out.
At the very least, also, you know, the Rumblers make it in with 4 alive. And in fact, they make it in with 4 alive in the north side of the circle, which is very conducive to actually playing on foot, right? So they will be able to play at least this portion of the circle on foot. If they can get rid of Snow Patrol, they potentially could make across with smokes to the other peak.
Oh no, high stress.
South, but we'll see if that's the play they make. High stress, though, yeah, it might be in a lot of trouble here, depending on how close they actually end up rotating next to Guri and Fakeson. Not going to land anything yet. They're going to be forced in the blue.
High stress, so we're hoping rotating a little bit late might have given them a little bit of freedom into the south. Unfortunately for them, Guri have been holding on to this compound. They've got no choice but to fight for positioning. Baki on spot 1 through the window. Lying prone might help him out here, but as Arma and the rest of them pull back in, I mean, Baki, that nade, this could be huge.
That should be a very, very good nade. That's going to put a lot of pressure on High Stress to get in. That's going to be 1. They're all pretty low. I wouldn't be surprised if Baki could clutch this.
9 HP.
Yep.
Baki's managed to knock down 2 players. That nade put even 25 damage to each of them, forcing them to run in from the blue zone to try and avoid getting knocked down. But now you can see this. Karak has nowhere to go and is just going to sit, trying to get that res onto Army. But with phase 4 among us, don't really have much time onto this. Speaking of which, Rumblers finally taking that fight to Snow Patrol. Lamborghini did get a knock on to Valiant with the nade out, but Light Show looking to trade it, throwing a nade towards Lamborghini. Looks like is not going to quite find the knock. And as I say that, it actually did get Sky. So trade coming out for both these teams.
This is such an important fight, Clover. Whoever wins this actually has a very strong position in the circle, especially because if you look, it's shifted all the way north. So this is a wonderful position to fight for. It's just, can Rumblers do this without losing anyone? And it looks like so far they're recovering pretty decently here.
Yeah, and a good thing for them is the fact that the circle actually took a hard shift to the north, holding on to this position. As we can also take a look at the map, you can see that Axmeyer from High Stress did manage to survive that fight from Guru getting into a car and leaving. So you'll be looking for another entry point to zone, but there's so much open terrain in this circle, and that is what is forcing this fight right now between Abstract and Nice Try.
And this is stuck all the way on the west edge. And it's really just Nice Try trying to hold this. Oh, wait a second. Try to hold this so that they can foot push this in a little later. But Abstract is making it very difficult. Theros is going to find it. 1 HP, as you said. And it's going to be rough for Abstract.
I mean, he's got first aids, but no time to use them, as he's actually going to use the car as a potential opportunity to try and stay alive. But 7B spotted him. Spartacus, excuse me, from TTG, a third party onto this from all the way on the other side of the swamp. Meanwhile, we can see Peak having to deal with Guri down the picture below, but this fight between Nice Try, it is just so much for not even being in the circle. It looks like for now they've won this position out as Abstract is eliminated. They're going to get help from AKM.
And the good part about Nice Try at the very least right now is there is a little bit of there's a dirt road and a ridge they can play without being seen from the compound. So they are actually okay for now, but just for now. We'll see what the next shift does. And yeah, Young Kings.
I mean, this high grounds that Young Kings have makes up about 35% of the next zone. So not only do they have that vantage point on what's been happening between Guri and Peak, but they can push back into the zone. The only real threat beyond them is Bing Bang Boom, is just to the west of this. And you can see using what's left of that high ground, trying to find out Fake Zin, and may have even spotted out Yahoo's on the other side of this ridge line, being a little bit careful not to over peak and give away that vulnerable position.
Yeah. Yahoo is slowly starting to climb up this hill and try to push out and get some damage or maybe get a few knocks onto the team of Young Kings, but that shift is actually somewhat in their favor, so they don't have to be as aggressive, but BBB, Gats is trying to find the knock on Shin, and there it is.
As Shinboy falls, Poonage trying to rotate back with Balefrost as they look for another opportunity. In fact, I think just going straight for the zone and try and let some of these teams deal with each other as we get through phase 5 now. You don't want to be caught in the blue. As I say that, Fake Zen trying to stay ahead and survive without falling to the zone. But Balefrost, good angle on Bing Bang Boom, find one in the reposition, but a drive-by finds him as Rock takes him down. Poonage gets very low and has to reload, switching to the SLR. He's got no time.
Oh my goodness, 5 HP. And again, this is BBB being absolutely relentless. Just so happens that they rotate in the same area. And again, Yahoo is eliminated with really nothing to show for it.
This is really going to cost them, though. At least for this match, they're able to climb just a little bit higher. Tied right now for third place against High Stress. You're down to just a solo, but the Rumblers managing to keep 4 alive. Still 0 kills. Snow Patrol had full recovery during all of that fight. And that gives them a potential to climb back in the top 4 if they can start to find some points later in this match.
Yeah, Rumblers also are in a very... Rumblers are in a decent position. I'll say that right now. It's not the greatest. They are kind of down on this road ridge in the bull version part of it, I should say, and that's not necessarily the best. But we'll see what happens with them as we go through Axmide. I believe is how you say his name. I've heard you pronounce it.
I like the accent.
Very solid. Again, High Stress, even down to 1 member. They really make these games count. I really like this team.
Yeah, and again, like, it's every point that matters, right? As we can see, Axmide getting 2 kills so far for him. 62 points. That has him just barely above Yahoo and Rumblers. And if he can get to that point now where those placements start to stack up and he can maybe find a few more opportunities to either steal some kills or find some of his own. With this circle, though, there is so much open field terrain up ahead and nowhere else to really claim a spot here. And so that's unfortunate for some of these teams now, as we can see NS looking for a spot. And that's going to take them right at the footholds here of Snow Patrol and Rumblers.
Yeah, right on the other side of Rumblers. This is where I said that the spot is okay, but the fact that Snow Patrol is still above him as a 4-man, and now No Surrender is pulling up. I mean, this is about to be a very messy fight. Rumblers potentially could be the ones to come out with the most of this as long as they third party correctly here.
Lamborghini once again putting in work. Oh, yeah. He hits those.
He almost got them, but they have to be careful. AKM, meanwhile, is all the way on the west side. They also could potentially get involved in this as Valiant is finally going to get the first knock there. Excuse me, first flush on the Tetra.
And Rumblers are looking for an opportunity to steal some of this away, but now as Never Surrender is eliminated, Snow Patrol running out of time to work on recovery. They had 2 players knocked, 1 completely flushed out of this. As you see, Lamborghini, Skazka out in the blue, bleed to death. Samos running out of time, and it might just have to be Sneezy playing as a solo throughout this, but Rumblers haven't broken away just yet. The circle is going to shift just a little bit to the south, but again, half of that zone is open terrain, and something we haven't even mentioned is the fact that From the Ashes haven't had to leave their compound at all.
They have been having a good time, just really enjoying themselves, not having to deal with all the chaos that is a circle. Wait a second, though. Easy. Okay, he does find it. But he doesn't get... Did he get the flush? I don't think so.
No, and it looks like Waldo's running in for the res right now, but TTG, this fight that's been going on for quite some time between Venom and AKM, it's going to have to come to an end because neither team is inside the circle. Martinson and Fisher did try to wrap around and cut them off from zone, but you can see that is also a vulnerable position to the Rumblers. As Waldo did get that res on Valiate, we could potentially see 1 or 2 of these teams start to eliminate each other. They got that open line of sight.
And honestly, Rumblers, all throughout these games, even some of the ones that haven't worked for them, they've just been making really good decisions. Even that last game, right, where we heard Val talk about how he wanted to take the gas station so that he could just buy them a little more time to move in. I mean, I really thought that was a good play, even though it didn't work out for them. So decision-making for Rumblers has been wonderful, but finally, from the Ashes, pushes out and starts to get some kills here.
Patuco did get one knock, tried to see if he could secure what was left of the flushes. Young Kings are going to be eliminated, but so much of that was stolen away. Meanwhile, we could see AKM TTG came to a head as TTG fell. AKM are going to have to pick up a res onto one of their members. Fisher working on that right now. The Rumblers managed to find themselves a shack, and that is going to give them that safety. AKM have had this ridge line, but now as the circle is shifted again, they're going to have to give that one up to get into the zone.
And AKM here potentially could just wrap all the way and try to flank here on the Rumblers, but it's going to be a difficult push, especially with Los and Val now starting to position towards that. They realize that AKM is where they are, just on the west side, and so it's going to be tough to take this game away from the Rumblers, honestly. I mean, they have a really good position. They've already fought through 5 kills for the team as well. I mean, this is looking great.
And we can hear the cars start to move now as Los HD repositions along with Valiate, building a small car fort. Again, there's so much open terrain to the south of this, and that's why we're really not seeing teams push beyond this, as well as why Ragnar hasn't quite left his compound. There's a little bit of hay bales, a couple of bushes, a few small tiny trees, but not really anything in terms of hard cover from this forward on. And so waiting to see where phase 7 takes us.
Oh my goodness.
And once again, from the ashes.
I hope it kind of pulls away from the compound so that it kind of forces a good fight. But
I mean, if you're Rumblers, do you take a chance and try to steal this compound away now?
Not necessarily. I mean, they have some decent ridges and stuff to play around them, so I don't know if they necessarily need to send it. If they realize, though, that's a solo in there, I would expect 100% for them to try to crash that compound.
And an AKM as a 3 strong as well, trying to keep some distance between them.
But yeah, this is a good
Shows
spot as
found
well.
themselves a little shack. I like this, and this actually could be the spot to find that information, right? That it's free.
I would say, I didn't expect them to send it. I'm not surprised they didn't send it. This is easily their better play. And oh, wait a second, Fisher though is going to find Los, and all of a sudden things may just change. If you can get the flush on that and isolate Show, that'd be pretty good. But here comes the rest of Rumblers. I'm assuming they start to give some support, firing across as well. The circle has not moved in yet. They can kind of afford to sit on this backside, but they need to be very careful. Fisher has already knocked one, Clover.
Yeah, and really, I think we've got a pickup where a member of Rumblers are able to pick up the knock and try and get a better position. Light Show trying to see if we get that res onto Los HD. Waldo and Valiate had another angle, but they're going to pull back onto this one and, as you said, kind of restructure how to play this. They do have plenty of coverage. Now, there's a few hay bales and a tractor that AKM have in this position. But again, I mean, neither team really taking a read on this compound yet, and that it's just Ragnar here. There hasn't been too much noise from this position. You can start to see Martinson creep out and scope to see what might be going on down there.
And with only 8 players alive, like if I'm Rumblers right now, and I'm not quite sure if there's still one member of another team, right? Like because there was a lot of chaos. I think, okay, maybe there's just straight up 44. Maybe 1 or 2 of them are in that house. I think we just play this ridge instead of trying to push into that. But little do they know, it's just Ragnar just sitting there alone.
Of course, we say just Ragnar. Ragnar is a frightening player in his own right. But you don't want to...
Yeah.
We've had some shotgun kills, some sawed-off plays, all sorts of things this event. And everybody has all of the right mindset to not just push into a compound without having that extra information. But as Phase 7 closes, we're going to start to see some of these heads pop up, and it's just going to be a counting game for them to realize of all the players left remaining, how many are caught out in the open. Now, the circle's going to shift. Once again, Ragnar's compound is inside the zone. And
I imagine AKM...
they've got to know soon.
Yeah, I imagine AKM is going to run into Ragnar before Rumblers do, specifically because Rumblers don't even have to move. They are going to just chill now. They are actually in just such a good spot for this circle. But if AKM can actually get behind this compound and then take control of the compound, I would say this actually shifts in their favor. And with this vehicle, they actually might be able to. It's just the real question is, what is Ragnar going to do? Can he actually really hurt AKM from the back line, or is he just going to wait and see if he can get like a really cheeky just win, honestly, off this game? If 2 teams fight and scrap, it's possible for him to just come in and clean up.
Look at this. I mean, the AKM repositioned too. They left Martinson behind to play anchor with the Mosin. Right as that happened, Rumblers took a car of their own and sent both Light Show and Waldo to try and grab that high ground inside the compound. They do spot out Martinson, and I think that information has now kind of been given to them of who is here, but still the question remains is either figured out about the solo. AKM definitely had that information that there's 5 alive, and that nade from Fisher knocking Show from the roof, but here comes a trade. Valiant. It's going to knock him down as well.
That was an absolutely beautiful grenade.
I think Ragnar is trying to decide if he wants to get involved in this. I've seen his point of view once or twice. He does have eyes on Ali, but he's waiting for it to be in his favor. He doesn't want to take on a full squad until he knows he has an opportunity to snipe this one away.
And Los in a small bit of trouble here, only because he's not in. He's just prone outside the circle, but that smoke and reposition is perfect. Yeah, good timing. The nades that came over. Good support from the rest of the Rumblers to help get Los out of that situation.
Well, and Rumblers don't have to move.
Of course. No,
look
they
at this.
don't.
Phase 8's ending. We're going to go to Phase 9, and that is going to take us just to the other side of Light Show and Waldo's building. So there's no real reason. Los hanging back with Valiate does give them eyes in case AKM rotate from either the north or south side of this. But again, the big factor here is going to be Ragnar, who's got the nade. He's going to go ahead and let that one go. Tries to get the knock onto Ali. Picks up a second one in Martinson, but there is no time for reses, and he might get credit for those kills. It's all up to how Fisher plays this, but Rumblers saw what happened to the kill feed and know the time to act is now. Light Show peeking around. They've spotted Fisher. Shots out. They know exactly where he is. He's down to 21 HP. Finds up one in the trade. Let's see if he can pick up another. Fisher getting the flush onto Show. And looking for an opportunity to use that first aid kit and stay ahead of the blue.
He can vault out the side window right here.
Let's try and see.
Los
on the roof. Valiate right outside on the opposite building. Anywhere that Fisher goes, he has potential to spot someone out. We can see the shotgun in play, but there you go. Valiant with eyes in the sky. Rumblers take victory with 7 kills.
7 kills, but they got in a lot. I'm actually surprised they only had 7 kills considering how many fights they got in and how much damage they did overall. But man, what a game again for the Rumblers to come through. 5 assists for Yahoo, man. That was a rough game for them to try to navigate in between 2 separate teams.
And too, I mean, you can see just the match statistics leaderboards. Rumblers not quite on this list. The damage going from the Ashes, Yahoo on assist, EOS Guri actually on kills, and a lot of that just came from the road protection that they had on the south for so much of that circle. So really good points spread across quite a lot of teams. And again, that's going to shake up how tight this leaderboard is continuing to look for so many going into this. I mean, we might even be up to the game 6 before we know who our 4 qualifying teams
I was just about to say, honestly, the way that things are shaking up currently, 4th place is still so heavily contested. I think all the way down to 8th still. I mean, it's just 1 or 2 really strong games. Obviously, we only have 2 games left after this, but it is getting very tight for that 4th place spot. First, again, we've already talked about, is pretty much secured at this point. And even Peak, honestly, might be okay in 2nd, but with still 2 more games, I mean, it is completely up the air for, I'd say, 3 of those slots.
All right, well, with that in mind, we're actually going to toss to break so we can get back into our next game as quickly as possible. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more PUBG.
Destin harbors the future of innovation. And at Tithonic Industries, we're excited to introduce the next advancement in social connectivity, the Blue Chip Detector. By using advanced satellite tracking and biosignature synthesis, the Blue Chip Detector provides superior location monitoring so that you're never too far from assistance. Achieve a greater sense of togetherness. Come join us as we step into a better, more connected Destin.
Erangel brought a lot of surprises with it, but no one was surprised to see Rumblers take victory as they rock the LCQ with a match win. I am Clover, and I'm joined with Godspeed, and we've got 2 more matches to go until we decide which 4 teams will move forward to the PCS7 Grand Finals next month. And Godspeed, we talked so much about Rumblers today, the consistency, our expectations from them as a team so far. I am absolutely loving the way I'm seeing this team come together.
Yeah, I am as well. I just wish they would play like this all the time, honestly, right? Like they are obviously capable of playing this very dynamic and very controlling way. They're obviously capable of getting the kills. I just really hope that if they qualify, which, I mean, it's looking like they're trying to punch their ticket, that they continue this trajectory and this momentum going into the grand finals.
And see, once again, another high smoke game for them. 23 used, 11 grenades, 6 Molotovs. The damage is a little bit modest in part. Just the fact that kind of got trapped down a couple different times for different squads. The way that they handled that Snow Patrol NS to early on, and then obviously the AKM FTA at the end. But the ability to not overextend and take position, I think, is that thing that we really saw from them. So it doesn't have to be a big kill, flashy win, but just seeing that confidence and control that they had to the game.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing as well is the fact that they're making all these plays as a team, right? We're not really seeing them get picked off left and right, which is generally what happens to the Rumblers. I feel like it's kind of one of their biggest banes is they never really get to play as a 3 or 4 man. They're usually playing as a fractured team. I mean, when they get to play together especially as a 4 man, right? In these late game situations, I mean, they are very proficient at finding the kills and finding the wins. So the fact that they're doing that is a wonderful step forward for this team.
Yeah, when you talked about not playing as a fractured team, and there was a couple of times where things were looking a little detrimental, knocks had happened, and they were able to go back, pick up the teammate, get them back up to health, and then re-tackle the fight as a four-man, which is what we saw here. They had that knock on Los HD. Light Show was able to grab him, and then you could see how clutch that came into the very end as Los back onto the rooftop along with Valiate, as Valiate getting that final kill.
And then looking at the match result, another 17 points for them. And then AKM grabbing a nice little 13 for themselves as well off of the back. I think they got third place that game, right? Because who was it? It was Ragnar, I think, that survived towards the very end. But I mean, either way, AKM coming out with a nice set of points from the Ashen is trying to go as well. And then we look on the right side of the leaderboard. I mean, Yoho was able to grab 3 points, so at the very least, it wasn't a complete wash. But Peak as well, team that's been very consistent, finally kind of getting knocked down and only getting a couple points. And then Bing Bang Boom, I mean, they got 1 point, but I generally think that's pretty inconsequential, right? The only thing that they're doing at this point is just sponging up the points from the rest of the teams that would like to qualify.
Yeah, and you can see it's still sitting in first place right now with 112 points. That one, bringing them up from 111. But with 2 games left, I mean, you talk about sponging in points, and that is huge because, now we're starting to see a little bit of a gap between the teams. High Stress are in 4th place with 62, but when we look on the right-hand side, Yahoo, 3 points behind them, still in 5th place. They've been knocked down and have struggled to climb back up. But Abstract, Young Kings, nice try. A little bit more ways to go, and they're going to have to pick up not only, I think, 1 decent game, but 2 good games for the rest of the day. And then when you kind of look beyond that is when you're starting to struggle if that opportunity is still there for a team. They're going to have to start looking at double-digit kills and a win for that opportunity to climb back into top 4.
Sure, and I mean, if you're looking all the way down to 12th place, I mean, 12th to 4th place right now is only 15 points. So, I mean, in the span of 2 games, especially if any of those teams in the top 4 seem to struggle or they kind of slip up, which we have seen, obviously, throughout the LCQ, it's very possible for a team like the team in 12th or even 11th place to just have 2 solid games, and they're in the top 4 and they're qualified for the PCS Grand Finals. And so this is definitely start to get to do or die time, Clover. And it's the pressure is on, man. I've said this all day. LCQs really suck to play. Trust me when I say that.
Well, you say it's do or die. Right now, there's 2 teams that we have been watching the consistency of, and that has been the Rumblers and High Stress. So we're going to take a quick look at the comparison. Rumblers did manage to climb up into 2nd place after that win. High Stress holding on to 4. You know that they've got to feel pretty stressed about it, but look at how close the team is in terms of comparisons for one another.
Yeah, High Stress has been playing really good PUBG this weekend, honestly. I mean, I'm kind of a little surprised they're even here in the LCQ seeing how they're playing now, but they are absolutely bringing it to all the other teams here, and they have been able to find a lot of consistency overall, especially in their team fights.
Yeah, and you can see averaging kills, damage very, very close to one another. The placement, though, is just a little bit more better in favor of Rumblers, and a lot of that's just from the late game presence, those in-game fights that we've been seeing them throughout the event. But as I say, those fights, guys, we are already here in our penultimate match, game number 11.
Yep, game 11.
Number 11. Here we go. And this is a good flight path. We've got quite a lot in the eyes, as we can see, coming up from the southeast side of Sosnovka, ending just west of Severny. So everybody should be able to get their drop pass. Last time we were pretty hard west, and that kind of cut some people off where they like to play.
Yep, this one is going to be pretty even for everyone involved. So overall, I mean, I feel like this is a pretty neutral plane for all the teams, especially the ones that are struggling right now. And so, yeah, nothing really crazy about this. So we'll see what Circle does. I imagine based off this plane, it probably won't do something crazy, although I kind of want to... I'm feeling military-based for some reason, even though I don't think that's the case, but we'll see what happens.
You know what? When was the last time we've gotten to cast Zarki? I would love...
Actually, I got to cast, I think with Matt not too long ago, we got a circle that was close. It started up there. I don't think it ended up there, but it ended somewhere around like Everest, I believe. But circle's now about
way back in the day. Severny used to be such a common circle.
Yeah.
We haven't had Severny in a long time.
Circles back in the day for sure. There was a lot of northern circles. There's actually quite a few circles that used to end around like Crates as well. I feel like Crates, South George. Obviously, a lot of the West Coast. But okay, I mean, speaking of which, it's going to be a split down north and South George. Yeah, these circles can be honestly, depending on the shifts, they can be rather tame or they can be really wild. Specifically because of that river.
Yeah, the river does count as a water source that Phase 4 will shift away. And when you really take the river into factor, kind of divide both sections into two and then erase the water, you can see that there's just a little bit more playable zone to the south of the river. You've also got the high ground vantage point of Everest, so we might see a couple teams opt to stay either as close to the river as possible or maybe even look that Everest position early on. When you go to the north, I mean, TTG out in Severny, it's a good place for them to start from. We could see them maybe try to send it a little bit further south, maybe even the hills just past Cube. Abstract,
Cube
same
itself.
thing, right? They don't really
Cube,
have too far that they need to move on.
Yeah, Cube would be an absolutely incredible position in the circle. We often see it. A lot of teams will take Cube and then eventually just kind of move on and win the game, especially because you can rotate so easily, right? You hold that small bridge, which means that you take complete control of whether you need to go south or stay on the Cube side of the river and then just continue to push north from there. So obviously very strong position. That wouldn't be, I imagine a team is going to come here pretty soon.
And you can see you've got that wizard tower as well as the 3 two-story buildings with windows that have vantage points at just about every angle. Now, one of the teams that could potentially go up for Cube is Peak if they finish up looting in Georgia Pole and then maybe head as center zone. Now, this is a team that when they have that opportunity to get as center as possible, we'll see them take that. A couple of times the circles haven't quite been in their favor and they've had to come in a little bit late and take the edge play, but we've had a lot of center teams in this lobby.
Yep. 47 is probably going to scout this out and then just take Cube. But honestly, another good position, and this is the flat top across the river. So, I mean, that flat top, we've seen it before. We've actually seen United have a very good game from that as well, coming in on the south side of the, the north side of the mountain. And yeah, Future and 47 are going to grab this for free, and that is a wonderful position.
And they've also got Magno all the way down to the south, who had been looting just below Ruins. And so you mentioned that flat top. Depending on how the scouting can continue from this position, they could take a 2-2 split on either side of the river, with Frogman just leaving Watertown. So this is a good start, good setup for Futures. Another team that has taken a lot of advantages today. Unfortunately for them, it's just still so stacked, so close at the bottom half of that lobby. Yes, they're in 14th place with 43 points, but 9th place has 49. So even if they could just pull out 10 points, they could really make a huge climb.
Like I said, I mean, it's even down even to 13th place. It's a 16-point difference from qualifying. So these teams are so close. They're just on the cusp, and it's actually been really impressive to see how close this LCQ has been compared to other ones, right? Like some of the other LCQs we've had, some teams in the bottom just get kind of blown out. That's not been the case here at all.
Well, there you go. And Magno is going to take shots at Arma. One will connect as Arma gets on the bike. It's just going to be a little bit too slow for him to get going, and Future picks that one up. Now, Peak did leave Dean Zera behind in George. The rest of the team's going to have to try and take that fight without them. On the opposite side, though, Snow Patrol also starting to creep in. So you can see HVZ and Selfish reading the situation, knowing that the North is not yet theirs into play, as they try to just make sure that they're staying out of line of sight from Magno and are going to take
the flat top. Yep.
Yeah, they've really got nowhere else they can go.
This is just a smart play overall, right? They know they lost one earlier. They knew that Magno potentially was going to go for that. It was exactly what he was doing, especially based off of that kill. And so they beat him there, and they lost one for it, which it's not ideal, but at least they're still 3 up and they have a really strong position in the circle.
Elsewhere, let's see. It looks like, I mean, again, the story of the Cube, we really anticipated that with the circle. Snow Patrol split up on either side to the north of this, and really aren't going to be a threat right now as Phase 1 and maybe potentially Phase 2, depending on where it goes. It's just kind of a waiting game now to see where the rest of the teams start to come in. A lot of slow and late rotations from squads. We've actually got 4 teams still not even in the circle just yet, most of whom are still on or around the military island, which is pretty far from where the zone is. So if you're a Future, you've got to be feeling pretty good about winning out Cube and not having too much pressure from other teams past what they've already fought for. Yahoo, meanwhile, have backfilled that position that Magno was looting in earlier. This was where he came from before taking that fight to Future. And Ruins is another strong spot to play along the river.
Yeah, Ruins is absolutely a strong spot to play. They can get a decent amount of information. Yeah, you could have a team maybe sneak up, especially if they're not using vehicles, but I'm pretty sure Yahoo will be watching those angles for the most part. On top of the fact that, again, it's pretty hard to sneak up on a team. if you have a vehicle in general. So I doubt any team's going to really foot push Ruins on them right now. But meanwhile, nice try, Roggy. Wow, kick and the knock. And that's going to be 2 members of Nice Try down.
I wasn't sure at first if that was the drive-by or the players that were inside the gas station, but Nice Try attempted a bridge camp in a river circle. And the remaining members are going to try and drive off safely. As I say that, Ali with another drive-by gets Franks down very low. Martinson also in the chase, trying to see if he can find another knock here. Franks doesn't have much health left. Did have to leave his vehicles. Was about to explode and gets caught out by Martinson. Only player 7B left. Is just going to have to head to zone.
Yeah, and there's just really no other way to say it. As far as bridge camps go, I mean, that was a disaster. That did not work out at all for Nice Try. And good on AKM, though, as he...
A little victory carry of Martinson's body, you know? I'm sorry, Martinson victory carry on a
little BM. But,
all right,
you know,
Franks, you know...
I respect it. No, you do what you got to do. You know, I don't know if there's bad blood there. I don't know if they're just having a good time, but either way, I respect it.
I mean, if we were playing a game and I had that opportunity, it wouldn't be bad blood. I'd just be like, you know, it's my friend.
I'd 100% expect you or anyone else that I know to do that to me. So, but again, I mean, that just wasn't a great bridge camp. They got punished, and good on AKM to turn that around. It was AKM that was crossing, right? I'm not wrong in that.
Yeah, AKM was crossing. Nice Try actually had the bridge first. Now, out of all of this, there's one team we haven't even had a chance to look at because they're just barely on the map, and that's High Stress. They went all the way down to the South Sosnovka Pier. Looked at first like they might have been... I think they were originally going to be getting on the ferry, but decided that that was not going to take them where they wanted to be. They didn't have a boat to play from, and I think are instead just going to drive up to the bridge. But Guri are camping that western bridge, so they may not be free just yet. And talking about free, 2 different teams vying for Everest, Never Surrender, and From the Ashes. Looks like Never Surrender right now taking the fight from the Ashes. Here comes the first throwables out. It's flashbangs, and that is the signal that Tetra and Rafa needed to start pushing, wrapping around. Seems they can spot out Ragnar. Does see one, but it's going to be KF9 that gets that opening knock onto Tetra.
And Never Surrender now, a bit of the back foot, but fortunately for them, I'm not sure if From the Ashes is making that much of an effort to push forward. They are throwing a lot of utility, though, and it is definitely pushing them back. Never mind. They are pushing forward. That's absolutely what they should do. That's a member knocked down, and getting Everest control now would be so strong From the Ashes if they can just continue to push up here. They are taking shots from Cube. Future is taking it's got to be at least 300 to 400 meters, but
we can see on the mini-map as well, From the Ashes does have one player at Hyagin all the way down by the road. And so depending on how far wide Never Surrender try to get side on this, that is going to be a potential threat here. Veronica finds one, and Axmide actually fell in a different fight here. KF9 getting flushed out, and now it is a 3v2 up here. With Hyagin still down below, but not out of the vantage point for the members of Never Surrender.
And it's unfortunate, too, because I'm pretty sure From the Ashes wanted to play more aggressive on this. The fact that they're just getting shot in the back by Cube, of all places, kind of halted that push. And now, because of that, they've let No Surrender not only recover, but take one of their members out, too. So it's now 3v3 on the top of Everest. And if you look at the circle shift, what the hell is that?
It's the worst circle shift that you could have really had at this point. And Bing Bang Boom, I think, actually the best position. Because we're going into phase 2 with an equal split north and south of the river, with that tiny island dead in the center. And there have been times that the circle has ended on that tiny island. So if that if that phase 3 shifts and it's centered on that, that could be where endgame goes. But here we go. Bridge camp number 2, High Stress. We're able to recover after one team fell off, but unfortunately for Guri, things aren't looking so hot for them. Baki falls, but fakes in, and Zakraken, able to pick off 2 members of High Stress, and Beal looks like along with them, just trying to clean up what they can. The rest of High Stress was able to get away from this, and I say the rest, it was just BRKZ1.
Oh, nice shots there. Shimboy going to find a member of From the Ashes there, as they've actually pulled off. So From the Ashes pulled off completely from Everest down towards Ruins, but Yahoo waiting with open arms. And going back to that Guri camp, I mean, they really committed to that. But I actually really want to hear what Yahoo, I want to hear their comms. Let's get right into it.
Rip. That's so cringe, bro. You're fine.
Reset.
Don't worry about it. Reset, just kill feed and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna retake L or whatever. Is there a big scope?
Team peeking from train. He's working like a knocked here. No, he's safe, Team peeking from train right now. On train ridge.
That could be BBB. Is there a car?
Maybe.
We need to. I want to retake like church or green or something.
My car might not be popped.
It's not.
It's not. I think you go church. Yeah.
My UAZ is not popped either.
Sorry guys, my bad.
You're good, you're good.
Okay.
For me, if I have the opportunity, again, like it's comp, right? Like you just take those, especially because BBB knows that they're there, right? They know that it's Yahoo. They just saw the kill feed. And so, yeah, this is, I mean, people might call this toxic. People might call it whatever it is. I think this is very intelligent for two strong teams to go at it. One team to basically deny the other qualification into a grand finals. I mean, that's smart. I wouldn't want to compete against Yahoo in the finals. I don't think anyone else really does either.
Oh, and Bing Bang Boom are also coming at this from the disadvantage in terms of PGC points earned thus far. And so if you can eliminate the team that has the stronger advantage, that also means that going into the PCS7 grand finals, you don't have to worry about placing above Yahoo because Yahoo aren't there.
Oh, man. Again, these are devastating knocks. I also want to make it very clear that I'm not rooting against Yahoo. I'm just saying this is what I would do if I was Bing Bang Boom. Especially if you have the points that you already know you're qualified for grand finals. Take care of the strongest team and the other strongest team in the lobby.
All right, and we are going to take a look now at where the circle went, and it actually hard shifted to the north. So Bing Bang Boom gave up that prime position in the center, though extremely vulnerable for this circle, in the hopes of chasing out Yahoo. Yahoo are just going to go as absolutely wide as possible and rethink strategy. As we can see right now, everybody else trying to vie for what they can take. Watertown actually being lived in by a couple of solos now. We can see Future still using Cube to their vantage point.
Yep, Future's has just been chilling, and honestly, staying there is not bad at all right now either, because at the very least, once that circle closes, they can essentially close out that edge for themselves, right? Clear out the teams that are around them trying to move in, and they actually have some decent ridges in front of them to play. Now, if another team settles up above them, just above them, that's when things are a little difficult for the Cube team. Otherwise, Future's looking pretty good right now.
And we saw Peak as well did kind of come a little bit close to Adrenaline. They pushed them back off, but that now means that they don't have a strong place to put down without really being in a vulnerable position. As you can see, got a little close to Abstract, pulled away, realized that's not the place to be, and that's going to take them right at the footing of Rumblers, who are currently in a 2-2 split. So it's a lot of open terrain for them to play from, but it looks like for right now, they're very aware of Peak's position. I'm just curious if they are aware that Rumblers are still a threat in this.
Selfish now, just looking over. Is he? Oh, nice little shot there. Back monster going to go down. That should be an easy flush. And one member, I say easy flush. Wait a second. Actually,
Stone Sword.
Oh, he's going to get knocked, and they should be able to actually pick up that member.
That Stone Storm is just a little bit further to the north. He was on a separate mission, keeping an eye on what was happening between Snow Patrol and TTG, and that gave him perfect eyes on Peak. And
what a rotation!
Shit, I love this. They went all the way back towards Everest, kind of wrapped all the way around through Georgia Pole, and now come in from the west. So Yahoo in a prime position to do something, though. Unfortunately, they lost Sparking, so Shinboy's got to focus on
but the problem is, Clover, the problem is BBB is still chasing. They're right behind them.
Dude,
God, this has got to be frustrating for Yahoo, honestly.
The best.
This has got to be so frustrating.
All right, the drive, is that a nade?
Those are multiple nades. And that's it. Man, BBB is freaking relentless. Absolutely relentless.
I mean, this is the comms that I want to hear. The comms of Yahoo have been struggling for this. We talked about yesterday, Mitchy Boy and Snow Patrol really bullying Yahoo early on today. That bullying has continued in forms of Bing Bang Boom, not letting Yahoo have an inch on this. And now Never Surrender, stuck out in the blue, trying to stay alive versus TTG, but another drive-by proves successful as Reno, along with Veronica, trying to do what they can to stay up ahead of this. But blue zone is closing. We're in phase 4. And out from the zone, Veronica takes care of Batlex.
Just like that, I'm not. Can they get? They do. I think he might go down again to blue, but man, again, BBB just really pouring it on. I mean, really pouring it on to Yahoo. Obviously, they're gonna gain even more points as well, even on this edge. If they go down and go out, what they wanted to do has already been accomplished. So this is all just basically a bonus Clover at this point. Whatever points they get. It's just a cherry on top.
There are 7 teams in this area, and you can see that it was actually probably even closer to 10 as team after team after team is eliminated. Bing, bang, boom go down, but they don't care because they accomplished their mission of taking care of Yahoo. Meanwhile, teams like Young Kings and High Stress that need to get more points to try and climb up into the top 4, trying to capitalize on this position. 4 kills right now for Young Kings. They've got Future in their sights down to the south, but Peak have been getting involved in all of these fights, stealing knocks away and transferring those kills into points. And so Young Kings need to make sure that they're very clean on any knocks that they get here to very quickly rotate and turn back into a flush. Dylan, meanwhile, a little bit of fighting there down to the south as we can see our solo coming out of Watertown and AKM a little slow on their rotation out of zone.
Adrenaline actually in a really strong spot as well. They can push up off that once the circle starts to close. And so it's really just on all these teams coming in from the south. Obviously, AKM kind of getting shredded as they're coming in, but they actually might be able to find a decent spot to play. Meanwhile, Young Kings is fighting for the life in the most contested west zone I think I've seen all day, or west edge. Look at this.
And Peak 8 kills, though. Selfish did get knocked. Dean Zera with the smoke. That's going to pull them out of this fight for Young Kings. Or, as I say that, Dean Zera ran right past his teammate. It spotted out members of Young Kings and thought this could be my moment to clear this one out. As EQs and And1 FPS, the sole survivors thus far for their squad, continue to look for scoring chances, but Dean Zera connecting, getting EQs down to 2 HP. And it was just not meant to be as he falls here.
Down to And1 FPS. For the Young Kings is still on the edge and in, but he's got to contest with the last member of what is that team's there? That's Future, yeah. Never mind. He's down. And so now that edge is actually solely belonging to N1 for the time being. There's actually 3 solos on that northwest edge. You have Stone Storm, you have Veronica, and then you have N1. All solos just there on that northwest edge.
And still the solo of BRKZ1 alive, but he is in the blue, and you might see him go to zone as well. High Stress have continued to be in they've been in the chase, and I actually think he's somehow still alive. I'm not sure if he's just been stopping to heal, but with the water being in front of him, there's not going to be a lot of opportunities. So I say that Demastro driving away means that he might just be able to take a chance on this, and you see the balloon just ahead. I think he might be out of time.
He'll be okay. He'll get out of the blue. But he just needs to immediately start booking it towards that edge, especially once he gets in. It's kind of the consequence of swimming. It's going to be close. There's going to be a lot of pressure. High Stress is the perfect name for his team, considering the situation he's in right now. Now, he will make it to the coast again, but how much further past that will he go? Fisher looking at this crate. Oh, this could be a free kill for BRKZ, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher right now is just going for that crate. BRKZ in a prime position, she said, for ambush, but this also means that depending on how long Fisher takes here, that could give BRKZ a little less time in terms of options. He rotates to the east, Adrenaline with eyes on him, but Veronica, one of our solos, spots out the last player of Young Kings. They're going to go out in 9th place, leaving them currently in 6th on the leaderboard, and BRKZ1, he's just going to keep swinging, but again,
he's getting placements. As the longer he stays alive, he has already gone up 2 placements, right? So he's doing his job. It's just it's obviously very stressful, right? I'm not trying not to just very punny right now, but yeah, he's just trying to survive. I'm pretty sure he has an idea that someone is above him, right? He's probably heard this at this point.
Oh, I think Fisher hears him too.
And Fisher probably might have heard him swim. Oh, and that's it. He got 8th. It's much better than what he would have got if he had died earlier.
Yeah. And now really it's up to AKM to try and close the gap up on the leaderboard as they're currently in 7th place with 57 points. A couple more kills and some placement points will do well to top them into the top 4. That's just how close it's been. And even below them in S, Abstract, all in opportunities to make moves this match. But the Rumblers, who have been very quiet, holding on to their compound, still 4 up. And they've also means that they've got healthy armor and lots of utility to come into this late match. Now, the question will be, what is the solo Stone Storm going to do as they reposition just above him?
He's going to need to do quite a bit here as multiple teams are looking at him. Obviously, Peak, HVZs is just trained on him right now in that shack. Especially as a duo, Peak again is in a really solid position. 9 kills. Man, this team is strong. I'm actually really looking forward to watching this team play in the grand finals.
Yeah,
Really
I'm afraid to say it because I didn't want to jinx it.
I don't want to jinx
one
it
match
either.
after this,
I think
I'm feeling
safe.
confident.
Yeah, I feel
feeling confident.
I feel like they should be all right. God help me if I curse this for them. I'm really sorry, but I feel pretty confident that they're going to go through.
Yeah, I mean, we've cast a curse to teams before, and that said, with 2 players alive and a couple of opportunities, not only having the zone on them, things are looking good. The eyes right now on Fisher for AKM, who's a little bit separated from the rest of the team. They haven't quite walked into the zone, but you can see they still have vehicles into play. Veronica been keeping his head down, waiting until the very last moment before he makes moves. I mean, again, with as close as it is, every point, as you pointed out, Dustin, matters right now, and that includes placement points.
Yep. Every single one of these. And even Guri, right, with 50 points. I mean, if they can just get like a top 5 finish with a few more kills, that sets them up for a game 6 where they, realistically actually can qualify. So this is a tight LCQ. I love watching LCQs, but I know what it's like to play in these, and I know how awful the pressure can be, and I do not envy these players right now.
Yeah, even just going into the match beyond this, if you're high stress, if you're Yahoo, if you're Young Kings, you are going to be feeling the pressure from so many teams.
Game.
We saw what happened, right? Everybody's been chasing out Yahoo, Bing Bang Boom especially.
Yeah, Yahoo, I was going to say, Yahoo really, they really have to watch their back, right? Because BBB is targeting them. It's not a secret. It is absolutely happening.
Talking about targeting Beal right now with adrenaline in their sights.
Beal is nuts.
Oh,
Beal is honestly
with the help of Fakeson, get the wipe. That's it for adrenaline as they go out into 7th place.
That's the
Guri have good control of the eastern side.
Yeah.
Rumblers are not involved in this. They're focused still on the solos that are outside of the zone, but that did give AKM the opportunity to creep in.
That's like the 2nd or 3rd double that I've seen from Beal in a situation where he's getting pushed basically alone, right? Like he had his team above him helping him, but that tree was just him. So Beal is, that's someone I'm definitely keeping my eye on.
That's a smart play from Stone Storm as well, not giving himself up to a kill, considering the fact that all the teams that are currently around him are ones that are also in the chase. And again, just a handful of points separating these teams outside of the top 4 right now. Veronica looking for a safe opportunity inside the circle, rotating close to Fisher, but it is now Peak that has been spotted as the Rumblers slowly creeped in from their northern position. And Veronica taking full opportunity of Fisher. Fisher does not realize Veronica.
Gotta shoot. Yep, that blue is really trying. He lost more than half of his health to that blue. Luckily, I think his ridge is somewhat safe, but he's right behind the Rumblers, and they didn't even turn for this.
Yeah. And we could see, too, just up on the leaderboard, that one kill was enough to move up in S into 7th place now as they've gone up and ahead of Young Kings for position on the total leaderboard. Rumblers, 0 kills to show for it right now, but they're really set up to ambush the backside of Peak as HVZ finds out Veronica. Dean Zera needs to be a little bit careful with Waldo and Light Show standing directly behind him.
Rumblers, no kills to their name, but they have been just kind of quietly making their moves on the north side of the circle. And really, again, the most important thing is, Clover, it's another endgame circle with 4 Rumblers up. This is really starting to become a very, I hope, positive habit that we see in the future where they just consistently can keep these members up and make it to an endgame and actually fight as a full team.
Right now, throwables out from both teams. Waldo gets the flush onto HVZ. We did see Dean Zero with both Molotovs and a frag grenade, but opting not to use it just yet as they continue to wait for Rumblers to come across the ridgeline. Guri using this as an opportunity to creep into the backside of this, leaving Beal behind to hold the zone versus AKM, but the Rumblers focusing on getting these revives, with 2 players down. I mean, Dusty, you talked about keeping 4 up to the late game. That's exactly what they're working on doing, but now the pressure from Beal could be changing this up.
Oh, Low saw him at the last second right over that ridge line. Valiant's going to get flushed. They knew that was going to happen, but still keeping 3 up. The problem here is Rumblers, even with 4 up, they're getting pinched by 2 separate teams, and that's rough no matter who you are, honestly. Peak doing the most. I think it's just Dean at this point. Yeah, just Dean Zero doing so much damage and being such a nuisance. He's going to find a knock.
Oh,
wait,
no, it is all stolen from Guri. All of that damage that connected. Dean Zero put in the work, but Guri had the angle and stole all of it away. 10 kills for them as well. And they can turn their attention back to the circle. They've got vehicles and they've got the line of sight with Beal continuing to hold that position for them. Now, Demonstro inside the circle. Martinson had creeped out to see what was happening and is actually closer to Dean Zero from Peak.
This is actually huge. The fact that they cleaned up every single Rumbler, the fact that they made it into this now top 3 has just potentially put Guri in a really good position next game to actually fight for the top 4th spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is
crazy.
LATAM
This is wild. This is absolutely wild. Peak already doing an incredible job. Like I said, I'm fairly certain Peak are safe, but even still making it into another top 3, 10 kills for them.
Yeah, even if Dean Zero goes right out now without a single kill, 15 points for them. That is maybe enough to secure them into the top 4 going into the final game, which is the safety they want from this. Dean Zero getting shot at from multiple angles, looking to see if he can pick up one more. Chased Martinson, but it wasn't meant to be. Spotted out by Baki, and now all 4 members of Guri going to chase the final player that they know exists on the far side. But Martinson is not going to make it easy. Gets a knock onto Fakeson, but look at this wrap coming in from Beal and Baki.
This is an absolutely wild ending. I mean, Martinson's going to go down here. He's going to deny the kill. Great. Or actually, he doesn't even deny it. The Molly gets the burn, so 13 kills. Guri has all of a sudden put themselves in the conversation for a final game to qualify. This is a ludicrous LCQ.
This is going into this event. One of the first questions that we asked was, is LATAM going to qualify? And now the question is North America going to qualify outside of Bing Bang Boom? Because not only is Peak continuing their strong performances, but Guri showing up along with a couple of the other teams that needed to put that work in. There is so much closeness into range going into the final match of this event, Godspeed.
I mean, as a viewer, as a caster, realistically, what more is there to ask for? This has been a bonkers LCQ. These teams are obviously fighting for absolutely every point that they're getting. And that 4th place spot is not even close to being safe yet. And there's so many teams vying for it right now. It's actually going to come down to one game. And I know this has happened before in our LCQs. It's kind of come down to one game. But I mean, the amount of teams that are actually in the picture this time is ridiculous.
Yeah, and two, I mean, Rumblers, my thoughts goes with them as the fact that they did go out without really getting to secure the kills they wanted to that game, so it is going to allow those LATAM teams to play catch-up on the leaderboard. We'll get a better look at that match overview when we come back from break, but before we go, I want to let you guys know that the dates have been set around the world and teams have been grinding to be their region's PCS7 champion. Americas and APAC Grand Finals will kick off on September 16th, so make sure you guys tune in to find out which teams will advance to the PUBG Global Championship. We've been talking about it here today because that conversation even involves our teams here in the LCQ. That said, Godspeed and I are going to go to our final break, and we come back, we'll have our last match of the Last Chance Qualifier.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Our penultimate game proved very fruitful for many a LATAM team, but ultimately Guri clutched out the win. We go into our final game without a clear instance of who our top 4 teams moving on are going to be, and that means that there's going to be a lot of deadly fights moving forward. But I've got Godspeed with me, and we are going to walk you through that previous match before we think ahead to that final game, because I mean, once again, we have so much to talk about because so many teams are continuing to surprise us on the leaderboard.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely ridiculous LCQ. I mean, EOS Guri I don't want to say out of nowhere, but man, what a second to last game to be able to put up these points and find that to push through. I mean, these guys were incredibly impressive, and overall, I don't even know what the leaderboard looks like, to be honest with you, Clover.
Yeah, it was so close going into that last game, and I was so focused on everything else that had happened that I couldn't cast or math anymore. All I know is that the instance in which we might have 1 or 2 teams that could maybe climb in, it's like 12. There's so many teams that have an opportunity to come in, and that also means that we have teams that are not quite safe. But before we get to that point, let's take another look at this end game. So many teams trying to rotate to play the edge. Beal, I mean, Godspeed, you pointed this out, these nasty plays.
Beal has been really impressive as far as all the great players have been really solid, but Beal for me has been like the standout. He has just, in these solo situations or these clutch situations, he's really found the kills. But Baki as well, man. Baki, I mean, this whole squad is just strong, very strong.
Yeah, and an opportunity as well for AKM, not only to pick up points, Peak to pick up points. Rumblers more so on placement because they did come into this final fight starting on 0 kills. I think they might have picked up 1 or 2, but the fact that Guri had 12 kills for that match, should be 13 kills. I can't even math right. That's 23 much needed points, and that's the top when we say teams 10, 15 points out of the top 4, but a 20-plus point game, that really
show me the money. I want to see the overalls. I need to see the overalls. Man.
All the way down to 12th place. 12th place is 20 points out of the top 4.
This is crazy. And this is honestly
we just saw EOS Guri with a 23-point win. So it is possible for almost every team. I will go ahead and say it that I think Train to Go and Adrenaline, Snow Patrol, probably not with the way that they've been playing, but opportunity above this.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, in order for Train to Go or Adrenaline to really kind of make this work, I mean, even Snow Patrol in future, I hate to count them out, but they're at this point almost at 30-point deficit for some of those teams. It's probably just not in the cards. That actually makes things much more difficult for the teams vying to qualify. It's simply because, I mean, some of those teams just don't really have anything to lose, right? So they might just go for some sands or go for some plays, crashes that they normally wouldn't. And I think the thing I'm most worried about is Yahoo, just because of the fact that Bing Bang Boom has shown that they are not only willing to hunt Yahoo, but they're actually finding success in just wiping them out. And that's got to be very frustrating for Yahoo, but at the same time, Bing Bang Boom is making a smart play, as much as it sucks for that team.
It does. And I mean, obviously, we were talking about the top 4 spots because they do get to go on to the grand finals. But Godspeed, there is still a leaderboard, a prize leaderboard for the way that teams have been playing the Last Chance Qualifier. And with that comes our kill leaders, our damage leaders, the teams with the most chicken dinner. And so we want to take a quick check-in and see where we're at before we go into that final match and see how close it is. I still feel, even though Bing Bang Boom hadn't done much today, they're still looking pretty good for themselves. Keenan holding on to the top kills at 22. Roth and Sharp shot up far behind. But look at this. HVZ 19. I think he can steal. If they're playing this last game the way that they've been playing, and if Bing Bang Boom are only focused on Yahoo, HVZ might.
Fakeson is at 18-2, tied with Sharp. So, I mean, it is possible for one of these two players, or maybe even someone in the top 6, 7 that we're not quite seeing, to just kind of snake in like 5 or 6 kills and just pass up Keenan or Roth. For that matter. So we'll have to see with that, but I'm not at all surprised to see Bing Bang Boom at the top of most of these, right? Top 5 assists, top 5 kills. I mean, yeah, this all makes sense. But again, huge shout out to Peak, Dean Zera, HVZ. I mean, Peak in general has just, they started off with a win and they have not disappointed since.
No, not at all. I mean, the way that LATAM has just completely taken control of this lobby, and we could see it actually in damage. Fisher 4,300 on the dot, just a little more than Sharp Shot. AKM, the biggest issue for them, obviously, has either been dying early or having a lot of their damage, their kills stolen from other players. But the work that he's been putting in is shown right here. And two more peak members, Dean Zare and HVZ again.
Yep. And again, it's just, I feel like overall as well, this LCQ, we've just had a lot of the LATAM teams just stepping up, right? Again, we've never had a LATAM team qualify. We're pretty much guaranteed to have peak at this point, which I think is really awesome. And I mean, there might even be a second team from LATAM coming up and potentially even a third. Who knows, right? It could just be BBB. We'll have to see. I'm not quite sure it's going to happen. Rumblers have had a really good track record this entire LCQ, and so I imagine they would at least continue to get some points during the last game. But this is it, Clover. This is it. This is the LCQ, and obviously I know we've been talking about it the entire day and been harping on it, but Yahoo, they're clearly a team that I don't think anyone would say like, oh, they shouldn't qualify, right? Like, I don't expect them to qualify. The fact that they're even here is a little out of the ordinary, but this is it. The onus is on them. Are they going to do a regular drop? Is BBB going to continue to hunt them to try to keep them out of it? I mean, these are the questions going into the last game that we need to ask, and honestly, I'm sure we're going to find an answer to pretty soon here.
Yeah, we can already see out of the plane, Prison staying clear, bing, bang, boom. Looks like Keenan and Sharp Shot are going to drop. Yahoo staying in the plane. The play might actually be to go as far away from anybody and not let anybody challenge that position because of the amount of hunting that has been taking place. I mean, coming into this final match, a target has been on their back, and we have seen this happen to teams in previous events. I remember last year during, I want to say it was maybe one of the PCSs even, shoot to kill, had a big target on their back from some words that Purdy Curdy had said. LATAM did not like that and kept chasing him into the blue. And we saw it during phase 1 and 2. Anytime shoot to kill landed in George, all of these LATAM teams would cut them off. They'd wait for them on the bridges. They'd go up to Everest and take shots at them. And that really made things difficult for shoot to kill at that event to play their game because they were so distracted by all these other teams that continue to hunt them. That is unfortunately what's been happening to Yahoo this game. And
this could not
Dustin,
be a worse.
You wanted a Millie game.
I didn't. Whoa. I never said I wanted a Millie. Did I say I wanted a Millie? I said, maybe I did say I want a Millie game.
I mean, who doesn't want a Millie? But yeah, for Yahoo to take such an alternate, this is the worst case scenario for them.
Well, I mean, we kind of even talked about it a little bit. Like we figured they would probably just try to drop away from people. It's really kind of crazy the fact that there's another team even contesting in Zarki, though I think AB might have stretched there before, so not sure. But either way, this is not the start that they want. Granted, they can still recover from this, so we'll have to see. But they are in the very farthest northwest side of this circle, or excuse me, of this island, and the circle is all the way on Millie, so...
Yeah, we may see them just sit in the blue, take the far western road rotation, come in through Primorsk, find a boat, and then find a cozy corner. Like that's my Nostradamusing for how Yahoo might play this one.
Either way, I'm just going to say that Yahoo is absolutely a team that can make this work. As much as, you know, I commend BBB for what they're doing, and just because it's smart to keep out a very strong competitor, I would be very sad if Yahoo didn't qualify just because of how hard they've worked all year and how good that team really is. So
absolutely.
We'll
I mean, Shimboy, Balefrost, Punich, this is some of the best in terms
I also really
of
like
PUBG.
those players.
Yeah, they're great players,
Yeah.
but you know, and for us, it's the excitement of seeing the way that teams are approaching the LCQ. As you said before, is a really difficult situation to play in. Teams are really being smart and seeing not only who's their threat on the battlefield, but beyond. Who's going to be their threat going into PCS7? Who's going to be their threat versus PGC at the end of the year? I mean, everybody that we have talked to and we said, what does PGC mean to you? And they're like, well, winning PCS would be great, but it's all about PGC. It's all about representing your region and proving that you're the best globally.
Yep. And this is part of a strategy for some teams to keep some of the stronger teams from making it, right? And it is what it is. And now, as we look at some of the other teams, though, in the circle, BBB currently is just sitting in the north side, just around Shelter, right? So they're just going to be hanging out around there. They should have a fairly free path into the circle. Nice try. I'm curious if they're actually going to bridge camp again. They're currently set up on the east bridge. Yeah, I don't think their last camp really worked out too well for them, but we'll see if they can turn that around. And all the other teams, Clover, are basically just kind of rotating in as they normally would, right? Trying to either find a boat or maybe potentially scouting out the bridges. One thing to note, though, is it does seem like Young Kings is actually camping the West Bridge as well.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we talked about the leaderboard. If you guys just take a look at the left-hand side, you can see that the red line just below number 4. Mm-hmm. It is Guri. That is the cutoff to get into PCS7 Grand Finals. High stress right now is just a handful of points behind Guri, and then this is where it gets even closer. AKM 1 point behind them, tied with Yahoo, both with 62. NS with 58. Young Kings with 57. Abstract with 55. Nice Try with 50. From the Ashes 49. Future and Snow Patrol each with 47. And if you factor in another 20-plus point game from any number one of those teams and the potential for Guri to even go out early, maybe even Rumblers not able to put down many points and going out, then that can really open the doors for those teams that are just outside the top 4.
Yeah, I think it's a little more unlikely that everything falls into place to where Rumblers gets passed by Guri and they get passed up by another team. But yeah, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. I mean, this game, especially with the Millie Circle, Clover, in the last game, Game 6, of the LCQs, I mean, nothing in my mind at this point would really be off limits for these teams to try if they're just desperately making a run to hit that top 4, whether it's through points and placements or kills.
Now, as we did mention that there was a potential for a bridge camp here for Young Kings, they were able to successfully push off FTA, and KF9, I think, has gotten his car just a little stuck. A little more gas. You've got this.
Yeah, he backed that up just so he wouldn't get shot, but the consequence of that is the fact that he's just lost his vehicle, or at the very least, he's just going to leave it there for now. He might be able to get it up, who knows, but right now they're just going to back up, and again, the really dangerous part about this, and for some of the teams, is both bridges are camped. So if you're not making some sort of naval approach here, I mean, it's going to be rough sledding. It is going to be rough sledding. And Gray is making it, I think, a pretty wise rotation here. They're just staying wide. They don't really want to deal with the bridges whatsoever. I think they looted pretty early, and now they're already on their way.
Yeah, taking the bridge, I believe, or boat, I believe, from the Bupovka area. So there's a couple more boats into play for teams that might want to take them to wrap back through. I think there might still be one boat left in Milta, and we could see that boat right here with Snow Patrol that they can take from Ferry Pier. But time's of the essence when you have these boats, because you do have teams continuing to backfill the coast beyond. And even if you get in the boat and start getting across, you want to make sure not to get caught out in the water, because we have seen so many water deaths take place today.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is, I think you're actually pretty potentially spot on in what Yahoo is going to try to do. It wouldn't surprise me if they actually just sat in North George, looted pretty much the entirety of it, and they just came down with just an ungodly amount of meds and utilities. So that definitely wouldn't be a bad play for them to make. As we meanwhile move over to Abstract. Where is Abstract? Oh, they're
still real pretty far north.
They're looting this compound as a form. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You loot together, friends forever. That's what friendship's for.
I mean, Abstract is potentially 15 points off of just being in 4th. That's without Gary getting any points. I mean, there's a world where they qualify here, potentially. I mean, how good of a game they get. So they could also just be kind of taking their time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them pop off quite a few times. In fact, the late game presence that they've had a couple of times at the circle just centering itself up on them. But relying on luck is not going to be the thing to help them out here. You've really got to fight for any and all points. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of teams take extra time looting. They want to make sure that they come in with everything, because time and time again, too, we've seen coming into the late game, teams have no utility. They don't really have much in terms of bullets. We've seen the sawed-off shotgun as a sidearm coming in. Yeah. And that's just kind of showing how much fighting has happened, that teams are really having to pull from every pocket when they come to these late game fights.
Especially if you're coming in late game without a good position, right? Like if you're one of the teams that actually is rotating into the circle rather than one of the teams holding, which can happen as well. We've seen a lot of times where one of the teams holding edge will do a great job of holding it, but by the time they get to like the last couple circles, they're limping in, they're down 2 members, their vests are shredded because they've had to hold that position for so long. So yeah, it's very detrimental to the teams who don't have the utility, or obviously like if their armor or helmets are shredded, but it's also very beneficial for teams that take their time and actually come in late without having to fight as much with the utility and with the armor and with the ammo that they need.
Just inside of Milta, Bing Bang Boom set up alongside the road and potential of maybe catching a car off on rotation. A thought might be that it could be Yahoo coming through here, but it's actually Rumblers that have started to take on from that shelter position if they are slowly working their way into the circle from the ashes on the western bridge. Frogman, along with the rest of Future, being very careful on this, but you can see the rest looks like I've actually pulled back to the yellows, so I'm not sure if Frogman has an exit strategy just yet.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, I'm curious what Future is just going to do in general, especially because they know that they're being camped on the bridge. The crazy thing is, Future isn't getting camped by From the Ashes. From the Ashes is stuck. Future is behind them, as is Peak, and they're really just being held back by Young Kings. So Young Kings has caused this massive traffic jam up on this west bridge, and it's caused the majority of these teams to not even be able to rotate. And that,
wow. Okay. That is so much water. This is essentially, I mean, we're going to obviously say that Bing Bang Boom, Rumblers, any of those teams in the north continue to hold that position, but ultimately the way the circle will continue to shift past phase 4, it means that this is, for all intents and purposes, a 50% playable circle. Anybody might win out the north, might win out Sharkfin, but beyond that are going to have a really tough time rotating into the circle into phase 3 and beyond. But now for all of these teams that have been stuck out to the west, they now have to do the impossible, and that is migrate into a safe place. The one helpful thing here is that Young Kings have given up that bridge camp.
I mean, yeah, that's good for Young Kings, but it still causes a massive issue for everyone else because they don't know that, right? And so on top of not knowing that Young Kings potentially moved, they're now fighting each other on that west bridge. On top of the fact that this circle shift is just awful for so many teams and for so many reasons as well. The biggest one being, as you mentioned, there's still so much water in this, and look at this show is actually setting up for BBB. So it'd actually be massive. If he could take out some members here of BBB, that means that potentially that's just the strongest team in the lobby that has nothing to lose, just out of the way.
Yeah, and you can see Keenan is going to go ahead and get back out and I think try to see if he could get to the buggy, but it's just too far into the water. And now more shots from members of Rumblers. Los HD actually picked another angle onto this, and with them knowing exactly who this squad is, they're not going to let it up just yet. But Abstract is starting to creep in on the backside of this. Arson looking to pick up points. We talked about Abstract needing to put in the work. They need to make sure that they flush this one out. Rumblers don't have the angle, and these nades might just be enough, but no, they're going to fall short. The second one goes a little bit too long. The smokes are providing just a bit of coverage here to Keenan, who's trying to pick up any number one of their teammates, but if this nade could land right on top of them, that will be it for Bing Bang Boom.
And they're surviving somehow. Roth is now going to go out. Sharp Shot and Gats dangerously low to getting just flushed out completely. Meanwhile, Keenan just doing whatever he can. That is it. AB picks up all 4. That is a massive pickup for them moving into the finals if they can just get across the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, right now they've just bumped themselves up to 8th place on the leaderboard, 59 points to their name. And considering the way that some of the other teams have been playing, there's a lot of opportunity for advancements.
12 points away from 4th.
Oh, hey, you know what? I'm not saying I Nostradamus this, but so far they have fallen down the western.
I mean, this is probably their best play. It was definitely a good call.
It really was.
Yeah, this was definitely a good call. I mean, obviously we knew that they didn't want to connect with other teams, not because they're not capable of it, but just because they have been targeted. And so this is probably their safest play. It's just incredibly unfortunate that they got the worst shift possible. So
yeah, so much of their time has really been wasted in this rotation. You can see just a quick stop of the boat so that they all have that opportunity to pop off that first aid kit. Now, once they touch and land, they have a couple of ways they could rotate. They could try to take some of the more open terrain or push down into Sosnovka, which will give them a little bit extra coverage in terms of some of those compounds, the ability to play the edge. But in terms of long game, I feel like they're not going to take the risk in trying to push any further center. The edge play might be the opportunity here, especially not having any information on the teams in the zone. But right now, Future starting to cross the bridge in front of them, and that could be a little bit of a risk if Future decide to stop and fight this. It looks like they have spotted the boat.
Oh no. They have spotted it. I'm not sure if they're going to stop to try to take advantage of potentially taking out Yahoo.
You can see they're going to have to stop and heal. They're getting so low in HP, and now this is the issue. If they stop anywhere close to this bridge, which looks like they have no choice but to, I could make them vulnerable. Luckily, Peak had continued on, but From the Ashes is still in this compound. They had left 2 players behind. They surely heard this boat, but you can see, watching the map, here comes Peak. Oh, this is so stressful for me to watch right now, and it looks like From the Ashes.
Oh, you think it's stressful for you?
Continue to watch this.
What do you think the players are feeling right now? And it's From the Ashes actually just straight up following through. Oh my goodness, any one of these knocks is going to be devastating towards the side of Yahoo, especially because they're getting so low. That's going to be Poon falling. Bale's going to find the trade on the KF9. But how low are the other members of Yahoo? Are they actually going to make it in the circle? I don't know. I think survive.
You got this.
God, they got... Ooh. So they are going to lose.
Where do you go? Look at this open terrain. Obviously, they could push down on the beach, but you've got Raven from Adrenaline.
That's their best play. They're going to have to contest potentially with Raven, but if they can take control of this, they can start to foot push a little bit. Now, if they're going to stop here, I'm not sure. The bridge underneath also wouldn't be a terrible play, but I think this is probably their best bet. The longer they're in that boat, the more chances they have of just getting completely destroyed. Zray.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I think he's going to give this up. Now, Zray did take a couple shots, and we saw the returning fire from the boat. That's enough for Zraven to say, I don't really want this one. On foot, he is going to leave Greta the Goat and Dylan just beyond the compound. So if Yahoo can win out a couple of kills here and have this compound, this could be an opportunity for them to recover and try to make that push.
Looking at Yahoo now, I'm curious how much meds they have left. So it looks like Bale doesn't have any. He doesn't have any bandages, first aids, or med kits. You have 1 first aid and 1 med on sparking. And as far as Shinboy, I have no idea. Shinboy is using his last first aid right now.
And while this is happening, Abstract is continuing on fights with not 1 but 2 teams, Guri and TTG, and that's giving them more scoring opportunities as they are currently 2 points behind Yahoo. And so Yahoo will have to start looking not only to survive up to the late game to find opportunities to get kills, but Guri turning the favor maybe in Yahoo as they find 2 knocks, Arson and Storm taken down here. Kraken trying to use those nades to confirm kills.
And again, Guri is just trying to secure their spot in 4th, trying to get as many kills or as many points as they can possibly scrounge to not be threatened by the teams that are pushing right underneath them, which are very close. So this position for them is not bad either, depending on the shift. Actually, that doesn't help them very much, though.
They might be able to play 2 of those little buildings. But yeah, look at this. Guri, the opportunity, right? It's the chase. Knowing now that you've managed to just climb into the top 4, looking for those kills. And with so many players ahead of you, but they've got to be careful not to chase this one too long and get tunnel vision to AKM waiting for them just on the edge of zone. Elsewhere, we could see in the picture-in-picture down to the south, High Stress have managed to cut off Peak, who tried to rotate into the circle.
Nice nade from
They also been out with an S.
And that's going to be a nice flush as well with that molly. And Guri is just in a really rough spot. They're in between multiple teams. In fact, if they even wanted to wrap to the south, the biggest issue is that there's still 2 members of AKM sitting on that hill in Fisher and Alir. And so, I mean, they just have to take this fight. They have to win these fights that are in front of them. They cannot wrap backwards. AKM is going to tear them to pieces.
We can see the vehicles. This is going to have to be the play. The circle's slowly closing in. As you talk about AKM tearing them to pieces, right? Does Kraken opportunity even just drive ahead and try and scout out a position for them to walk in the zone? It looks like he is going to drive up to pull Beal into his car. Meanwhile, Yahoo repositioned, spotted up by Rumblers, who've been on the bridge now for 2 different phases. I think the second they figure out who this is, we could see a lock-in here.
Yeah, and Waldo now taking shots as well. Rumblers really gatekeeping this side, but man, Yahoo is just within safety of that circle as well as just getting somewhere to play. And this actually is not bad for them at all. That north side could be a lot worse. There's definitely some terrain for them to play. So they just need to survive this onslaught from Rumblers on the bridge, and I think they will. Guri now, they are going to go for that south wrap. They have to be very careful of AKM, and it's going to, in fact, be TTG taking out 1 member. It's going to be cracking down.
Oh,
and Fisher's
getting
knocked.
taken down. That's huge. Jinx. All right, now here you go. Ali right now coming down from the high ground position, trying to see if he can get that res. There is time here. Guri not looking to push them out just yet, but that is going to give them time to get into safety.
Yeah, they need to just get underneath, which is exactly what they're doing. And now they're going to have to decide. I mean, they can play this road around the bend. They obviously have enough of a ridge there to be safe from below. But as far as above goes, I mean, Aliv and Fisher are still a problem for them.
I love it, just the extra shots to let him know that he is still in it to win it. But Batlex taken down by NA the Raz once again, proving for nice try that he's got the chops and the arm. But now we're waiting to see where the circle closes. Yahoo trying to get themselves into a spot of safety. 47 just above him. Rumblers have been continuing to watch this cliffside, and they find the final member of Abstract. Back Monster gets taken out, and with that, Abstract's run at the top 4. But the circle shift in favor of Rumblers might lend itself to Yahoo as well.
Yeah, this is actually a really decent shift for Yahoo, all things considered. Honestly, they're pushing back the team of Future, and now they're actually taking some space. So finally, after traveling all the way from Zarka, all the way from the northwest, they've actually managed to get themselves in a decent side of the circle. They still have 3 alive. They don't have a lot of meds, though, I still think. That's the biggest hang-up that I'm having with them, and watching them succeed is I'm not sure how many meds they actually have for these fights.
Yeah, and I mean, just even taking a look at the fact that they haven't been able to get a single kill on the board just yet, with Guri now sitting at 675. They've picked 6 so far this match. That is just making what is feeling like the impossible start to seem out of reach for teams like Yahoo. And as we take back a look at what's been happening at the high ground, Guri have not yet broken off from this, and that means that AKM will potentially be trapped up here.
Still
But here comes
possible.
the push
Don't
from
you-
Yahoo. 47 goes down. Can they find another?
Don't you dare count Yahoo out. Oh, but Young Kings on the other side of this. That knock would be nice. A little damage to push back Young Kings. They need these points. They need the meds, more importantly. The desperate push to get to those bodies, too, are going to be knocked. RDS going to find Sparking as well.
Whee!
And, oh my,
no.
Okay.
How are they still
Calculated.
alive? Somehow they have taken no damage.
Dude, that was actually clean as hell. Holy.
All right, just full send it. If you're AKM, though, they're getting shot at from multiple directions. See, Lee does go down. Now, recovery has happened. Sparking hasn't yet got picked up. And, that Molotov landing directly on top of him.
Sparking's
they
down.
struggle to stay alive.
Shinboy, I don't think, has any meds left. It's literally down to Shin and Bale here. As they're going to have to back up. Sparking, I don't even think has anything worth looting as far as meds. They just got to back up, throw nades. They have
we talk about teams in the trade. Young Kings are in this trade as well. You can see that's going to pop them up to 7th place now as AKM go down. If they can take care of Yahoo and maybe get in ahead of High Stress, we could see a world where Young Kings are also able to push into the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is still wide open for the teams that are just under Guri, right? This is absolutely still possible for these teams. It's just how many kills can they get? Can they close it out? That's going to be, oh no. So high stress is going to be sent away. Hell of an attempt, honestly. Watching that team, this LCQ, has been a pleasure. So going to miss them for sure. But we're still not looking at the teams that are still alive. It's down to just a duo here of Yahoo and Shinboy. Yeah.
Guri, you're down to 1. Beal is out by himself as Facekin is going to fall to the zone. And that means if Guri can go out at 78 points... That is now the goal for anybody who wants to push ahead into the top 4. Young Kings, Yahoo. It's a bit of a feat. They're going to have to break double-digit kills, but the possibility is still here for them this match. Obviously, the big factor is whether or not Peak or Rumblers can continue to sponge up some of those kills, and that's going to make it harder for them.
Man, I was going to say if they could make it to that shack, but there's no shot. Shin's going to go down. It's just down to Bale. Oh, man, it's just down to Bale. This is actually really difficult for me to watch. I can feel the stress.
Young Kings have not yet broken away from this. They have a comfortable position right now in the zone as the rest of the teams are stacked up on the eastern side. Rumblers, nice try, Peak. Not in the circle, but not concerned with what's going on over here just yet. And that gives Young Kings opportunity to try and retackle this as Ikuz is going to get himself a little bit of loot from this crate. Something that we know Yahoo desperately need, as you've pointed out before, Shinboy out of meds.
Yeah, they have meds.
And unfortunately, I mean, the resources that they've got to have at this point are so thin.
I mean, I don't even think it's thin. I just don't think they have anything. I genuinely don't think that Yoho has any resources right now. I mean, they're on the edge. There's a chance if Bale can just go absolutely nuclear here and just take care of Young Kings and get a few kills close enough to where he can loot some meds and just some supplies for him and Shin. I think it's very doable for especially that duo. I mean, any duo on that team is dangerous, but without heals, I mean, it's so hard. But Rumblers as well, Clover. I mean, looking above, kind of checking Young Kings as well. We'll see if they allow them to push or if they ended up taking some shots, but Rumbler's position still very strong.
I'm taking a look now as Phase 6 comes to a close. We've got about 1 minute and 10 seconds until Phase 7 tells us we are going north or south of the road. Adrenaline have had safety in their compound for some time. That's also unfortunately meant they've had the compound curse of 0 kills, but Nice Try and Peak have been pinned down here along the edge. And Arma looking for an opportunity to find a knock here. Flashbangs are out, and it's going to be the Roz that once again finds the knock. Dean Zera pushing up back to the tree, tries to keep it alive, but it's not meant to be. Peak are eliminated in second place with 95 kills. I think it is safe to say that they will go on to the Last Chance Qualifiers as our first Latin team to ever do so.
And Shinboy is going to go down. Massive congratulations to Peak, though. That's huge. They will be going straight through. And as far as the hopes and dreams of Yahoo, it's all on the back of Balefrost. I believe, Clover.
I absolutely do as well. Now, Rumblers are still up, 2 kills to their name. I will go ahead and safely say that they have made it at this point. But if they can continue to steal kills away from Young Kings, they could lock Young Kings out from this. As we've said time and time again, that Yahoo have really struggled out of this situation. Balefrost,
he's got to go for
see
this.
if he can push this away. I mean, there's a chance if he can get all these kills on the members of Young Kings, but he has been spotted out by Iku's down to 24
That
HP.
is it, man.
The last shot from the AUG takes Yahoo's dreams away, and they are eliminated in 6th place and will not appear in the PCS7 Grand Finals.
Okay, now moving forward, though, Young Kings, I mean, this is still an absolute opportunity for them to push past all the other teams. If they can get the majority of the kills here, Ikus is going to be real disappointed when he loots Bale.
I mean, the fact that we're coming into this with 4 full other squads, that's 12 points. That is 12 kills onto them. But they do need to break the double-digit kills on top of picking up that chicken dinner. If they want that opportunity to squeeze Guri out of that 4th slot. But that said, I mean, at this point, even if Young Kings do it, we're guaranteed 2 Latin American teams coming in.
This has been a very good LCQ for them, 100%. I think, honestly, Young Kings' best wrap is to the south. I think they wrap towards Nice Try, and they just try to take that fight with them. That's going to be where they're probably going to get the majority of the kills. There's really nothing over here for them, except for Rumblers watching this cross. And even if they get in here, I don't think there's much to play. I think the play is to go south, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. And now, as we see, I mean, Nice Try. The Roz is looking in this direction. 7B is kind of watching the center. So they've got their attention split. Now with Rumblers pushing into that compound to the shed, taking on some fire from Nice Try. That's going to take the distraction away. And Young Kings are actually looking to just capitalize on this. Kuz does find a knock as well as Raven. And that's 2 players down for Rumblers.
And Young Kings, I mean, they know that their win condition is literally wiping out the majority of the players in the server and getting the dub. So this is, I'm looking for them to make a heroic play. 6 kills already.
Psycho trying to use the boulder for a little bit of high ground, but you can hear the bullets coming in this direction. It's Nice Try trying to see if they can find a knock here. The 3 remaining players of Young Kings stuck alongside the edge. They really need to do some magic here onto members of Nice Try, who really, I mean, I'm watching to see where this phase shift goes, but right now a drive-by to try and get members of Nice Try a little bit closer and handle this threat is going to get punished. Raju well taken down by RDS.
Nice.
Oh, Ikus picks up another.
They're doing it,
2
man.
players down.
Young Kings is not playing. They're not messing around right now. They are absolutely going for this. And they are making it work. Honestly, amazing play from them. If they can continue this, they actually might do this.
The Roz does get Psycho knocked, but they're working on securing their kills. As you said, they need those points. We know that they can break 7. And now as RDS goes down, it's all up to Ikus.
That's going to make it very hard. It had a chance, but those knocks were devastating. Ikus, though, I mean, there's... I don't want to count them out. I hate counting anyone out. It's just rough.
Potentially looking at an 11-point game. Might not be enough to climb up ahead of Guri, who, remember, had quite a lot of kills this match, but Iku's still using that AUG, trying to take down more members of Nice Try. Tharaz just barely ahead of him behind that tree, but you can see the throwables from Franks and Rajiwao are really going to punish him here, and that is it. Young Kings go out in 4th place. And now all eyes on the last 3 teams as we wait to see who the winner of our final match of the LCQ is.
And Rumblers finding themselves in yet another endgame. Again, this LCQ, I feel like, has been almost reinvigorating for the team. They've been finding consistency. They've been finding kills, finding endgames, keeping at least 3 to 4 alive up until the endgame. I mean, they are... First of all, they're qualified. They are going. I'm just going to spoil that for you guys. Rumblers will be going through the LCQ, but I just desperately hope that they can keep this momentum into the finals.
Yeah, and I think if anything, it has shown us that Latin America is absolutely here to play in this lobby going forward. I mean, remember, this is the teams that placed 7th through 14th. So if you think that these Latin American teams had what it takes, just wait till you watch the other 6 teams that have already qualified. It's going to be a show for sure. But right now, our focus is on this final chicken dinner. Nice Try with 11 kills to their name. Tharaz, Franks, Raji, Wow, all still up. And if the circle get ready to move right out in the open, and that's finally going to force Adrenaline out of this compound. As you can see, Raji are going to keep that pressure. Molotovs are going to land, but right now, I mean, the other issue, obviously, is Valiant and the members of Rumblers. Either one of these teams leaves their compound first, that is going to spell trouble.
Yeah, I think Adrenaline actually has just the best spot simply because they don't have to move first. They don't have to be the first team to be out. They're not on the edge, right? They're not Nice Try. They don't have this back area that's going to close in on them, and the Rumblers are definitely in a rougher situation. That being said, I mean, with these smokes, Nice Try is actually setting up a world where they actually hold ADR in that compound. So we'll see. Valiant just trying to do his best snake impression and survive. They're trying to cross the road, and they actually just might make it. Val makes it. Los needs to follow suit, and he needs to follow suit quickly. I don't know if the res is possible. Oh no, Innate's gonna find Val through the smoke, right in the face.
And you see the Raz as well, pushing out along with Raji Wow, trying to see which of the 2 compound teams they can spot out first. Last little ditch effort, some throwables with Raji. Does find Dylan, but he's going to get flashbang by members of Adrenaline. Little spray and pray into the smoke, but he's actually able to clear out 2 additional members. Franks, though, is the last one still standing for Nice Try. Does 2v1 in favor of the Rumblers. Manages to find one, but that is it. Rumblers take another chicken dinner with 4 kills as we close out the Last Chance Qualifier.
How many points did Nice Try have before that? They had 15 kills in a 2nd place. I mean, that's what, 21 points right there?
Yeah, we really are going to have to look at the leaderboard before we can announce who moves forward, because it has just been so close between the teams today. This is probably the most insane of any of the Last Chance qualifiers that we have seen, but right now focusing on match number 6 today. Nice Try, 15 kills, 2,400 damage, and just an impressive round out to the day.
You want to talk about, living up to their namesake? I mean, that was a hell of a Nice Try. I imagine maybe even if they get that win, how much closer that would have been. But the Rumblers, a consistency throughout the entire weekend. This is probably the most consistent we've seen them in a while, and they absolutely played and earned their spot in the finals. Let's just hope that they can continue it there. But man, honestly, what a final game. And as crazy it is my heart still breaks for Yahoo. I mean, I really... there's just really nothing else to say. I mean, it sucks, but
well, what I can do is cheer you up a little bit with the highlights package, so we can just review some of the best kills that we had from that previous game. This is the highlights of Game 12. Now, Bing Bang Boom, who pretty much looked great this weekend, focused today after having that 34-point lead on putting a target on Yahoo, trying to really prevent Yahoo from getting, and then obviously
they succeeded.
Getting the kills when they can. I mean, it's interesting to me that they did turn so much attention away from playing to win as much as it is today. And maybe that sounds toxic that they necessarily weren't playing to win. But at the end, it was very clear that they were playing to keep Yahoo out.
No, I still think they still ended first, right? So it's not that they weren't playing to win. They were just making sure that on paper, the other strongest team in the lobby, which absolutely is Yahoo, doesn't qualify. Specifically, the main reason they did that wasn't just like, oh, because we don't want to qualify against them in the LCQ. It's because they're also ahead of them on points for PGC. That's actually the main reason, I'm sure. And so I think BBB did exactly what they were supposed to do in the LCQ, considering they were here in the first place, right? And
yeah,
it's just, again, it's really unfortunate that Yahoo didn't qualify. But I also, you know, aside from kind of going into the Debbie Downer mode, I really want to congratulate Guri, which I mean, we shut off the leaderboard, so I'm not sure. Whoever the second LATAM team is, and most importantly, Peak. They played absolutely amazing all weekend.
Yeah, Peak were phenomenal this weekend, and I'm going to go ahead and tease you guys that we do get to talk to somebody from them later today, so hang tight through the end game after we announce not only the 4 teams that are going to move forward, but also credit to Nice Try, credit to Rumblers. I think these are teams that really able to step it up in this lobby because it is really a difficult time as we play with the Last Chance Qualifiers. You're tied up with teams that you don't have that information for, you don't know how they play, you don't know where they're going to land or how they rotate, and not all these teams will show up for scrims, so sometimes it really is coming into it blind.
Sure.
And with that in mind, though, I mean, you talked about the way that they're playing, the way we hope to see them. Valiant said before, whenever we get it to the LCQ, we always get out. The problem with that statement is that they are in the LCQ more times than we probably should be seeing them coming into the LCQ.
That being said, they always do generally make it out, and that didn't change here, which is why I'm not surprised to see them qualifying. What I am pleasantly surprised, and again, is just how consistent they were, and not only making it to the end games, but again, keeping 3 to 4 players up. That's always been something that I feel like has plagued the Rumblers. They'll lose a couple early here or there, but that was not the case. I mean, this is the tightest I've seen them play in a while, and they played really well, man. And if they can continue that into the finals, I really wouldn't be surprised seeing them in the top 5 at all.
Yeah, and I mean, too, the amount of times that we saw them go for reses, the amount of times that we saw them kind of halt the play, pull back, restructure, pause, and then re-attack each problem, it was great. The only issue that I foresee going forward is the ability to get those high-scoring games.
Sure.
I think that the Rumblers can look for those extra fragging opportunities that, especially going into this next lobby, is what they're going to have to do. But guys, it's now time to take a look at the match leaderboard. So let's see how this one played out in terms of points. Those teams desperately needed Nice Try pick up 21, and that could maybe change things. As only picked up 11. So it's a really good need for points for some of those teams. Rumblers obviously were pretty secure in the top 4 as well as Peak. We don't need to really bring that up. Bing Bang Boom got 0 points, but again, it didn't matter because they had that first place. So we're going to take a look now at our total leaderboard.
Scurry, it is.
And these are our top 4 teams moving on.
Man.
Nice Try was just 7 points out of it.
If they won that game, they qualified. What a try. What an attempt. Holy. Young Kings as well made such a push for the end. I mean, that last game was truly special to watch. But there it is, Bing Bang Boom. Peak is technically your first Latin American team to make it through the qualifiers, in the LCQ to make it to the finals. And then EOS Guri, again, they played incredible today. And so with that, we have Bing Bang Boom, Peak, the Rumblers, and Guri making it to PCS7 finals.
I'm so excited. That is awesome. But that also means that we get to take a look at the final prizing to see how the payouts go for the teams. Bing Bang Boom taking home $2,250 for their team. Peak 2,000, Rumblers 1,750, and EOS Guri 1,500. Everybody else down the leaderboard will also get to take home a little bit of cash prize, but we had some bonus prizing, Godspeed.
We did have some bonus prizing. Indeed, it's going to be highest kills, assists, damage, and chicken dinners, the majority of which, of course, going to Bing Bang Boom. But big shout out to Fisher for actually doing the most damage in LCQ, netting himself a very nice $125.
I wonder if he broke the 5,000 mark because he was getting pretty close there at the end. So congratulations to everybody for how they played during the Last Chance Qualifier. This was such an exciting event. And we know that the teams that are going to go forward and represent the Americas in the PCS7 Grand Finals are fantastic. But Godspeed, before we move on, I want to give you an opportunity to say your final thoughts on what you got to witness in the LCQ and what you're expecting to see in the finals.
Oh, man. Rumbler stepped up. Latin America stepped up huge. Peak is looking absolutely amazing. Bing Bang Boom obviously looked incredible. And the last thing I'm going to say about Yoho is they're still not technically out of it. They have a decent amount of PGC points. There's a very real chance that they qualify for PGC. We'll see how that goes up. But really just a massive congratulations to the top 4 teams, specifically the 2 Latin American teams that finally broke the LCQ curse and made it to the finals.
Absolutely. Well, Godspeed, thank you so much for casting alongside me today and joining us here on the LCQ. We're going to have to let you go because we are going to be getting ready to set up here for our interview in just a moment as we get to talk to the coach of Peak. But before we get to there, we're going to go ahead and break down our, I believe, top 5 plays of the day so you guys can see some of those moments one more time. So don't go anywhere. And here are your top 5 plays from the PCS7 Last Chance Qualifier Day 2. Number 5. With them knowing exactly who this squad is, they're not going to let it up just yet, but Abstract is starting to creep in on the backside of this person, looking to pick up points. We talked about Abstract needing to put in the work. They need to make sure that they flush this one out. Rumblers don't have the angle, and these nades might just be enough, but no, they're going to fall short. The second one goes a little bit too long. The smokes are providing just a bit of coverage here to Keenan, who's trying to pick up any number one of their teammates, but if this nade could land right on top of them, that will be it for Bing Bang Boom.
And they're surviving somehow. Roth is now going to go out sharp shot, and Gat's dangerously low to getting just flushed out completely. Meanwhile, Keenan just doing whatever he can. That is it. AB picks up all 4.
Number 4. Out of NS from this position as now they're trying to rotate past Beal, find themselves a spot in the zone, but even beyond this, it's nice try. There's not a lot of opportunities for them to put down safely. Oh, that's going to be good.
Oh, that nade!
Oh, Rafa, Tetra are going to fall here, and Guri closing in the gap to make sure he's able to secure those flushes and maintain credits for that kill. So he should be able to spot out Reno. Shots into the smoke. We're going to turn off the X-ray.
Nice.
And there you go. Finds the last player. Never surrender. Taken down. Number 3.
Gonna say Yoho really, I mean, they really have to watch their back, right? Because BBB is targeting them. It's not a secret. It is absolutely happening.
Talking about targeting Beal right now with adrenaline in their sights.
Beal is nuts.
Oh,
Beal is honestly
with the help of Fakeson, get the wipe. That's it for adrenaline as they go out into 7th place. Number 2. Let's spot one through the window line. Prone might help him out here, but Arma and the rest of them pull back in. I mean, Baki, that nade, this could be huge.
That should be a very, very good nade. That's going to put a lot of pressure on high stress to get in. That's going to be 1. They're all pretty low. I wouldn't be surprised if Baki could clutch this.
9 HP.
Yep.
Baki's managed to knock down 2 players. That nade putting 25 damage to each of them. And your top play of the day is? But look at this. It's the sawed-off, Dustin. We have seen this come in clutch. He connects on one shot, finds the second. Waldo goes down. It is now a 1v1, 36 HP for Raji. Is it going to be enough? He pulls the sawed-off back out, but hadn't reloaded.
No way.
Here we go. 2 bullets back in the chamber. Is it going to be enough? It's nice try. Look for that final kill, the potential chicken dinner. As he takes shots out, but down to 5 HP. I think he got it. Nice try. Take the victory. All right, and that was our top 5 plays. But guys, now I have a special guest with me. I've got the coach from Peak Gaming, and we want to talk to them about what it means to finally get that opportunity to play and to PCS7. Flip, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks a lot, Clover. It's a pleasure to be invited by you, and thanks all the chat from who was cheering for us, and that means a lot for us to get this spot on the finals.
Well, now that said, obviously the group stage to play against the other LATAM teams, the way that the other LATAM teams had to play with you in the group stage to end in the LCQ, do you feel confident going forward into PCS7 to have an opportunity to play against not only the LATAM teams again, but to the Americas teams as well in the finals?
Yeah, sure. We're going to keep doing our thing, going to keep doing our game, and just pushing and playing aggressive, because that we need to make points against them, especially when you are playing in the North American servers. We know we had a little bit with a problem with ping, but that's not an issue. You just keep pushing, keep putting pressure, and getting these points.
Do you feel that you are comfortable now going into the finals to handle the problems on Miramar and Erangel? Because I know coming into LCQ there was some concerns.
Yeah, we made some mistakes on our Miramar that LCK, but we know we have potential. But there's a thing, on the group stage, we made a pretty good Miramar, 6 games, and we didn't make some points on Erangel, but today we prove it and studied out the game and know about our mistakes, and that's it. We're pretty confident to play against them on the finals.
That's good. Well, I want to give you very good congratulations. The credit: 63 kills by the team, 12,448 damage, 60 knocks, 20% of the kills were headshots. Those are some phenomenal numbers. I'm very proud to see the way that they played this game, and I want to wish you guys luck going into the finals. But before I let you go, I want to give you an opportunity to say any thanks or any shout outs to your fans.
Okay, thank you, Clover. Thank you again for all the teams who was participating in this LCK. And don't give up. Just keep trying and doing your best. Hard work is the best option to get succeed. And I'm gonna say it in Portuguese. Obrigado a todo mundo que acompanhou. Cara, é uma honra poder estar aqui e poder representar a LATAM e representar, cara, toda a história e fazer história junto com os guris. Parabéns para eles também. Os guris. Ele é uma sensação que eu não tenho nem palavras. É a minha primeira PCS e eu já estou na final. E é isso. Eu só queria agradecer a todo mundo que tá aqui. Sorry.
You're gonna make me cry, Flip. Oh no, thank you. Thank you so much. We really do.
That's it.
You guys played your hearts out this weekend, so
okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Flip, thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to get to talk to you today. I wish you and the boys good time recovering, preparing for the grand finals, and we will see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you a lot, Clover. See you there.
All right, guys. Well, that was, again, Flip, the coach for Peak, who qualified as the first Latin American team to move forward out of an LCQ. Now that said, we're going to take a look at the top teams over who is going to be moving forward for North America and Latin America. Those are our top 6 teams that have managed to qualify, as well as our 4 LCQ teams: Bing Bang Boom, Peak, the Rumblers, and EOS Guri. And now, without further ado, y'all, the schedule starting on September 16th. APAC will kick it off first, as well as the Americas, as we've got 2 weeks of fighting for their final spots moving forward to PGC. The top team from each of these events will get an automatic invite into PGC. And then on 9/30 at September 30th, Asia and Europe will start their bouts for the PCS7 Grand Finals. So make sure you guys tune in here on twitch.tv/PUBG_Battlegrounds to make sure that you don't miss any of that action. But that is it for us, you guys. We have picked our 4 teams that are going to move on. And now we get to take a little bit of a break while we give them that opportunity to prepare for the PCS7 Grand Finals. And I want to thank everybody that helped me along the way to cast this event. Cameron Davis casting with us yesterday, Godspeed who casted today, as well as Porosaurus and Matchroom who joined us with the group stage. Thank you so much to our production team, Esports Engine, as well as PUBG Esports for all the work that they have put in. But until then, guys, make sure that you keep fragging on the battleground, and we'll see you at the PCS7 Grand Finals. Out of NS from this position as now they're trying to rotate past Beal, find themselves a spot in the zone. But even beyond this, it's nice try. There's not a lot of opportunities for them to put down safely. Oh, that's going to be good.
Oh, that nade! Of all things considered, he should be all right. But yeah, no helmet kind of sucks, if I'm being honest. But look at this. Wagon, no way he gets both. Pretty hard to sneak up on a team if you have a vehicle in general, so I doubt any team's gonna really flip push Ruins on them right now. But meanwhile, nice try, Roggy, while kick and the knock, and that's gonna be 2 members of Nice Try down. Yeah, and there's just really no other way to say it. As far as bridge camps go, I mean, that was a disaster. That did not work out at all for Nice Try. And good on AKM, though, as he...
A little victory carry of Martinson's body, you know? Looks like for right now, they're very aware of Peak's position. I'm just curious if they are aware that Rumblers are still a threat in this.
Selfish now, just looking over. Is he? Oh, nice little shot there. Back monster going to go down. Push to get to those bodies too, are going to be knocked. RDS going to find Sparking as well. And oh my,
no.
Okay.
How are they still alive? Somehow they have taken no damage.
Dude, that was actually clean as hell. Holy.
Some throwables with Raji does find Dylan, but he's going to get flashbang. 5 members of Adrenaline. Little spray and pray into the smoke. And he's actually able to clear out 2 additional members. Frank's, though, is the last one still standing for Nice Try. Does 2v1 in favor of the Rumblers. Manages to find one, but that is it. Rumblers take another chicken dinner.